Draped in a luxurious silver fox fur, the girl stepped out onto the balcony under the cold, snowy sky. The icy wind continuously lashed at her face, but it couldn't deter the fierce determination burning in her heart. In the future, she would be known as Saint Bianca of Arno. But that day was still far off. She stretched out her hand to welcome her new life. I'm back, truly back in Arno as I promised the Virgin Mary. I will live well in this second life, she thought. She shouted with fiery resolve, I will not repeat that foolish past again. Her shout echoed to a nearby troop. A man was using binoculars to observe distant objects. His attendant approached and asked, Count, how do you feel about returning to Arno after so many years away from your domain? His question was met with silence, as the young man was busy watching his wife gesturing and pointing like a madwoman on the balcony. My wife is shouting at the sky, the attendant asked in confusion. Pardon? The young man replied with relief, it's good to see she's still all right. It's understandable, given that in her previous life, the girl had done terrible things and only thought of herself. Now, she had become a homeless wanderer. Oh Holy Mother, I once hated you deeply, but please grant me a chance. My words come from the bottom of my heart. She began to cough violently, spitting up blood. In her dying moments, she desperately begged the Holy Mother for a chance to start over. I swear I will not make those foolish mistakes again. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed at the foot of the statue of the Holy Mother. She trembled in pain and wept, No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die like this. One early morning at the Count of Arno's mansion, the chirping of birds jolted the girl awake. It seemed she still thought she had just fainted after collapsing at the monastery. But when she looked at herself in the mirror, she widened her eyes and screamed, What the hell is this? Smooth skin, long flowing hair, how can this be? Have I returned to the past? She grabbed a vase and shouted, No, I don't want this at all. The vase shattered and lay scattered across the floor. Bianca Arno, that was her name now, as the Countess of Arno in the Sevfranca Empire. Rumors spread throughout the city that she was a wicked wife. Her husband, Count Zachary Arno, was not only a loyal vassal to Emperor Sevfranca but also the right-hand man of the first Prince Gautier. Despite risking his life on the battlefield, he still provided his wife Bianca with the most luxurious and splendid gowns and the finest jewelry, crafted by the most renowned artisans in Sevfranca. One day, she smashed everything in her room, screaming like a madwoman, and then locked herself away for several days. The servants in the mansion thought their lady was acting very strange. 4 days had passed, and she still hadn't let anyone into the room. The brunette maid expressed her concern, What if something happens? The blonde maid turned sharply and replied angrily, Well, that would be for the best. Everyone in this mansion knows how much the Count has had to endure because of her. Lady Bianca will surely be punished. In the past, the land of Arno had seen a rapid succession of lords, causing great distress among the people. However, since the new lord, Count Zachary de Arno, took over a few years ago, the place had gradually stabilized. Lord Zachary, the Count of Arno and husband to Lady Bianca, was a calm and mature ruler who had brought considerable wealth to the region through his participation in wars, and he was likely to bring even greater prosperity to the land in the near future. Of course, this would be easier if his ungrateful wife, Lady Bianca, didn't waste money on luxurious items for herself. Worse still, the Count and Countess of Arno had been married for several years, but rumors had it that they had never shared a bed because Lady Bianca always treated her lord husband very poorly. The battlefield is a place where swords and knives show no mercy. Some are beheaded while fighting the enemy, others fall prey to cunning traps, and countless people face death. The blonde maid, while scrubbing the floor, grumbled in frustration, if their lord were to die on the battlefield, the entire domain would collapse. Yet, their lady can't even fulfill her duty to bear an heir. In her room, Bianca was making lace embroideries. Admiring her handiwork, she mused that it was something quite common when she was 30, and she had learned how to weave lace at the monastery. Clutching the lace tightly, she murmured, This isn't a dream. Suddenly, she flung open the door, startling the servants, and stomped out. The two maids broke out in a cold sweat. Did she hear us? They whispered. In a certain study, the butler of Arno was deeply engrossed in handling paperwork. Suddenly, Bianca burst through the door with a bang and shouted, Vinky, how old am I this year? The elderly butler turned pale. If he was startled like that a few more times, he might have a heart attack. He stammered in reply, It's Vincent, madam. Aren't you 18 this year? Bianca frowned and clicked her tongue. I'm only 18? Then she pressed on, Where is the Count? The butler responded, He has been fighting on the front lines for 2 months now, madam. Vincent found the situation odd. The lady never inquired about her husband, yet today she seemed unusually interested. He mused that she probably didn't even know the Count was away. What on earth was she thinking? Bianca suddenly asked, "Do you know when he will return?" Vincent answered, "The last message I received said he would return in the winter." Bianca murmured, "Winter, huh? I see." Then she abruptly turned back to the butler and demanded, "Vinky, I want a few things. I hate the cold, so prepare a fox fur from that silver-gray fox." Vincent hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head to accept her command. After giving those orders, Bianca silently walked away. Vincent recalled the Count's instructions. If the lady has any requests, fulfill them. She lived comfortably and was well cared for in the Blanchefort domain. She left everything behind to marry someone like me. I must make up for those losses. Whatever she wants, ensure it is of the highest quality. It is my duty as her husband. Thinking of this, the old butler couldn't help but feel despondent. Did the Lord know how extravagantly his wife lived? If this was a political marriage, Count Zachary de Arno had yet to gain any benefits and was already at a loss. The silver fox fur coat was a very luxurious item, but the Count would still get it to please his wife, even if it meant spending a fortune. Bianca raised her hand to praise the old butler. "You always bring me surprises, Vinky. I am very pleased." He bowed respectfully and responded, "It's Vincent. If you wish to praise me, at least remember my name." "Ah, yes, you asked when the Count would return, didn't you? I just received a telegram this morning. He has already returned to the Arno estate." Bianca frowned slightly, gripping the fox fur tightly and replied, "I see." At the Count's estate in the Arno territory of the Sevfranca Empire, two guards noticed something in the distance. It turned out to be the Lord's army. The wolf-headed flag fluttered in the snowfall, accompanied by the cheers of the local residents. The troops entered the fortress one by one, led by their illustrious lord, Count Zachary de Arno, the master of Bloodforge. He earned this nickname because his silver hair gleamed like a finely forged blade stained with the blood of countless foes. To them, that silver hair was an obsession that instilled fear with just a glance. In the courtyard of the estate, the old steward and his household respectfully welcomed the returning lord. He announced that a feast was prepared to celebrate the army's return after their long journey. Count Zachary de Arno, seeing how weary his soldiers were, decided to let them rest and indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. On this side, a knight was persuading a young man to join the military. His name was Sowing, one of the three principal commanders of the Arno army. The other two were Gaspa and Robert. Despite not being blood relatives, they regarded each other as brothers in arms born and bred on the battlefield. Lost in their banter, they failed to notice a girl approaching. Bianca had been standing behind Sowing for a while and cleared her throat to get his attention. However, he didn't notice, dismissing her due to her young age and soft voice. Feeling ignored, Bianca deliberately cleared her throat louder, almost shouting. Only then did the men startle and turn around. Sowing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Lady Countess! It's an honor to meet you." The soldiers bowed respectfully to Bianca. She spoke coolly. "All right, where is the Count now?" This brought a shift in the scene, indicating Bianca's importance and the respect accorded to her as the Count's wife. Sowing replied, "The Count must be in his chambers by now. He wanted to freshen up before the feast." Bianca glanced away and pondered for a moment, then simply said, "I understand," before abruptly turning and leaving. The encounter lasted less than a minute, yet it left everyone sweating and on edge. Though surprised, Sowing tried to keep his voice steady as he whispered to himself, "She's grown so much in such a short time, hasn't she? Last time I saw the lady, she only reached my waist." He then cast a helpless glance in her direction and muttered, "See that silver fur? The larger she grows, the more extravagant she becomes. Such fur is exceedingly precious because white foxes are very difficult to hunt." Robert stepped forward to intervene. "Enough, Sowing. Don't meddle in matters that the Count would disapprove of." Sowing looked crestfallen, knowing that even Robert was dissatisfied with the Count's disgraceful wife. While the two young men bickered, Gaspa, quiet but astute, noticed the unusual situation. It was the first time the lady had sought out the Count unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Bianca paced the hall, reflecting on how many years had passed since she last saw her husband. Was it 15 or 16 years ago? Of course, counting even the time from their past lives. She had an important matter to discuss with him, so she proceeded directly to his chamber without hesitation. Bianca hesitantly opened the door and murmured to herself, "Who is he talking to?" If she hadn't opened the door, she wouldn't have seen a whole new world. The scene made her blush and her heart beat faster. Bianca had timed it perfectly. The Count was changing clothes. His body was strong and robust, marked by scars of war. Few could resist such a lure. With his keen senses, Zachary noticed someone spying. "Bianca," he called out to his wife, catching her in a moment of embarrassment, her face flushed red. Zachary adjusted his shirt as he hesitantly asked, "Why are you here? Is something important? If you need anything, you can speak with Vincent." Bianca stared back at him wide-eyed and retorted, "Do I have to have something important to see you? I heard you came back, so I came to see you." She frowned. "In the end, I am your wife." Zachary looked at her seriously after she said that. The steward stood between them, deeply concerned. Bianca felt uncomfortable standing before a cold and intimidating man. Why wasn't he saying anything? Could it be that he felt bothered by her invasion when he was tired and had a lot to discuss? Should I return to my room and come back tomorrow? But a second later, Bianca looked up and firmly decided, "No, I swore I would not go into a rut in the past. If I don't take another step, I might be like before." Once again, she turned her head towards the steward and loudly requested, "Sir, please leave. I need to talk to the Lord for a moment." Vincent was stunned, and he agreed like a robot. But as soon as he stepped out of the room, the old man listened in on the conversation between the two. He approached the door and mumbled to himself, "What does Lady Bianca want to discuss with the Lord? What does she want to say to the Lord?" Zachary spoke up, starting the conversation, "I didn't think the day would come when you really wanted to talk to me." He folded his arms and calmly asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Bianca hesitated in her response, I propose this. We've been married for 9 years, and this winter I will turn 19. Therefore, I want to fulfill the duties of a wife." Zachary tilted his head and furrowed his brow, asking, "Duties? What do you mean?" Bianca swallowed nervously and suddenly stepped closer to him. Zachary's eyes widened at her words. "As the heiress, I am ready to bear a child to continue the Arno Count's lineage. I will bear a child for you. The life of a noble lady is always controlled by harsh customs, serving her family, marrying into another family, and bearing children for the husband's family. If that girl's father and relatives are no longer there, or if she is not taken care of by her husband's family, she will suffer a lot. That's why I want to have a child with you." Zachary frowned as he looked at her, contemplating her words. He hesitated in his response, "Honestly, I find this a bit confusing. Do you know what it takes to have a child?" Upon hearing this, Bianca immediately blushed. She retorted with frustration, "He still sees me as a child. How could I not know? Even though this body is only 18 years old, my soul is much older than his. I have lived longer than him before dying. Moreover, in my previous life, before I turned 20, I had sex with him. I still remember how he tortured me on the bed. How could I not know that?" Bianca stammered, I know. I've heard enough from the servants to understand what I need to do. My duty is to bear and raise the heir of the Arno Count. So..." Before she could finish her sentence, Zachary's imposing figure loomed before her. Bianca involuntarily jolted at the sight of his serious expression. "So you think you can do that?" Zachary stepped closer to her, his voice cold and distant. "We both know how a child is conceived. Are you willing to do that with me to become pregnant?" Zachary deliberately blocked the door, causing Bianca to startle. She knew he was angry, despite anticipating that the Count would disapprove of this discussion. Yet she still felt fear in the presence of this formidable man. Sensing her trembling, Zachary spoke icily. "I understand now. You still fear me." Bianca, bewildered, asked, "Why?" Zachary didn't say much, calmly suggesting they both rest to avoid this conversation. But, Bianca persisted. Wait. Seeing him about to open the door, Bianca panicked. "No. If we can't have a child, I'll live a miserable life like before." "No, absolutely not, we can't let it be like that." She grabbed his hand and exclaimed loudly, "My lord." Zachary paused, taken aback by her respectful tone. "Do you remember how much my dowry cost?" Zachary stood silent for a moment before releasing the door handle. Bianca looked at him with concern, but her expression quickly turned to shock as she heard him list a series of expensive items: 400 cows, 900 pigs, 100 silver bowls, 300 silk scarves, 2 treasure chests, and an estate, totaling Arno's income for 2 years. The dowry consisted of the items that the bride would bring to her husband's house upon marriage, akin to an inheritance. It was provided by the bride's parents for her new home. Bianca knew it was a substantial amount and not easy to tally up accurately. In case her husband ever wished to kick her out and remarry, he would certainly remember that amount, as they would have to return all of that dowry to her. So the rumors were true after all. Bianca raised her voice, "So, the Earl has a lover on the side. Don't worry, I won't stand in your way. Feel free to be with her." Zachary frowned deeply. "What?" Continuing, Bianca said, "You can marry her if you wish. I won't interfere in your affairs. My family paid a hefty dowry for me to be here. So let me fulfill my duties and prove my worth." After delivering a verbal slap in the face, Bianca saw the Earl's simmering anger evident on his face. Surely, any husband would feel offended when his wife spoke of his lover right in front of him. Zachary let out a sigh. He didn't know where she heard about the affair, but right now, he just wanted to rest and asked her to discuss inheritance matters another time. Bianca was indignant and intended to say more, but he quickly called for the steward to escort her out. "Vincent, I know you're there. Take the lady away." The old steward opened the door and witnessed the tense atmosphere between the two. Bianca tried to hold on to the Earl, insisting, "Listen to me, this is extremely important to me." Count Zachary buried his face in his hands wearily as the door closed firmly behind him. Feeling helpless, he clenched his lips tightly, reflecting on his wife, whose foster mother had recently passed away due to an infectious disease. She had accompanied Bianca from Blanchefort and had been the only one Bianca had truly opened up to. After her foster mother's death, Bianca had refrained from eating, drinking, and spent days and nights in tears. "Don't come near me. I've just returned from the battlefield. Why didn't you change your armor before coming here? All I smell is fresh blood on you." Zachary recoiled from the fox fur she had just dropped. The first time she came to Arno, she burst into tears as soon as she saw me, avoiding me every time I returned from the battlefield and saying that I smelled of fresh blood. Yet today, she touched me without hesitation. As I sniff myself, I silently ponder that I still carry that scent of blood. I wonder how my wife has changed during her absence. Outside the room, Bianca was visibly upset as her intentions had failed. Since that one night together at the age of 20, she and Zachary hadn't been intimate again because he left for the battlefield right after. Consequently, she hadn't been able to have a child. When she turned 26, the Earl died in battle, meaning she had only 7 more years from now to conceive a child with him before his death. Bianca's eyes blazed with determination. "I have to take the initiative, even if it means throwing myself at him," she resolved. Seeing her still standing there, the old steward nervously urged her to return to her room. Suddenly, Bianca turned and glared at him. "Fine, don't follow me. I want to be alone now," she said before dashing past the steward like a gust of wind. As he watched her retreating figure, Vincent noticed her fox fur cloak was missing. That afternoon, Bianca gazed at the sunset, lost in thought. Although she knew she had to share a bed with the Earl to conceive, she doubted he would come to her. Even if she sought him out, he would likely send her away. Remembering his muscular frame, Bianca realized she had never truly known her husband had such a robust body. Blushing, she mused, "Of course, in my previous life, I only saw him dimly in the dark." Bianca thought about her own body. It wasn't soft and hadn't fully developed. If she were a man, it would make more sense. She wondered what his lover was like. Was she the daughter of a serf or a noble? But she guessed he must love her deeply. Bianca recalled the moment he accurately listed the dowry and thought he might be ready to send her back to her parents in Blanchefort. That way, he could marry his lover and make her the Countess of Arno. Who the Count loved didn't matter. But the thought of him having a child with someone who had given his heart to another woman made her feel disgusted. Suddenly, someone draped the white fox fur cloak over her shoulders from behind. Zachary's gentle voice followed, "You left this in my room." Bianca's cheeks immediately flushed. He continued to compliment her, "It suits you very well." She noted every sensation as his hand moved away, staring at him in a daze. He said, "Thank you very much for today," and then he left. Bianca was stunned. Did he just thank her? Thank her for what? And why did he suddenly bring her the fox fur cloak? Could he be subtly scolding her for having spent so much on extravagant items in the past? This sometimes still happened. Zachary would give her a squirrel fur coat instead of something more expensive like a mink coat. Her nurse had been incredibly angry when her mistress wasn't given the luxuries befitting her status. She had turned sharply and launched into a tirade against him. Despite being granted the title of Count, Zachary cannot bestow the finest things upon his wife. "I've told him many times, Our Lady should have been married to the son of a prince. She shouldn't live in this shabby mansion. She should be a duchess, not a countess." Zachary could only tell her, "If you need anything, just inform the steward, Vincent." Everyone in Arno knew that Lady Bianca's nurse always complained like this. Not long after, the Count had achieved many military successes to help Arno develop and satisfy his wife's vanity. Thinking of this, Bianca believed the Count was indeed complimenting her. This was the first time she had visited him immediately after his return from the battlefield, so he must have been very surprised. It was also the first time the Count had shown a different side to his wife. "If I visit and talk to him regularly, I might be able to persuade him about the matter of the heir to the Count of Arno. I'll be throwing myself at him soon, so he better be prepared," Bianca thought, her resolve firm. Zachary, sensing some kind of spiritual signal, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up in bewilderment. The next day, Arno Castle became abuzz with unprecedented excitement as the staff discussed Lady Bianca personally seeking out the Count. Moreover, the Count himself had draped the fox fur cloak, which the lady had left in his room, over his wife. This was the first time they had seen the Earl and his wife display such intimate gestures. A brunette maid speculated that the Count and Countess might soon have good news, as their relationship seemed to be improving. However, the blonde maid was skeptical and smirked disdainfully. She's changed, has she? Something fishy must be going on for her to suddenly act like that. She declared boldly, the Count must be bewitched by her. How could he be swayed by that gloomy woman? The brunette maid exclaimed, God, someone will hear you. But the blonde maid retorted, so what? Everyone knows she's just a dark, willful woman. I'm only speaking the truth. She boasted, I'm sure I could warm the Count's bed much better than that woman. The brunette maid tried to hush her, warning, be careful with your mouth. You're insulting two respected masters, the brunette maid warned. The blonde maid continued to rant, even calling Lady Bianca a reptile or a frog. She had no idea that a figure was swiftly approaching from behind. Bianca, her face filled with fury, struck her hard, shouting, shut your mouth. The protagonist is truly remarkable, very decisive. In a room where Bianca was engrossed in lace knitting, a woman approached her. This woman, with a delicate demeanor, asked, did you tell Zachary that I'm here to help you and the Count have an heir? Bianca's face darkened. Who is this woman, Zachary? Is she your lover? The woman beamed brightly and continued, don't worry, Zachary and I will manage the Arno estate and its lands for you. So, my dear, all you need to do is stay in your room like always. Zachary looked up and quietly said, we'll discuss the heir later. As usual, if you need anything, just tell Vincent. Bianca was left behind, stunned, feeling forsaken, yet he was the only one who could provide what she truly desired, aside from the Earl himself. Bianca woke up with tears streaming down her cheeks. She sat dazed on the edge of her bed, melancholy from the vivid dream. Even when Zachary showed a different side, she couldn't be sure of his intentions toward her. Furrowing her brow, Bianca pondered approaching him about the heir issue. As she left her room lost in thought, Bianca unintentionally overheard a conversation among the servants. Surely the Earl has been enchanted by her, how else could he be moved by that gloomy woman? Bianca pressed herself against the wall to eavesdrop on them. Nevertheless, everyone knew she was just a dark, willful woman who always had her way. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm sure I can warm the Count's bed much better than that wench, Bianca said angrily, her voice trembling. How dare a servant speak like that? Even when we're on the same path and have to beg for food, there are some things I can still endure and ignore, she continued, swiftly moving towards the blonde woman, her face flushed with anger, and raised her hand to strike her hard, shut your mouth. How dare you say I'm dry and ugly and stiff like a stick? I know I'm as cold-blooded as a snake or a toad, but even if I'm a snake, I'm a venomous one, she threatened, raising her sleeve and growling each intimidating word. From now on, you'll just use that deformed mouth to serve me. Bianca turned to the maid behind her and ordered her to bring a ruler. The blonde woman's face paled at this moment. Bianca continued her threat, you're unlucky today, my mood isn't quite good. So my hand might be a bit shaky. Shortly after, the maid brought a long ruler. Bianca immediately snatched it and struck. With an angry glare towards the blonde woman, she demanded, put your hand out. The maid could only cry and obey. The ruler swished through the air, striking Bianca while she cursed her harshly. It was a pitiful sight for a foul-mouthed maid. The sound of the punishment caught the attention of other servants. A worried servant urged the person next to them to fetch the steward while Bianca raised the ruler high, poised to strike down. The final blow, Bianca's arm suddenly halted. She startled and turned around. The man exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Bianca, bewildered, asked, who are you? He too was surprised that the mistress didn't recognize him. There was no one who didn't know the three talented commanders under Lord Zachary's command. Among them, Sir Robert was a loyal knight who had served the Count long before the mistress arrived. Yet she didn't recognize him at all. I am Robert, madam, Robert calmly replied. Bianca, now recalling the servants who often obeyed Lord Zachary, vaguely remembered him. However, she persisted in disciplining her maid for her recent misconduct. Robert continued to urge her, concerned about the severity of the punishment. The blonde maid, noticing the commotion behind her, remained defiant, insisting she spoke the truth. Bianca abruptly jerked Robert's hand away, her voice sharp and pointed, gossiping to the point of insulting your mistress, are we? I know it's the truth, but I must overlook it for her sake, while I endure the humiliation. She glared fiercely, dare you call me a cold and terrible wife? You even dare to dream of the Count in front of me, causing the blonde maid to recoil in fear at Bianca's expression. Why is everything in such turmoil? Zachary had arrived unnoticed, surprising Bianca. She was taken aback by the Count's sudden appearance, her brows furrowing in annoyance as he interrupted her disciplining of the maid. The blonde maid, relieved to see the noble lord who had always been compassionate, shed tears of gratitude. Previously, someone had stolen wheat from the castle. Though deserving of punishment, the Count had pardoned him and even provided a bag of wheat. Surely, he would show the same mercy to her. Seeing this woman looking at her husband so tenderly, Bianca glared with jealousy and suspicion. Is she the lover you're hiding, Zachary? Unaware of his wife's thoughts, Zachary noticed her bleeding hand, deeply pained and infuriated. Bianca, are you hurt? Only now did she notice her own hand, scratched and bleeding from her furious grip. However, Bianca paid no heed. The Count turned to Vincent and instructed him to fetch a doctor for his wife. Bianca retorted, no need for that. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about the face of the girl you love. Is she your mistress? I was just disciplining a servant, but it seems to have stirred up your attention, so I'll stop here. You should take care of your lover. After her outburst, Bianca turned sharply and stomped away immediately. Vincent called after her, Madam, what about your hand? Bianca replied irritably, it's fine. I have nothing more to say. Go tend to her face. She watched her angry wife's retreating figure, then Zachary finally spoke up, what have you done? Explain yourself. Count, the blonde maid switched to her superlative acting mode, I was just doing my normal duties. And what happened next? Zachary's stern voice made the blonde maid's face darken. Just normal duties, huh? Then why did my wife accuse you of being my lover? The blonde maid now realized her blunder and bit her lip in frustration. Zachary turned to the steward and coldly instructed, Vincent, silence her. Once the Count left, Vincent turned to the blonde maid and said, pack your things and leave. I've heard enough. As a servant, you should watch your tongue, but it seems you have no intention of being discreet, do you? You're not fit to stay here, so leave. The blonde maid's face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to plead, but Vincent paid her no mind. Suddenly, Zachary noticed Robert still standing there. Why are you still here? He asked. Robert replied, I happened to see Madam earlier. She must be very upset. I just didn't expect him to act so quickly without noticing her expression. Someone who isn't very interested in what's going on around and staying in the room all the time can do that? Vincent believed she only did what she should, but he was sure Lady Bianca saw this place differently. In her room, Bianca lay stretched out on the bed. Now she began to feel the pain, so she pounded the mattress in frustration. If I'm hurting like this, she must be in much more pain, she thought, finding some satisfaction in that idea. Bianca suddenly thought of the Count, imagining he might be consoling her at this moment. She gently kissed her swollen hand and whispered, one day, he will dismiss me to make room for her. Bianca angrily curled up and noticed the white fox fur. Despite its luxurious and warming qualities, it couldn't speak or comfort her in moments like this. She wrapped herself around the fur and quietly remembered her foster mother, Jan. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, knock knock, and it turned out to be the brown-haired maid from earlier. She had come to take care of Madam's wound. Please trust me, Madam. I'll just apply some ointment, and the wound will heal quickly, Yvonne said. Seeing the maid's hopeful expression, Bianca frowned for a moment but eventually agreed. The maid had heard about Madam's foster mother passing away from an illness. She was someone who had always been by Madam's side, serving and caring for her. Now that she was gone, and knowing Madam was feeling lonely, the maid wanted to be the one to fill that void. Her gentle and caring demeanor touched Bianca's cold heart. As a child, despite Bianca's efforts to appear strong in front of others and endure everything that came her way, her foster mother had always been the one who understood her the most and tenderly cared for her wounds. She had kindly said that because Madam was so noble, no one would dare to take advantage. But eventually, someone would understand Madam's heart. When that person appears, please tell them to hold you hand tightly. After the ointment was applied, Bianca frowned, thinking about her failed attempt to get closer to the Count. If the Count fell for someone else, he wouldn't want to have children with her. Not having children meant her status in Arno would be unstable. What should I do? Bianca wondered to herself. Ooh, this is so beautiful, she suddenly snapped out of her thoughts as she heard Yvonne exclaim. The maid was admiring her embroidered lace. It looks like something a goddess would wear, Yvonne said. This is the first time I've seen such beautiful fabric. Bianca suddenly realized something and smiled unconsciously. That's right, I have something. Even if I don't have a family or a husband and children, I still have something that can be my own strength. 10 years ago, when Zachary was in Lahas, the capital of Sevfranca, he met someone who changed his entire life. "Hey, young knight, wait," the man panted as he ran after him and asked, "Are you the son of Viscount Wigu?" Zachary replied, "3 years ago, due to the war, my family was valued by His Majesty. Now I am the head of the Arno family." The man, catching his breath, said, "So you are indeed the son of Viscount Wigu, Baron Zachary de Arno." The man introduced himself as Count Gustave de Blanchefort. He is the right-hand man of the first Prince Gautier and a loyal vassal of the Sevfranca Empire. He was eager to have a private conversation, so he invited Zachary to the garden for comfort. Gustave seemed to be a very affable and articulate person, but Zachary took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. "So, what do you want to discuss with me?" Gustave didn't beat around the bush either and began to speak. "All my life, I have devoted myself to the king with all my heart, and to Prince Gautier. He will inherit the throne to rule Sevfranca. I have never doubted his abilities, not even once. However, the second Prince Jacob has built a faction to support his claim to the throne. Though it's only a few people, it's quite concerning." Suddenly, Gustave looked at him and smiled, asking, "Are you willing to become the sword of the first prince?" Zachary was momentarily stunned, but he replied that he still considered himself unskilled, holding only the rank of baron, without a solid standing, so he didn't dare dream of standing alongside the future emperor. Gustave knew he was only being modest. Zachary de Arno, the one known as the Black Wolf of Sevfranca, who joined the battlefield at 16 and earned the title of Baron through glorious achievements, Gustave affirmed, "You will be the one to stand by first Prince Gautier, both now and in the future. I am telling you directly to take pride in the honor of serving Prince Gautier and join me in moving towards a prosperous Sevfranca that awaits you." Zachary was also familiar with the first prince, who, after all, held a secure claim to the throne. He accepted the offer and expressed his sincere desire for Gustave's guidance. The Count was overjoyed that Zachary had accepted. However, there was one more matter. He wanted to ask the opinion of this skilled knight. With a twinkle in his eye and an incredibly excited expression, Gustave asked directly, "This might be a bit sudden. But what do you think about marriage?" Seeing his face like that of a young girl in love, Zachary suddenly doubted his life choices and asked back, "With you, sir?" Gustave replied, "You silly boy, I'm already married. That would be quite odd." He continued excitedly, "I have a lovely daughter who is not yet betrothed. If you marry my daughter, we would not only be allies but also family through the Blanchefort lineage. Moreover, I would support you through my connections and assets. I believe this is a valuable opportunity for your life. I hope you can make the most of everything you have." Indeed, Count Blanchefort had made an irresistible offer, especially for someone like Zachary, who had been cast out from his home and left with nothing. Therefore, Zachary quickly became engaged to the Count's daughter in a political marriage of convenience, even though her dowry was equivalent to Arno's 2-year budget. Zachary wasn't afraid of the criticism about the unequal match. He quietly resolved that he would need to strive harder since this was a marriage of convenience. So, Baron Zachary, the war god of Sevfranca, had nearly sold himself to the Blanchefort family. Now, he had met his precious wife. Zachary gazed at her face, his mind filled with many thoughts, but he was taken aback when he saw her delicate hands horribly scratched. That very night, Zachary summoned his 3 most talented commanders to discuss a matter of utmost importance. What could be so serious, they wondered. Are the Aragons invading again? We just got home yesterday, and now we might have to head back to the battlefield? All 3 were very anxious, so when they reached the Count's study, they burst through the doors without a second thought. Zachary couldn't help but marvel at their swiftness. "Count, what is it? Are the Aragons causing trouble again? If we have to leave now." One of the commanders began, but Zachary interrupted, "No, this is even more serious." Robert, hearing this, became very worried. Could it be a war? Gaspa was equally anxious. What could it be then? Meanwhile, Sowing couldn't help but think that the Count looked quite cool wearing glasses today. "I want you to be bodyguards for my wife. I mean, one of you," Zachary said. The 3 men were stunned into silence. "What? This is more serious than a war. Why do we have to be the lady's bodyguards when she stays in her room all day?" they exclaimed. Robert, perceptive as always, had already guessed that something had happened today to prompt the Count's decision. Sowing, slow to catch on, asked, "So?" Sowing thought the Count wanted to silence witnesses or use money to keep them quiet. "You're being too noisy, Sowing." "Shut up," Zachary calmly explained. "I heard that Bianca often spends the entire day in her room. This will likely happen again if she goes out like that. I don't want to see my wife getting hurt, so I will have a trusted person protect her within the Arno estate. She deserves that." On a beautiful morning at the Arno estate, Yvonne had woken up early to bring a wash basin for her lady. Seeing that Bianca still wanted to sleep in, the perceptive maid drew the curtains to let her sleep a bit longer. While her mistress was still dozing, Yvonne gently cleaned the wounds on Bianca's hands. She reflected, thinking that she and her lady were like two parallel lines. However, Yvonne had a younger sister who, when they were young, had to marry an older carpenter. This caused the sisters to rarely see each other. Whenever Yvonne saw her lady alone in the vast estate, she saw a reflection of her own sister. Yvonne, Bianca woke up in a daze and called out to Yvonne, realizing that the maid's gentle demeanor had dispelled her desire to sleep in. "Could you help me change clothes?" she asked. "Yes, of course, but are you planning to go outside, madam?" Yvonne inquired. Bianca replied enthusiastically, "Yes, I have a lot to do today." As she walked through the mansion's hallways, Yvonne noticed her mistress shivering from the cold. The maid approached and said, "Madam, I forgot to bring your fur coat. I will go back to the room and fetch it for you." Bianca smiled warmly at Yvonne's attentiveness, noting her quickness and kindness. She wondered if they had met in a previous life, perhaps things would have been different if they had met earlier. However, she quickly brushed off these thoughts, realizing there was no time for what-ifs. This was reality, and regretting the past would only waste time. In the steward's office, old Vincent was quite startled when the lady of the house suddenly expressed her desire to take over the entire estate. She pointed to herself confidently and said, "I am 18 years old now, old enough to handle all responsibilities in this mansion. So, I want you to gradually hand over the work to me and guide me on managing the household, Vincy." The steward felt incredibly happy hearing the lady mention his name, even if it was incorrect. But Vincent sensed something peculiar ever since receiving that silver fox fur. The lady of the house no longer demanded luxurious items. If in the past she had been very elegant, now she seemed more like an ordinary person. Despite yesterday's incident where her behavior was somewhat stern, it turned out to be the fairest punishment. The lady had once mentioned finding a job, surely not a jest. Vincent, filled with determination, exclaimed loudly, "Trust in me, madam." Vincent approached the door and invited her outside to walk through and discuss the estate situation in detail. Bianca smiled softly, pleased to have achieved her first goal. Finding it difficult to conceive, she decided to challenge herself with something she had never done in her previous life, managing the Arno estate. She knew she had to learn and find talented individuals. If she could contribute to making the Arno domain prosper, the Count would surely see her in a different light, not as a useless child. Vincent led her outside to assess the estate, but there was a crucial first task Bianca was determined to accomplish, selecting one of the 3 commanders of the Count to serve as her personal bodyguard. "This is Robert, whom you met yesterday, right? This is Gaspa, he's quite reserved. And here is Sover, he's a staunch advocate of freedom," Vincent introduced enthusiastically, standing before the 3 distinguished commanders of Arno. However, Bianca couldn't help but feel that this situation was abrupt, and she noticed that all 3 men seemed reluctant. Bianca insisted that she only needed Vincent by her side and didn't want to choose anyone who would serve reluctantly. Vincent's expression turned serious as he replied, "But madam, this is the Count's order." "Indeed, Zachary is the one in charge here because of what you've accomplished that caught his attention, so Bianca thinks the Count wants to use trusted people as bodyguards to monitor her." From upstairs, Zachary observed every gesture his wife made. Bianca appeared visibly troubled because if trusted individuals were appointed as her bodyguards for monitoring purposes, everything she did would inevitably reach the Count's ears. Bianca furrowed her brow in thought. Though marriage meant following her husband's lead, the Count had never imposed anything on her. Therefore, this time she would comply with his wishes. Robert, he didn't seem to understand what was going on yesterday and hastily intervened, surely he would be prone to meddling. Gaspa, what about him? He appeared calm, but she wasn't particularly interested. Sover? Humph, he seemed outgoing. So? Bianca was about to choose him, then saw Sover's cheesy expression. Bianca immediately recoiled inwardly, thinking, not refined at all. I will never choose him, never. She shivered from the cold and felt tense facing the most difficult decision of her 2 lifetimes. Despite not liking anyone, she had to choose. Bianca blushed slightly when someone draped a fox fur over her. Who could it be? It can't possibly be. Her mind briefly thought of that gentleman. Apologizing for keeping her waiting, she realized it was Yvonne who had kindly brought the fur to her. Suddenly, a radiant and warm-hearted girl approached, causing Sover to almost drop his jaw in admiration. He leaned over to the other 2 and whispered, "Who is that girl? Seems like the lady holds her dear." Robert also found it strange. The lady couldn't remember my name, yet she remembers the name of a humble maid. When Yvonne noticed the 3 knights whispering among themselves, she promptly bowed gracefully with radiant elegance. This caused all three of them to blush immediately. Bianca appreciated Ivan for lightening the heavy atmosphere. Nevertheless, she was still annoyed that none of them volunteered to be her bodyguard. Suddenly, a hand went up. I will be the lady's bodyguard. Everyone was surprised to see Gaspa, usually quiet, suddenly take the initiative like this. Bianca scrutinized him closely. Indeed, he resembled the Count. She couldn't fathom what was going through both of their minds. If he were to truly be my bodyguard, I would feel quite uncomfortable. On this side, Gaspa's two friends were trying to deter him earnestly. Hey, just say you're kidding, they whispered to each other, though Bianca heard it all and smirked. Nevertheless, she didn't feel awkward about the situation anymore. Bianca turned to the butler and said, let it be settled this way. As she was about to disperse from the place, a step approached, and his call made her ears blush. Zachary moved closer to his wife, causing her to feel embarrassed, but he just looked at her without saying a word. What's going on? Why did you suddenly come here and look at me like that? Zachary replied, I just wanted to meet you for a moment. Bianca blushed deeply as his hand reached out and gently caressed her skin. This series of actions made everyone around stare in astonishment. Bianca's heart had been pounding erratically since she looked up at her husband. Zachary just blurted out, you're feverish, as she hugged her warm cheeks and reassessed herself. Ivan, in a panic, checked thoroughly and noticed the warmth emanating from Bianca, likely due to standing outside without a coat for long. Robert glanced suspiciously towards the Count's study. Has he been observing us all this time? Meanwhile, Zachary draped his coat over Bianca. You all carry on with your duties. I have something to discuss with my wife, he said, then lightly touched Bianca, causing her to startle and ponder various thoughts. He escorted her back into the mansion amidst the admiration and surprise of the onlookers. Bianca silently speculated on Zachary's intentions as they walked through the hall. Don't tell me he wants me to apologize to that woman, she thought to herself. Yeah, how did she look again? I forgot, blonde hair, right? Bianca looked at Zachary's calm demeanor and couldn't help but seethe with anger. While he was happy with his lover, she felt nothing but loneliness in that room. Bianca stopped and demanded, if I weren't sick, what excuse would you have to talk to me? Zachary remained silent, just staring at his wife. If you want me to apologize to her, it's not going to happen. I have my own dignity, even if she's your most beloved mistress, I will always be the lady of this estate, Bianca asserted, visibly uncomfortable. Bianca was taken aback by Zachary's sudden assertion. If it's that maid, I've already dismissed her, he stated calmly. Bianca, puzzled, exclaimed, what? Why would you? As she seemed to realize something, Bianca's voice rose sharply. Are you trying to take away my last ray of hope? Zachary looked weary as he gazed at the woman before him and quietly replied, I have no lover outside. Is it the fever or someone's heartbeat that I hear pounding so loudly and intensely? What is this scent? I can smell it on his wrist. In a past life, I've definitely smelled this before, it's the scent of musk. As his arm moved away, Bianca felt ashamed and berated herself, I must be going mad. Now she understood her husband wasn't emotionally attached to anyone else. Yet Bianca still felt uneasy. If she had a child before, she wouldn't need to be so suspicious now. Perhaps she didn't need to worry about what others thought of her anymore. Besides, it was too early to think about having children now. Bianca then shifted the conversation to the matter of having a bodyguard close to her. I already have a maid, so I don't need that. Zachary replied calmly, between a trained knight and a maid who only knows household chores, who do you think would protect you better? Bianca was speechless for a moment. She gritted her teeth and continued to argue, if I stay locked up in the mansion, what could possibly happen? Zachary softened his tone upon hearing this, Bianca, the Arno estate isn't just my property, it's ours. Bianca suddenly looked bewildered, ours? She absent-mindedly traced the ring on her ring finger and trembled slightly. Even in their previous life, he had never spoken to me like this before. Zachary gently said, the weather is turning cold, let's not linger here anymore. Due to Zachary, Bianca's plans for the day were completely ruined. She wanted to say a few more words, but the fever had worsened, forcing her to lie still in bed for a few days. In this way, Bianca sank deep into a beautiful dream. In the Count's study, Zachary was discussing matters with his 3 lieutenants. Since Gaspa had been chosen as the lady's bodyguard, his current duties would be redistributed between the remaining 2. The steward noticed that the lady had been acting strangely lately. Although she had been very difficult before, she now suddenly asked him to teach her how to manage the estate. I wonder how long the lady will continue to be like this, he mused. In recent days, she seems to have transformed into a different person. She has started going out more and doing various tasks. "So, what exactly did you say to the lady, my lord?" the steward inquired, curiosity etched on his face. All three men standing nearby were equally curious about the matter between him and the lady. Zachary responded casually, "She thinks I'm hiding a mistress." The men stared in shock. "She is fearing that he might send her back to Blanchford." Recalling the scene where the lady glared and harshly reprimanded the blonde woman, Robert realized, was she that angry because of what you did yesterday? Zachary, knowing that her father had not sent any letters to his daughter, was surprised by his coldness. Even when Bianca's older brother died of an infectious disease 5 years ago, Zachary saw how devastated his wife was. When he went to meet her father, Lord Blanchford, he merely showed indifference and said that he would ask the first prince to pray for the patient so that the epidemic could be quickly eradicated. He didn't care about Bianca at all. Zachary instructed the butler to guide her diligently and pay special attention to what she wanted, then report back to him, "Before spring arrives, I want her to get used to me. I will take her to the capital, Lahas." Robert and Sowing were utterly shocked. They thought the bodyguard duty would last only a few months. But it seemed they would have to endure the lady's nagging for a long time. They hoped nothing significant would happen until then. Imagining escorting the lady from Arno to the capital, and picturing her haughty demeanor during the long carriage ride, and how she might nag at Gaspa, they felt sorry for the usually quiet Gaspa. Sowing felt like he might as well ascend to heaven now, but he still didn't understand why the Count wanted to take the lady to the capital. Thinking about it, the lady had been married since she was very young, and now she was 18 and still without a child. Did she intend to sit in her room forever, waiting for her husband? With this thought, Sowing suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, is the reason you want to take the lady to the capital because of an heir? Are you wanting to have a child?" Zachary maintained a calm expression, but within 3 seconds, his entire face turned red with embarrassment. We'll have a child," he muttered, turning away. "I don't want to talk about this. How are those two things related?" Sowing sipped his tea and mused to himself, "I didn't expect him to get flustered, turning red like that. If the Count gets angry, it'll be serious. I better keep my mouth shut." Robert said, "So that's your purpose? If we head to the capital in the spring?" Zachary immediately cut him off. "No, that's not it. I just want to get away for a bit." The attendant paused, while the Count mused to himself, "Anyway, there's no rush. Should I tell her about this or not?" All three men were sweating bullets, thinking to themselves, if the lady doesn't want to go, it would be perfect. They couldn't understand where the Count got the confidence that she would agree, and somewhere in the manor, there was someone still unaware of this plan. A few days after Bianca recovered from her illness, she continued learning how to manage the manor. "Sorry, Vincent, I'm late," she said as the old butler greeted her, then gasped in shock. He couldn't tell how many layers of clothing Bianca had piled on, but today she looked like a matryoshka doll. Ivan ran up and explained, "I couldn't bear to see the lady catch a cold like that. If I had known, I would have brought more than just the fox fur." Bianca, uninterested in her maid's rambling, quickly followed the butler. All four walked along a hill, listening to Vincent talk about the terrain of the estate and the Arno territory. In her previous life, Bianca hadn't bothered to take a single glance at this place, but Vincent had once guided her about the geography of Arno. Back then, it was shortly after the Count had fallen on the battlefield, and Bianca had been driven out of the estate by the Count's brother. It was Vincent who had taken pity on her and shown her the way to leave and reach Blanchford. Listening to Vincent, Bianca walked barefoot all day and night on flat ground, which eased her journey somewhat compared to her days as a beggar. Now, she found the place truly frightening, but she had made up her mind to live well and enjoy everything in this wonderful land. When Ivan was waiting for Lady Bianca, he overheard someone mocking her. "Is that woman the Countess? I heard she slapped and fired a maid named Auntie who worked at the mansion. They say she looks skinny, frail, and ugly, but look at her, she's not skinny at all, she's quite plump. Some even say her face is as big as a loaf of bread." Well, that's enough to know how hard she slapped Auntie. Ivan felt awkward hearing people gossip about the plump Countess, thinking, it's just because today she's wearing many layers of clothes. But, I wonder if the Countess heard them? Here, Bianca was deeply focused and paid no attention to the chatty women nearby. She only wondered aloud, who embroidered this piece of fabric, and how long did it take? The hired worker with dark hair nervously raised his hand and replied, "I did, Lady Countess. It took me 4 days, and it's still being finished." Bianca commanded, "You, come see me tomorrow." With that said, she promptly turned and left. Observing the Countess's demeanor, the dark-haired worker continued trembling, unsure of what mistake he might have made. However, Bianca felt very satisfied because the woman was not only intelligent but also quick-witted and easy to direct. Vincent opened his notebook and mentioned that the next locations were a butcher shop and a candle shop. When Bianca heard about the candle shop, she became very excited. Despite being led to the butcher shop first by Vincent, she eagerly searched for the candle area and urged him to lead her there quickly. In her previous life, candles were luxurious items found in monasteries and were difficult to distribute, so Bianca wanted to see firsthand how they were made. A man pointed and said, "This is lard. I'll dip the wick in it and repeat until it thickens." Bianca felt like she was seeing a whole new horizon, but she still found it very different from the one in her own room, with a much stronger smell. Vincent explained, because they are made from different ingredients. The candles placed in the rooms and dining hall, where the lady and the count often retreat to, are made from beeswax. They are only harvested in spring when the bees produce honey, so the amount obtained is very scarce and expensive. However, they emit less black smoke and have a more pleasant scent, so they are used only in the ceremonies of royalty and religion. The count insisted, wherever the lady goes, it must be used, so you won't smell the lard anywhere. Upon hearing this, Bianca frowned and retorted, "Are you mocking my extravagant lifestyle? If the candles I use are too expensive and rare, you may exchange them for something else." Vincent, startled, tried to explain, but Bianca didn't listen and turned away abruptly. She just wanted to unsettle him like this. Suddenly, Bianca accidentally bumped into a box, from which suspicious murmurs emanated. When Gaspa opened the lid, a boy appeared with a bleeding hand. "Hey kid, who are you?" The boy trembled in fear as Gaspa grabbed and lifted him up. "Nicholas, what are you doing here?" Ivan remained cautious. "Madam, please stay behind me." Bianca didn't understand what was happening, but when she saw the boy holding a knife, she silently suspected someone had incited him to assassinate her. The old man from earlier explained that the boy was just a worker here and had run away out of anger towards his boss. Bianca noticed the boy was injured and instructed the knight to release him while the adults tended to his wounds. Peering into the box, Bianca's eyes sparkled at an exquisite item, a candle intricately carved with an image of the Virgin Mary. Even Vincent was amazed that the boy could transform scraps into such a remarkable candle. The boy hesitantly explained, "I didn't intend to make them from broken things. I was just helping the Virgin Mary. Last night, she said she was stuck in a candle and feeling uncomfortable, so I took a few to rescue her." Bianca turned to ask the boy if he had ever studied sculpting, and he shook his head, replying, "Never." It turned out, the boy's late father was a candlemaker, and being born into a poor family, he aspired to follow in his father's footsteps. However, he had a habit of carving those flawed candles. Vincent approached Bianca closely and whispered that despite the boy's talent, each candle was still the count's property, and using it for personal purposes was akin to theft. Bianca suddenly turned towards the boy, startling him. He trembled as he recalled the rumors about the cruel and ruthless countess. "What if she punishes me like they say?" "Boy!" Bianca's voice jolted him again. "Come see me tomorrow." Then she walked away, her silhouette gradually disappearing. The boy began to cry, "Hoo-hoo! Uncle, what should I do now? I'm so scared," he sobbed, and his uncle could only watch helplessly. Bianca spent the entire day learning how to manage the household. Early the next morning, the maid and the boy arrived at the count's mansion, looking bewildered. After waiting for a while, Ivan opened the door to let them in. As they walked through the hall, the boy thanked the maid for bandaging his wound the previous day. Ivan said, "The person you should thank is the lady. She instructed the maid to bandage it and even provided her own handkerchief." The boy immediately blushed and was astonished. How could someone as cruel and ruthless as the countess do such a kind thing? While Ivan was explaining this to the boy, another maid approached and intentionally bumped into Ivan, causing her to fall to the floor. The maid gave her a cold, sideways glance, glaring as she spat out, "Traitor." Ivan felt very upset. Since the maid auntie was expelled from the mansion, many bad rumors about the lady had spread to her friends. Suddenly, Ivan was seen as a traitor for serving the evil countess who had expelled their colleague from the mansion. The boy stepped forward to ask if Ivan was okay, but she simply replied that she hadn't been looking where she was going and had bumped into someone. She quickly put on a cheerful demeanor and led the two of them to a room where Bianca had been waiting for them since early morning. Both were very surprised, as the countess, who had seemed short and stout yesterday, appeared completely different today. Bianca didn't seem to notice their surprise and gently asked them both, "Can you keep a secret?" The dark-haired girl straightened up and firmly assured that she was very good at keeping secrets. Bianca responded, "That's good. Here is a design that you must not share with anyone until I give you permission. I will teach you how to lace, and within a week, you must make this for me." The girl took the design but suddenly realized she had no idea what lace was. Bianca abruptly turned to the boy. Last time, you took some of Arno's candles to carve. Do you know that's stealing and punishable by having your hand cut off? But because you are so young, I will give you a different punishment, she said, making the boy break out in a sweat. However, when he saw the luxurious beeswax candles in the box, he was astonished and stared at them wide-eyed. Bianca continued, your punishment is to carve as many of these candles as you like, but you must give me the finished products. I'll remind Vincent to give you more when you need them. The boy looked as if he was about to cry. Madam, this isn't a punishment, it's a reward. Why would you give me something so valuable? I thought I would be kicked out of here. Bianca merely smiled and replied, do you two know what an investment is? They both shook their heads, puzzled. When starting a business, one must invest to earn profits. I want to invest in your talents and create beautiful, valuable products. I will run my business with those. Lace is often seen on exquisite, handmade, and flowing dresses. It is very popular in Safranca and neighboring countries, and it will be a breakthrough in the fashion industry. The person who would lay the foundation for the lace-making industry was none other than Countess Bianca de. No one anticipated that she would become the center of the textile industry. Vincent was trembling when he saw the enormous quantity of linen fabric in the order and the beeswax candles Bianca had requested. However, Bianca had great faith in the boy's talent and mentioned that seeing beautiful things would make her very happy. The butler could only watch in dismay as the dark-haired maid spoke at length, after which Bianca dismissed him from the room. Vincent could only weep, tears streaming down his face. He had thought the countess had changed after receiving the silver fox fur, but it seemed she was spending even more extravagantly than before. Ah! Fire! A soaking wet, charred, and hole-ridden winter coat lay strewn across the floor. Yvonne was deeply saddened, as it was her only winter garment. Behind her, a group of servants giggled, and it was obvious they had a hand in it. They continued to mock her, anyway, the lady will soon tire of her and kick her out. Just wait and see. Yvonne sought help from a friend, but even they were unable to repair the severe damage caused by the fire. This friend was the one who brought the measuring tape that day and also reported the incident to the countess. She kindly offered Yvonne to use her coat temporarily, but Yvonne declined. I'm tough. This cold weather is nothing to me, she said defiantly, though her runny nose betrayed her discomfort in the chilly air. Bianca noticed her maid looking thinner and Yvonne shivering. Gaspa, feeling sympathetic, was about to step forward when the countess spoke up. I haven't worn that silver squirrel fur coat yet, so could you take care of that coat for me? Yvonne was taken aback. Me? Madam? Bianca continued casually, didn't I buy a silver fox fur coat? You can either discard that one or handle it as you see fit. Blushing and mumbling, Yvonne replied, but if possible, I would like to wear it. I want you to always be by my side in the best of health. Yvonne was deeply moved when she realized the countess was concerned about her well-being, unaware that at the same time, there was someone else who wanted to care for her but was restrained by the countess's firm hand over that matter. Yvonne quickly put on the squirrel fur coat that her mistress had given her. Seeing her maid so happy, Bianca was greatly pleased. Yvonne felt ecstatic, she had been called my maid by the countess. In return, Yvonne silently vowed, this coat will be passed down from generation to generation. Gaspa, standing behind them, blushed slightly and secretly thought that Yvonne looked very fitting in the coat. Today, Bianca was led to another place, a livestock farm where horses were allowed to roam freely throughout the winter to toughen them against the harsh cold. Bianca thought to herself that if she were ever expelled by Arno, she would probably just take one of these horses and leave. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly realized she had mentioned the worst-case scenario. Although she was determined to stay here, it still added pressure to her feelings. Vincent pointed ahead, revealing a scene that left Bianca astonished. Amidst hundreds of galloping horses, the Count himself was riding a black stallion, training them. Bianca, concerned, thought, such tasks should be entrusted to the knights. And in this cold, he shouldn't have all his buttons undone. Bianca stopped and watched the Count for a while, her worry for his loose buttons making her feel slightly warm. She couldn't help but be concerned about his well-being in the chilly weather. Today, Sowing came to the stables to bathe the horses. Thankfully, thanks to the Count, he didn't have to train the herd of horses himself. With the mare's mother nearby, he kissed and cuddled the young horse, acting as if he were its father. He even joked that if she had a boyfriend, she would have to bring him to Sowing for approval before marrying. As he was fussing over his beloved animals, Bianca's entourage arrived. Sowing, what are you doing? One called out. He was startled, preparing to explain what had just happened, but Bianca coldly said she would pretend she hadn't seen anything. Sowing had heard that the Countess was touring the entire estate. He remembered how, upon first arriving at her new home, she always showed her dissatisfaction and irritation openly, so he never knew how to behave around her. He even thought that today, the Countess had come here to mock him. Suddenly, the horse from earlier licked Ivan's face, startling her and causing her to step back. But she was caught just in time by the knight, Gaspa. The touch made him blush slightly. Ivan, not thinking much of it, simply said, "Thank you." Gaspa, feeling happy, patted the horse's face as if it were a reward for giving him such a rare opportunity. The Massa horse ranch of the Arno family is the largest concentration of warhorses in Sefranca. As the Count's power increased, so did his acquisition of warhorses. Bianca couldn't help but marvel. If one warhorse was worth as much as a house, then this ranch held the equivalent of several houses. Sowing revealed that these horses had once belonged to previous owners. Those who mocked the Count had failed in battle and had their horses seized by the Arno forces. Hearing Sowing praise the Count so highly, Bianca felt the urge to try riding one of the warhorses. Everyone exclaimed, "Ride a warhorse, my lady? Warhorses are very dangerous." Sowing stopped her, explaining that warhorses are very different from regular horses. They are intelligent and sensitive, and if a stranger tries to mount them, they will not hesitate to throw the person off. The steward, in a gentler manner, advised her that she could learn to ride, but she needed to seek the Count's permission. Everything had to be approved by her husband. This made Bianca a bit uncomfortable, but she accepted it nonetheless. She turned to Sowing and said, "If he permits, we'll be seeing each other often for riding lessons. I'll be counting on you." As she left, Bianca gently stroked the young horse from earlier and bid it farewell. Sowing was quite surprised by this. Seeing his friend standing there in a daze, Robert prompted him, "Why are you just standing there in the cold?" Still in shock, Sowing replied, "I thought the lady would say that Mass is dirty and smelly and not want to come near it." His face lit up as he exclaimed, "I can't believe it. The lady is much kinder than I ever imagined." Robert still couldn't believe it, but Sowing mentioned that the lady even patted his daughter, this little horse of his. He exclaimed excitedly, "The lady isn't afraid of those big warhorses," and even asked if she could ride them. "That's so cool." His face lengthened and he looked sentimental. "Looks like I've been smitten. I like confident and strong girls like that." Robert became even more suspicious when he heard this. The lady wants to ride warhorses? What's really going on at Arno? That evening, in Bianca's room, the maid was still diligently cleaning for her mistress. Seeing that Ivan had not returned yet, Bianca was a bit surprised. The maid said that she had warmed the bed to help the lady sleep better and then left. Bianca loved to leave her hair wet and snuggle into the warm blankets like this. She checked the lace handkerchief that the maid had woven herself. Indeed, the quality was excellent. If the maid could teach others, it would free up more of Bianca's time. As she pondered this, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into sleep. The lace basket fell to the floor as she dozed off. Sometime later, in her drowsy state, she heard a soft knock at the door. Someone entered and began gently drying her wet hair. Who could it be? The touch was as tender as Nanny Jan's. Bianca was taken aback to find her husband sitting beside her, tending to her hair. She asked softly, "Is it you?" Zachary blushed at the sight before him, his wife in a disheveled nightgown, and she stammered, "What are you doing here?" Zachary remained silent, not saying a word. Bianca thought to herself, "In my previous life, by the time I was 20, this never happened. I had been pushing for an heir early on. Has he changed his mind?" Thinking this, Bianca's eyes lit up. "I have to seize this opportunity," she resolved. Bianca grabbed his collar and swiftly climbed onto him, causing Zachary's cheeks to flush at the sudden action. "What should we do next?" Bianca said calmly. "Your body may be 18, but your soul is much older than the Count's," she thought to herself as she moved closer to his lips, trying to reassure herself, "It's okay, you can do this." As Bianca inched forward, blushing and following her mental steps, she was suddenly flung backward. When she regained her composure, she found herself sitting on the bed. Although Zachary didn't do anything, he blurted out an apology. "I came to talk, but then I saw you going to sleep with wet hair. If you catch a cold, what should I do? I plan to dry your hair and then leave." Bianca, frustrated that her plan was interrupted, shook with anger and snapped at Zachary, "Coming to talk this late?" But the Count only wanted to ask if the knight Gaspa had caused any inconvenience for his wife. Bianca responded, "Anyway, I feel uncomfortable because you weren't there to escort me. I feel comfortable around anyone except him because he's too burly and conspicuous. Otherwise, he does his job very well." Zachary hesitated a bit. "Really? He's doing very well," Bianca replied. She was puzzled by his displeased expression and wondered, why is he so tall? If he stands like that, I'll strain my neck just looking up at him. Suddenly, Bianca called out, "Husband." Zachary's eyes widened, and like a puppy, he quickly turned his gaze towards her. Did you just call me husband? Bianca responded, who else would I be calling? Just in time, I have something to ask. She patted the spot beside her and said, sit right here. Zachary hesitated for a moment, then sat down in the indicated spot. However, Bianca noticed he turned his back towards her. Still, she thought, it's good that he listens. Bianca hesitated before speaking, you might have heard from Vincent already. I intend to learn how to ride a horse, and I hope you will allow it. She tried to explain why the wife of a knight should know how to ride, but Zachary thought this activity was not suitable for someone with her physical condition. Bianca began to sulk. Vincent said I could learn anything I wanted, and now I want to learn to ride a horse. She gritted her teeth, determined to get her way. Zachary wasn't opposed to his wife learning to ride a horse, but he said, it would be more convenient to start learning in the spring. This season, it's very difficult to find young horses at the market. Can you wait until we find a suitable horse? Bianca responded, of course. When Zachary turned to look at her, he saw her with the triumphant expression of someone who had just won a victory. It was the first time she had successfully persuaded the Count to agree to her request, so she was very happy. Zachary noticed something unusual. His wife's face was radiant and bright, something he had never seen before. Caught up in her joy, Bianca suddenly paused. Oh no, control yourself. He'll think I'm childish again, won't he, she thought. But she only saw Zachary turn away, like a stone statue, and she became sad again. Does the Count hate my smile that much? Well, it's understandable. He's always ignored me because I'm just a child sold for a high price. Whatever I do doesn't matter, she thought to herself. Zachary then spoke up, on January 1st, there will be the Crown Prince's engagement ceremony, so I'll have to be in the capital, Lahas, until the end of spring. Hearing this, Bianca thought she would have to wait for him during that time. Zachary continued, at the beginning of summer, it will be the 50th anniversary of the Emperor's ascension, and because the roads are treacherous, I won't be back in Arno until the fall or winter of next year. She became despondent, thinking that this life was no different from her previous one. Because she couldn't produce an heir, the Count died on the battlefield, and she didn't receive her dowry. She was driven out of the estate, lived in regret, and eventually died spitting blood. Her entire life, from being the Countess to becoming a beggar, was filled with criticism and contempt from others. Living like that, what's the point? Lost in thought and on the verge of tears, Bianca startled when she heard the Count call out, Bianca. She quickly wiped away her tears and listened as he continued, there's something I must ask you before I go. I know you've been busy at the estate lately. But would you like to come to Lahas with me? Before that night, the human heart was like an initially rough glass cube, transparent and rigid. But after that night, the hearts of the Countess and the Count gradually softened and warmed to a color of deep intimacy. The capital Lahas of the Sevfranken Empire boasts the most magnificent workshops and architecture, so Bianca didn't hesitate to agree to this journey. I want to go with you. To follow one's husband is what Bianca's mother taught her. But if the Count has given her such a rare opportunity, she sees no reason not to seize it. The next morning, when Robert arrived at the study, he found the steward with a sorrowful expression. It turned out that Lady Bianca had risen early and informed him that she would cease her training as estate manager. I had prepared a list of household tasks for the lady, and yet, reflecting on this morning, Bianca had appeared radiant and said, no matter what anyone says, the manager of this estate can only be you. Vincent was somewhat comforted by the lady's praise. Robert thought Lady Bianca was just lazy and impatient, but the steward informed him that she was busy working as a seamstress and needed to finish before spring arrived. Lady Bianca is going to the capital Lahas in the spring, exclaimed Sir Robert. What, lady wants to go to the capital? Zachary, who was present, asked. Sover then inquired, will Gaspa be escorting Lady Bianca? Zachary replied, Bianca says he's very reliable, so if nothing comes up, he'll handle it. Sover raised his hand enthusiastically, if anything happens as you say, let me step forward to protect Lady. Robert waved it off, are you serious? Sover didn't seem to mind at all. Lately, he wanted to befriend the lady of the house. Upon hearing this, Zachary grew gloomy and jealous. He turned back to the window, gazing at her silhouette, recalling the moment she hastily said, I want to go with you. He had replied, all right then, I'll prepare your luggage. Bianca quickly intervened, my dear husband. Zachary immediately halted as he heard her say, thank you for taking me to the capital, I mean it. He silently gazed at his wife and then left with a simple, good night, before exiting the room. To this day, he remains enchanted by her words of gratitude. Zachary unconsciously smiled and blushed on both cheeks. It was spring in Arno a few months later. While the candle boy was hurrying off, he overheard people gossiping about Lady Bianca. They were spreading rumors that she was gathering seamstresses to make frivolous items, and they were mocking her. The boy, angered by what he heard, puffed up his cheeks in indignation. All you don't know anything. To avoid getting even angrier, he quickly slipped away, leaving behind two old men puzzled by his sudden outburst. He even teased them by sticking out his tongue before disappearing. When he arrived at a house, he immediately asked, "Where is Lady Bianca?" Unfortunately, she hadn't arrived yet. It turned out this was the place where the older women gathered to knit lace. Today, a woman named Mary had created a new lace pattern. She was a mother nursing her baby. Now, every time she wove something, she became very happy and proud of herself. She also felt less worried because she didn't have to leave her baby at home when she went to work. Moreover, if her products were beautiful, Lady Bianca would give her a reward. At first, they thought Lady Bianca was as wicked as the rumors suggested, but seeing how she treated the servants, like Yvonne, made them see her in a different light. Speaking of young Nicola, the reason he came here was that he had accidentally melted the candle he received the day before and had carved a different figure. He wanted to get Lady Bianca's opinion before showing it to the steward. Inside the box was a smaller candle, carved with the figure of the Virgin Mary. Everyone marveled at the boy's craftsmanship. At the Count's mansion, Bianca was sitting in her room, nodding off. She had another strange dream. She was kneeling before the statue of the Virgin Mary when she heard someone calling her name, Bianca. The person slowly approached and spoke. "Have you forgotten my voice?" Bianca exclaimed in shock. It can't be." The long-haired young man spoke. "Yes, it's me, your love, Fernando." In another dream, her nursemaid was sobbing uncontrollably because her young mistress had to be married off at such a tender age. Moreover, she was to marry a baron who was both destitute and newly titled. However, Count Blanchefort paid no heed to the nursemaid's reproaches. "Bianca," he called her over and said, "from this day forward, you no longer bear the name Blanchefort but Arno, wife of the baron. You are not to leave the territory and must spend the rest of your life there. Remember this, no matter what happens, do not think of returning to Blanchefort." Zachary stepped forward and gently said, "If you are now mine, I will surely take responsibility for you. Although I cannot provide you with the fame and wealth like Count Blanchefort, I vow to take care of you with all my heart." In the lonely room, Bianca once again heard the gossip about her. "Can't even bear a single child, and she lets her husband entangle with his mistress," they whispered. "That night before he left for the battlefield was just a duty for him," one woman remarked. "The Count has a mistress outside," another added. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. "Bianca, he has fallen for someone else, hasn't he? That doesn't mean you can't love someone else. I will fill your loneliness. Give me your heart and love me, Bianca." She trembled with rage, shoving him away and shouting, "Go away. You want me to love you? Fill my loneliness? Where were you when I was driven out of Arno? You demanded everything from me. I gave you everything, but when I lost it all and needed you the most, you abandoned me." The man stubbornly replied, "Oh dear, I still believe I can comfort you." Bianca had no more feelings for him. She pushed his arm away and rejected him, saying, "Whether the Count loves me or not, I still have to fulfill my duty. Love, comfort, those wonderful things, if I had known I would lose it all, I would never have touched them." A gentle hand touched Bianca, waking her up. "Bianca, are you all right?" Seeing the worried expression of the Count, she couldn't tell how long he had been there, but he was always by her side when she felt the worst. She wiped away her tears and said, "It's nothing." Noticing his wife avoiding him after crying, Zachary hesitated before speaking. "Would you like to take a walk with me?" On a hilltop, the Count and his wife were enjoying the beautiful scene of a romantic spring. Zachary took a step, and Bianca followed suit, but this only infuriated her. Is he trying to show off his long legs or something? Her face flushed with exhaustion and frustration. Oh, this man. They understood each other very little. He was intimidatingly tall and extremely quiet, seeming like a difficult man who cared little for his wife. Zachary paused to wait for his wife. Bianca, puzzled, asked, "Have we arrived?" He turned away and replied, "Just a bit further." Bianca was annoyed but could only scream inwardly, "Then why stop?" Zachary continued walking, but this time more slowly. Bianca sensed something different, or perhaps he was just daydreaming. Zachary stretched his hand forward and said, "We're here." Across from them, Bianca blushed. A white horse stood waiting for her at the base of the tree. It looked gentle and obedient, surely a well-behaved creature. She was incredibly excited and couldn't believe her eyes. Zachary replied, "I promised you this last winter." Bianca stepped up to the horse, overwhelmed with joy. She cautiously reached out to touch it, finding the horse gentle and accepting of her presence. Zachary suddenly witnessed a rare sight, a radiant Bianca, smiling with happiness, looking as sweet and graceful as a fairy maiden. It made him blush. He stepped forward to embrace her, saying, "I'm so glad you like it." Bianca's eyes sparkled brightly. It was rare for the Count to suddenly approach her like this. Zachary gently spoke, "Relax," as he suddenly grabbed her waist and lifted her up onto the saddle. Bianca cried out in surprise, "Even my father has never done this to me." A second later, Bianca was settled comfortably on the horse's back. "Why? Is it because it's too high and you're scared?" Bianca blinked in confusion. "Oh, no. I'm not scared." "Well, that's good then. From now on, I'll teach you how to ride a horse." Bianca held onto his hand tighter and replied, "Thank you, but I don't want to waste your time. I do want to learn to ride, but you can ask Binnen to teach me." Zachary responded, "You wouldn't be wasting my time. I just want to teach you myself." Bianca's cheeks flushed pink. "I've neglected you too much in the past," he said. She hesitantly glanced down and stammered, with your hand like that, are you planning to hold mine like this forever?" Upon hearing this, Zachary hesitated a bit and replied, "Well, when riding, remember to hold the reins tightly." He then handed her the horse reins. Zachary began leading the horse around this area, while Bianca simply sat still on the horse's back, letting him lead the way. From above, Bianca silently thought to herself. Everything in her imagination about a tall and intimidating husband seemed so wrong from this angle. Looking down, he appeared gentler than I had imagined. But immediately she dismissed her own words and felt like she was going crazy. Zachary suddenly asked, "Why didn't you call me like last time?" Bianca, puzzled, replied, "Last time? How did I call you?" Zachary fell silent, blushing, then turned away and drummed his fingers nervously. That thing you and the other tailor are working on, called lace, what is it?" Bianca was surprised that her husband knew about her work. She replied, "Though it's made from inexpensive materials, those who create it will transform it into something luxurious and extravagant. It could spark a worldwide craze, not just on the continent." Curious, Zachary asked, "A craze? How can you be so sure about that?" Bianca responded, "I'm not sure at all, but if it were true, it could greatly benefit our territory. Don't you think so?" Zachary frowned, "Aren't you worried the revenue won't be enough to break even?" Just like Zin said. Bianca countered, "I'm not worried because the price of a horse can rival that of a house. My concern is for the future, where I need to be strong enough so no one can shake me. That's what it means to be a daughter of the Blanchefort Count and wife of Arno. I don't disdain that title, I just want to be Bianca and become a powerful person." Zachary said, "So I also need to become a powerful and ideal person to deserve my wife." Bianca blushed immediately and replied, "My lord, you don't need to flatter me like that. It's all because we have no heir. Anyway, I do hope we can have children soon, but you don't want any during these turbulent times. Isn't it that you want me to be strong enough to protect myself?" Zachary was about to interrupt, but she preempted him, saying, "Instead of remembering me as a talented weaver, they will remember me as the mother of the heir to Count Arno, won't they? A lady cannot expect attention from anyone other than her husband and their heir. But when the husband is constantly away on the battlefield, it makes me very uneasy." Zachary now understood his wife's feelings. He apologized, but also hesitated, concerned that childbirth at such a young age could pose risks to her life. Zachary, the second son of the Wigu family, was ostracized and expelled from home at the age of 16. Despite facing deprivation and disability, he managed to build a career from scratch. It's not an ideal time for a young knight and a naive girl to marry Count Arno, who is often away on the battlefield with uncertain outcomes. Bianca called out to him, "My lord, I wonder if you've been worried lately?" Zachary was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, when a worker from the lace workshop loudly called out, "Madam, over here please. Nicola has been waiting for you for a while now." The two servants realized they were mistaken when they saw Count Arno nearby. "Oh, please forgive us, sir. We thought you were the stable hand." Bianca, slightly annoyed at the interruption during an important moment, sighed inwardly. Zachary decided not to disturb his wife further and let her go with the servants. After they helped her down to the ground, he mounted the white horse and suggested she name it to make it more personal. It was her first lesson in horse riding. Bianca silently watched her husband's departing figure. 19 springs had passed, and this spring seemed different for the Lady of Arno. In Lahas, the capital of the Sevfranca Empire, a couple was engaging in an illicit affair in broad daylight. Despite being married, the woman couldn't resist her flirtatious nature. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching. "Jacob, there's someone there," she said in embarrassment and quickly ran away. The man, startled, tried to stop her. Wait, baby, it'll be fine, he said, rubbing his head in frustration. The woman had fled before he could be satisfied, leaving his lips covered with her lipstick marks. The person approaching was a courtier. Upon hearing that Count Zachary would be bringing his wife to the capital this time, the disheveled man smirked with amusement. Interesting, the Countess of Arno is coming here? I wonder what kind of entertainment this spring will bring. The Emperor of Sevfranca had 3 children. Prince Goth and Princess Odeli were the children of the Emperor and his first Empress, while Prince Jacob was the second son of the Emperor and his second Empress. According to tradition, the eldest son would inherit the throne, and naturally, Prince Goth was set to become the next king of the Sevfranca Empire. Prince Jacob mentioned that he had just heard some interesting news. This time, Count Arno will be bringing his wife along as well. I heard she is your daughter, isn't she? The 9-year-old girl who was forced to marry a grown man, right? Since your daughter is also a distant relative of mine, I was quite concerned. Marrying a poor count at the tender age of 9. Blanchefort's son was furious. Your Highness, I believe you have gone too far. Gustava immediately restrained his son and responded to the prince, instead of saying such things, shouldn't you be more concerned about your mother? Gustava's voice took on a mocking tone. The Baron of yesteryear has become a great hero of this empire. Thanks to that, Prince Gothia was able to solidify his position and power, ensuring no one would dare betray the future Emperor of Sevfranca. Jacob frowned in irritation but maintained a smile. Is that so? I look forward to meeting Count Arno in person, and the Countess as well. Father and son watched his departing figure with visible disdain. Despite his anger, the son only dared to mutter curses about the prince to his father. To insult Bianca like that, he doesn't even care that every time the Aragon attack our empire, it's my brother-in-law who stands up to defend our territory. Gustava turned to his son and instructed, go home. Send a letter to Arno, telling him that I want to meet with Bianca as soon as she arrives in the capital. The son blushed deeply and exclaimed, Father, you're not kidding, are you? Finally, after 10 years, seeing Bianca again. Didn't you say we would never see her again? Gustava replied with a sigh, it has been 10 years indeed, and she must have grown into a young woman now. If she resembles her mother, she must be quite beautiful. Talking about Bianca, she was trembling all over after horseback riding practice. Gasper saw her as fragile as a fawn. Meanwhile, Yvonne was very concerned for the lady when Bianca slipped off the reins. Suddenly, someone caught her, lifted her up gently, and said, it would be great if you could get used to riding. Your fitness will gradually improve as you get used to it. Now it's time to leave, he reminded her, saying farewell to the small white horse. Bianca gently rubbed its face and said, goodbye, Isabel. You worked hard today. Then she turned to the Count and requested, could you please let me down? I've gained some weight recently, so it's better if you let go and I walk by myself. Zachary replied, you haven't gained any weight at all. Do you think a girl can get fat from just a few olives for breakfast, Bianca? Bianca was surprised that her husband noticed this detail. Zachary sighed at her annoyance. He continued to carry his wife back to the mansion, with many people watching. Let me down, please. If you keep holding me like this, what will people think of me, she protested. Zachary casually replied, what's wrong with a husband carrying his wife? Bianca could only feel frustrated with this man. Their relationship continued to gradually improve until the day they departed for Lahas. While this couldn't fully compensate for their past distance, at least they began to understand each other better and no longer harbored animosity. You did well. Just pull the reins and lead the horse the way you want. Zachary quietly admired his wife for a while. Blushing, Bianca asked the Count, what are you thinking, my lord? Embarrassed and hesitant, he replied, well, there's this thing. I've always wondered why you call me that way. Why not call me, dear husband? Bianca immediately widened her eyes in realization. She remembered the previous occasions when she had slipped and called him dear husband, not just once but twice that night. Certainly. Here's the translation of your text into English. The embarrassment surfaced immediately. I didn't expect him to remember that incident. And what's with that expression? She abruptly turned, causing the horse to startle as well. Here is the translation into English. At that moment, I was just singing a song with the words, beloved husband, not what you thought. Besides, from the beginning, our relationship wasn't that intimate, she blurted out a rather foolish answer. Zachary suddenly became melancholy. I didn't mean to have you call me that. Bianca, sensing his disappointment, interjected, right now you're teaching me how to ride horses, so I'm your student. Perhaps in the future I'll have the chance to call you like that. Zachary's heart felt like it was dancing in his chest. So my wife has given me the opportunity to do so, he smiled involuntarily. For the first time in years of being married, she saw a smile as angelic as that. I'll wait for that day. He lifted on her noses and teased her with a playful smirk. Hopefully it comes soon. Don't keep me waiting too long. Over there, two fathers and sons were blushing at the sight of an embarrassing scene, the Duke and the Duchess seeming to be dating, and inadvertently providing free dog food for them to eat. Furthermore, there are many rumors circulating that Lady Bianca is mistreating the seamstresses and is accused of extravagant spending on luxurious items. However, there are also rumors that her relationship with the Count has changed significantly. People are hopeful that they will soon have a child together so that the Count does not have to worry about an heir. In the meantime, a letter arrived from Blanchefort to the Count. This was the second letter he had received from Gustava since marrying his daughter. In the letter, Gustava expressed a desire to meet Bianca as soon as they arrived in the capital. Unsure of Gustava's intentions, Zachary decided he would discuss this matter with Bianca himself and keep it secret from everyone else for now. It seems like there was a misunderstanding due to Vincent's carelessness, and the news reached Bianca just before her departure. "No, that's not true, madam," he stammered. But Bianca, visibly upset, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Tomorrow we're leaving for Lahas, and now this?" She shouted, frustrated, "When were you planning to tell me?" In the study of the Count, Zachary was rereading the letter sent by his wife's father. Essentially, Gustava expressed his desire to meet his daughter. Zachary wondered if this was the same Count Blanchefort he once knew, a father who had never asked anything about his daughter in 10 years. He pondered whether this situation was all right or not. Zachary found himself involuntarily looking in that direction again, noticing how beautiful his wife looked today. His cheeks flushed, silently thinking that he hadn't had a chance to see her much lately. When she tied her hair up due to the lack of horse riding lessons, Bianca still looked beautiful with her hair down like that, and he continued to quietly admire every gesture of his wife for a long while. It was on that day they arranged the final packing for their journey to Lahas, but over 15 items were left behind as per the lady's request. "Leave that behind, and that one too," she had exclaimed. Yet when the steward Vincent mentioned, "Only 8 packages are for the Count," the lady grew angry and retorted, "How dare you say that?" Then she continued to trim down the luggage. At this moment Bianca was glaring at the items in front of her. "Vincent, are these the Earl of Saw's belongings?" The hesitant old man replied, "Yes, ma'am. Is there something wrong?" She asked with frustration, "Are we really that poor, Vincent?" Vincent could only grimace. "Our estate may be wealthy, but what is this? This raggedy coat? And this one was just used for riding yesterday, yet the quality is abysmal." Vincent attempted to explain, "Madam, the Earl is a humble man. He simply prefers such attire." Bianca exclaimed loudly, "Ridiculous. This isn't simplicity anymore, it's downright medieval." She pointed directly at him, shouting, "It's fortunate I personally inspected his belongings. Otherwise, when were you planning to inform me about this? And how could you possibly include these items here?" The truth was that the quality of the items was actually quite good, but for someone as fashion-conscious as Bianca, it was simply unacceptable. She then pointed to the scattered luggage on the other side, but Yvonne interjected, "Those aren't the Earl's belongings, they belong to the lady, so feel free to do as you please." Upon hearing this, Bianca waved her hand and ordered Vincent to open up all the luggage for her inspection. She muttered to herself how clever she was to see this as a perfect opportunity to update the Earl's fashion style. Vincent, horrified, exclaimed, "Are you planning to buy clothes for the Earl?" He feared that Bianca's actions might bankrupt the estate. But Bianca, with a determined expression, retorted, "Before he became my husband, he was a war hero, representing Sevfranca. Why should he dress like common folk? Besides, I will be seen with him. I cannot allow others to mock my husband for his attire." Vincent could only grimace and reluctantly obey his lady's commands. Zachary, witnessing the entire scene, chuckled to himself, "It's the first time I've seen him so flustered." Zachary suddenly noticed Sowing talking with Bianca about something. Remembering that the knight had expressed a desire to be closer to his lady, Zachary couldn't help but be curious about their cheerful demeanor and wondered what they were discussing. "You want the Earl's clothes?" Bianca asked, realizing that Sowing had a fondness for Zachary's belongings. She was worried they might not be in the best condition. Sowing insisted that he was the only one with a similar build to the Earl. "Robert is too small, and Gaspar is too bulky." "All right, take what you need," Bianca agreed, and Sowing's face lit up with joy. "Hee, thank you. I'll tidy them up and take them with me." Bianca sighed wearily. Talking with him always left her exhausted. As she turned to leave, she noticed a figure in the distance. It was the Earl. Bianca blushed, thinking to herself, "How long has he been standing there watching? Even though we see each other every day, I still find it so intriguing to watch him from here." Suddenly, she noticed the Earl looking down. Ha, she thought, blushing even more, did he just make eye contact with me? Or am I imagining things? While Bianca was flustered, the Earl was blushing furiously. He covered his face, unable to calm his racing heart after being caught staring at his wife. He silently chided himself, she has grown up, but does she find it uncomfortable when I keep staring at her? When I first married Bianca, it was so hard to look her in the eye. I didn't know what to do with such a young bride, and my distance only made things worse. But now we can meet each other's gaze, and sometimes she even smiles back at me. Somehow, I still feel this strange sense of unfamiliarity when I'm with her. Even though Gasper, Sover, and any other men had become more comfortable interacting with her, he still felt this unease. If this marriage were merely a facade to secure national and personal benefits, he could handle the criticism of marrying someone so young. But this relationship had started to evolve beyond mere convenience. My lord, I wonder if you have been worried over the past time? Upon hearing this question, Zachary held his forehead and thought to himself, I used to feel sorry for Bianca because she was drawn into the vortex of fame and fortune from such a young age. Now, I only hope that she won't get hurt. I am truly fortunate that I haven't dragged her into all the schemes happening here. At dawn the next day, the entourage prepared the carriage and attendants for departure to the capital. As Bianca was about to board the carriage, she glanced over and saw the Earl conversing with the steward. She wanted to know if he had seen her wave the day before, but hesitated. And so, for the first time, Bianca gradually left the Arno estate, where she had spent the past 10 years. Little did she know, at that moment, that the wheels of her destiny were beginning to turn. The convoy and carriages began moving towards the city gates, led by Earl Zachary de Arno. He loudly commanded, "Let's depart for Lahas." Several days had passed since the Earl and Countess had left for Lahas. Today, Steward Vincent brought a box to the Countess's lace workshop. He handed the box to a bright and cheerful dark-haired maid, which surprised her greatly. Vincent said, "With the warmer weather, I'm feeling more energetic too. Well then, I wish you smooth work," and departed. The others widened their eyes upon hearing Vincent's cheerful demeanor. They knew full well it was because no one in Arno was around to complain about finances, giving him the rare chance to relax. However, the truth was that Vincent held a great deal of affection for Lady Bianca. In the past, Bianca had always been extravagant and confined herself to her room. But now, she had changed significantly, and there was even the possibility of an heir for the Earl. Inside the box that the steward delivered were numerous spools of linen thread in various colors. Lady Bianca had once instructed, if Lahas learns about the lace produced in this estate, many nobles and merchants might send materials to Arno. Until then, you just need to keep creating beautiful patterns and better products. I have already told Vincent to support you, so don't worry. You are no longer just a seamstress or a weaver, you are a lace artisan of Arno. Be proud of that. Hearing these words of praise, the dark-haired maid felt immense happiness. Bianca also didn't forget to tell the boy Nicholas, I will go to the church and thank God for sending me such a precious artisan to Arno. One afternoon during his journey to the capital, Zachary received some bad news. The road ahead had been blocked due to a landslide. There was only one path for the horse to pass through, and they might have to push the carriage. If they took a detour with the current number of people and luggage, it would take up to 2 weeks to reach the capital. Lady Bianca didn't seem to have any trouble moving around. If they continued like this, they wouldn't have to worry about delays. However, near the blocked road ahead, there was a village where they had decided to stop for the day. If we take the detour without stopping at the village, we will have to spend the night here. What should we do, my lord? Someone reported. Zachary remained silent, observing his wife. After a while, he sighed and said, pushing the carriage isn't very efficient. We will spend the night here today and take the detour tomorrow. I will inform my wife about this. Meanwhile, Bianca was observing the young couple. Gasper wanted Ivan to take his hand to dismount from the horse, but Ivan kept refusing. Bianca thought Gasper was being stubborn, but her maid Ivan was just as stubborn, too. Bianca spoke up, Ivan, could you come down here and arrange my clothes? The maid quickly agreed and hastily dismounted, inadvertently grabbing Gasper's hand to safely get off the carriage. Let's go, Ivan said, his cheeks flushed with happiness as Ivan willingly took his hand. Bianca observed the scene with a discerning eye and said to her maid, Ivan, if a man offers to hold your hand in the future, don't refuse. Just take it. The maid still didn't understand. Why, my lady, she asked. Because holding a woman's hand is a great honor for them, Bianca explained. Oh dear, what's so honorable about my hand? Ivan replied. Suddenly, someone tugged at Bianca's cloak. A sugary voice said, My lady, your cloak's hem is all wrinkled, and there's a bit of dust here too. Sover said this while brushing off the dust. My lady, do you feel uncomfortable staying in the carriage all the time? If you go that way, there's a valley with a river flowing through Arno, he added, his face like a loyal puppy looking up at its master. And in the same sugary voice, Sover made an offer, would you like to get some fresh air? I'll escort you, my lady. Bianca knew he was a simple man, having accepted all the Count's clothes, but she still declined and wanted to go with Gasper. Sover insisted, don't do that. Come with me. Gasper gets lost easily. Suddenly, a hand landed on Sover's shoulder. Who gets lost easily? Don't lie so blatantly, Sover, Robert said. Turning to Bianca, he added, the Count is looking for you, my lady. After that, he led her to where Zachary was. Amidst the clamor of the servants at work, Robert expressed concern for the lady. He worried that she might get motion sickness and feel tired from sitting in the jostling carriage all day. Even though Bianca knew this knight was concerned for her, she couldn't remember his name or tell if he was genuinely worried or mocking her. She also didn't know if he had a grumpy personality like the old butler. Bianca replied that although traveling all day was a bit tiring, she could manage. Robert found her response quite strange. Suddenly, the Count stepped forward and called out to his wife. Bianca's cheeks immediately flushed a bit. Let's take a walk, he said, extending his hand, indicating his desire to hold her hand and lead her. It's been a while since we've talked. I think it's good to feel this way when I face the Count. My heart is beating so fast I can't control it, Bianca thought to herself. At a small stream, Zachary told her that this was the source of the Arno River. Even on horseback, it would take at least 2 days to get from here to Arno, but the flower only takes half a day to drift there. Watching the flower float down the stream, Bianca remarked, this is the place Sover wanted to show me. It's really beautiful. If I had stayed in the castle, I would never have known about it. Zachary hesitated with a hint of jealousy, saying, it seems you've become quite friendly with Sover, haven't you? Bianca was surprised, thinking of Sover's sugary demeanor. She could only assume Sover was just grateful for the clothes. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Bianca turned to her husband and said, so you shouldn't be jealous, my dear. Zachary's heart felt like it had thousands of blossoming flowers. He hesitantly replied, all right. Bianca was very surprised. The Count, jealous, she asked. Zachary reached out to escort his wife back, and she took his hand without hesitation. It wasn't a particularly special hand-holding moment, but in that instant, their hearts drew closer. Yet, the Count felt a weight as the distance between them seemed to narrow. He couldn't help but wonder if his future words might push his wife away. What are you thinking, my lord? Zachary replied, I have 2 things to ask you. He hesitated slightly before continuing, while you were at Blanchefort, how was your relationship with your brother? Bianca was puzzled, my brother? Well, it was good, actually. My mother gave birth to him after me, but he passed away, so now it's just me and my older brother. He's always been gentle, very cheerful, a bit mischievous, seems like he takes after our father in that regard. Zachary responded, perhaps because he resembles our father, that's why you haven't written to him in 10 years, isn't it? Bianca hugged herself, recalling, he always let me have everything else, but there was just one thing, the chocolate cake. Because I didn't have enough food, I used to steal his portion and eat it. But there was one time he let me have it all, and I stuffed it in my mouth because I was afraid he would take it back. She remembered that memory vividly because it was the day she received the news of her marriage to Count Arno. Not knowing what marriage meant, I just quietly listened. If I had known it would happen in my life, I would have refused, even if I had to beg. But because I didn't know anything, I just held the Count's hand to the land of Arno. I never even thought about the day I would return to Blanchefort. When Zachary saw his wife trembling and on the verge of tears, he approached her with concern. Bianca simply murmured that continuous horse riding had left her a bit tired. But for her, someone burdened with memories from past lives, she felt uneasy when thinking about the future. The Count had passed away, and the Grand Prince of Gothia had also died. Her father, a loyal vassal of the Grand Prince, had led the fight against the Aragon invasion in place of his deceased son-in-law and lord. Bianca's elder brother had stood by their father's side to protect him, and thus the Blanchefort lineage had come to an end. Thinking of everyone leaving her, she felt so uncomfortable she could hardly breathe. While resting in the carriage, Zachary told her about the letter received from Blanchefort. If you don't want to, I'll refuse them, Bianca suddenly felt warm. He always cared so much, and now she knew what a kind person he was. Bianca reached out and touched her husband's face, thanking him. Zachary's eyes widened and his cheeks flushed as her hand gently withdrew. Unconsciously, he leaned closer, nearing her face. Oh, is Count Zachary moving towards my hand? Could he want to kiss me? Bianca wondered to herself. But why is this suddenly happening? Well, it's a normal thing, isn't it? But this would be my first kiss since I've lived again. Would it be strange if I took the initiative? But if I avoid it, who knows when I'll have this chance again. While preparing for their first kiss, Ivan abruptly opened the door, startling both of them in this awkward moment. Ivan quickly realized he had interrupted something important and apologized profusely. Bianca, still unaware of the arrangement to sleep here, asked, "Is that one of the two things you wanted to talk about?" Zachary apologized, expressing his reluctance for her to sleep in the carriage. "But if you're angry with me, I understand." Bianca, puzzled, asked, "Why would I be angry with you? If we've been traveling and need rest, sleeping here isn't a big deal. Besides, where does the Count sleep? Are you going to sleep with me in the carriage?" Zachary blushed red as a tomato when he heard this. I mean, if I sleep here, it's just you and me. What will everyone think?" Bianca, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you blushing like that? What's wrong with husband and wife sleeping together in a carriage? It's stranger for you to sleep on the cold ground. Besides, it's not just the two of us sleeping in the carriage. There's Ivan and Gasper too." Suddenly drawn into the conversation, Ivan was at a loss for what to do. But Zachary insisted he would sleep outside with everyone else. He turned to Bianca and said, "We'll finish the remaining matters next time." With that, the Count left immediately. The remaining matter was simply the reunion of family members. Their emotions were so chaotic that they couldn't even remember what exactly the remaining matter was. From that day until they reached the capital, they didn't have time to address the remaining issue. And after 10 days leaving the territory of Arno, the journey ended earlier than expected. Toward the end of the journey, after 4 days, the group finally arrived at Lahas, the capital of the Sevfranca Empire. This fortress city, situated between Aragon and Castile, had stood for hundreds of years. The royal standard of the Sevfranca dynasty adorned the walls, featuring embroidered motifs of red roses with golden thorns. Zachary boldly announced his identity to the guards, demanding the gates to be opened. As soon as the gates were opened, the cheers of the capital's people echoed, displaying the black wolf motif, the banner of the Arno family. "Look, Count Zachary de Arno, the hero Zachary de Arno, eternal glory to Count Zachary." The heartfelt tribute from the capital's inhabitants honored the hero who had led the forefront in battles against Aragon's invading forces. "Lady, look over there. To reach His Majesty's residence, we must pass through those 3 grand gates. Just from the outside, it resembles a gigantic mountain. Even once inside Lahas, we'll have to climb a while before reaching our destination. We must climb until we're near the sky itself, and that's when we'll truly be in Lahas," the maid exclaimed in awe. When Zachary and Bianca entered to audience with the monarch, Bianca was so tense that she became stiff as a board. She didn't want it to be this way, but couldn't help it. Seeing his wife like that, Zachary reached out and took her hand. Bianca was slightly surprised, realizing that her husband wanted to comfort her in this way. Zachary said, "Well, I can go alone." Bianca replied, "I'm okay, really." His grasp of her hand seemed to give her even more strength. The gardens of Lahas are famous for their variety of plants from across the continent. Both the princess and the second queen each manage a section. Princess Odeli, the king's only daughter, is dearly loved by the monarch. The king arranged to meet the count in the princess's garden, a clear indication of how much he trusts Count Zachary. When they arrived, Emperor Sevfranca and the crown prince were already there together. "Oh, Count Arno, I've been waiting for you," the king exclaimed. Zachary respectfully bowed to the king and the crown prince. The king noticed the young woman accompanying him. Bianca politely lifted her dress and greeted them. The king warmly welcomed her. "Ah, it's you? I'm honored to meet the countess," he said. "I am Victor Sevfranca, the king of this empire. I've long wanted to meet you, but the count mentioned your health didn't permit it. This is my way of meeting you before it's too late. You resemble the late Countess Blanchefort very much." Another man introduced himself. "I am Crown Prince Goth Sevfranca. Although I was quite close to your father, this is the first time we've met. If this weren't a bouquet that Odeli cut for my wife, I would have given it to you. But Count Arno will soon present you with another bouquet of roses, one that will never wither." Bianca was very surprised to hear this. After the greetings, the king arranged a place for the couple to rest in the northern tower. Bianca glanced back at the crown prince. In the future, he wouldn't gain control of Sevfranca and would pass away. The successor to the throne wouldn't be Albert, his son, but the second prince, Jacob. This was the history of Sevfranca that she had witnessed in her previous life. While lost in her thoughts about the relationships within the royal family, Bianca was accidentally bumped into by a man. He quickly caught her and asked, "Are you all right, miss?" "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry." Looking at the dazzling man standing so close to her, Bianca stammered, "It's all right, I was the one at fault." The man leaned in, his tone turning flirtatious. Which noble family do you come from, beautiful lady? Bianca's face darkened. Bianca. The loud call from her husband made the man stop. She quickly pushed him aside and scolded her husband. Seriously, why are you walking so fast? What if I get lost in this unfamiliar place while you're rushing ahead? Zachary replied, I apologize. From now on, I won't let go of your hand. Both husband and wife then cast a hostile glance at the man. Oh my, so you are the Countess of Arno? The city is abuzz with praise for Count Arno. I've been looking forward to meeting you, he said. Zachary pulled his wife closer to him and spoke. My wife made a mistake, Your Highness the second prince. Bianca, upon hearing this, finally realized the man's identity. This was Jacob Sevfranca, the future ruler of the continent and Sevfranca. I am Jacob Sevfranca, madam. Welcome to Lahas, he said, stepping closer to Bianca. Did you know that your mother is the niece of my mother? It's quite delightful that we are distant relatives. Bianca retorted, even if my mother and the Sevfranca family are related, she never taught us in Blanchefort to bind ourselves to royal connections. Thank you for your concern, but whether I have ties to the royal family or not doesn't interest me much. Zachary's eyes widened as he looked at his wife, concerned. Bianca, he called her name, feeling uneasy. At this moment, she realized she had misspoken because the second prince's fake friendly face had annoyed her, causing her to lash out without hesitation. Jacob, still cheerful, said, I must apologize, I overstepped my boundaries. Bianca hesitated as he gracefully backed down. However, he soon displayed a look of amusement towards Zachary's petite wife. I was the one who was impolite. It seems the lady is quite sincere, he said, his eyes revealing excitement and a desire to possess. In the future, don't hold back. Speak as freely as you did just now. And while you're in Lahas, if you experience any inconvenience, please come see me, he added. Bianca furrowed her brows and cast a disdainful look towards him. Even though I'm a married woman, he still stares like that. It's really uncomfortable, she thought. Switching to acting mode, she leaned into her husband. Oh dear, I'm feeling so tired. Let's go home, darling. Hearing his wife call him darling, Zachary blushed slightly. Bianca, why so sudden? But when he saw Jacob's lustful gaze directed at his wife, he seemed to understand the situation. Calmly, he said, I apologize, Your Highness. My wife is exhausted from the long journey, so we must take our leave. He matched Bianca's acting, adding, excuse us. Standing before the glittering drama of the two, Jacob seemed like a distant shadow, so he just smiled and let them go. Zachary bowed to him, and both husband and wife turned and left immediately. Walking a sufficient distance away, Zachary awkwardly remarked, Now you call me darling husband so sweetly? Bianca muttered, Thank you for coordinating, you were quick-witted back there, recalling his reminder not to get close to him like that again. She mentally prepared herself to avoid him as much as possible. I worry for you. The second prince is cunning and relentless in achieving his goals. It's best if you stay away from him, Zachary cautioned. Bianca also knew that just by observing the controversies surrounding him, it was clear that the second prince had been a spy for the enemy nation of Aragon for over 20 years. The invasion by Aragon was merely a play orchestrated by him, which would become evident once Jacob ascended to the throne as the new emperor and king of Sevfranca. To maintain an alliance with Aragon, Jacob had to marry their princess. Shortly after, she became embroiled in rumors of infidelity, simply because she felt lonely while her husband was busy with state affairs. Nguai Tin was a heinous crime for women in Sevfranca. Bianca heard those words as a beggar and didn't miss a single word. Because the Princess of Aragon, Jacob's wife, was neglected by her husband, she shared her loneliness with a knight. She had an experience similar to Bianca's love for Fernand. That princess was caught in adultery, leading Aragon to comply with Jacob's demands, eventually leading to the selling of the country to him. Fernand told that story before he left. Bianca, our relationship ends here. I don't want to be involved with you anymore. His words shocked Bianca deeply, like a tragedy unfolding. When her husband passed away, Fernand also left her. Arno was Zachary's homeland, nestled in the hands of the Wigu family. Both the Princess of Aragon and Bianca were victims of exploitation and endured such humiliation that they had to sell away their own names. It seems like there's a lot of tension and complex emotions in Bianca's situation. She's understandably angry, especially with the knight and Fernand behaving inappropriately. However, hitting her husband in anger wasn't the best reaction, and she realizes she should apologize for her actions. She shifted to another topic. I think you're very lucky to be dressed so handsomely. You have more splendid outfits than I thought. My husband is taller and more handsome than the second prince. It would be heartbreaking if anyone were to cast their eyes downward and admire you in that outfit or anything else. Zachary blushed and chuckled. I've heard people say I'm tall, but this is the first time someone said I'm handsome. Bianca saw her husband's embarrassment and blushed along. Well, they must be feeling embarrassed or lacking in taste, those women you've met. Zachary became even more embarrassed. I just want peace and quiet, but why are you bringing up non-existent women? Bianca tried to calm her husband, and they continued to show each other affection every day, unaware that Lady Bianca's resentment toward the second prince and Count Arno had begun from that moment. In the bedroom of the Duke and Duchess of Arno at the royal palace, everything is being prepared to ensure maximum comfort for the couple during their stay. It's unexpected that the Grand Prince would favor them so much, providing such a grand room for their use. When the wooden chests from Arno arrived, Bianca finally felt that this was real. Madam, this is the bedroom for you and the Count, Bianca said, feeling extremely embarrassed at the sight of just one large bed for two. After a moment's hesitation, she blushed and asked, will the Count be sharing the bed with me? Yvonne innocently replied, the Count hasn't given any other instructions, madam. Bianca glanced at the double bed and sighed, even though we've grown closer lately, how could we end up sharing a room so quickly? That night, Bianca felt incredibly uneasy. Though her initial intention was to quickly get through her first night with her husband, she hadn't expected it to happen outside the Arno territory like this. Her heart pounded faster with each passing moment. I never imagined we'd end up in the same room, this is so stressful, she thought. As Bianca was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the door gently push open. Zachary entered, his face still marked with traces of recently shed tears. Bianca felt embarrassed and thought to herself, has he just finished bathing? It's the first time I've seen him like this. Zachary slowly approached his wife and sat down beside her. Oh, he's sitting right beside me. What should I do? How should I react? Bianca was unsure how to handle this situation, feeling her heart beat stronger than ever. But we've sat together on horseback before, and it wasn't as tense as this, she reassured herself quietly. Suddenly, Zachary reached out his hand, and Bianca blushed, screaming inwardly, it's starting, his hand. What should I do? Take it slowly, stay calm. Bianca thought to herself, okay, I should put my hand on his knee. It's so cold, his hand is so cold, we're almost touching lips. Bianca, where are you? Ah, there you are. It's spring now in this highland terrain. They've provided us with warm blankets, so it shouldn't be too cold at night. Suddenly, Zachary looked puzzled. Bianca, what's wrong with you? Blushing, she silently scolded herself for only thinking of dark thoughts. Turning to him, she replied, I'm fine, really. Would you be more comfortable lying on the right side or the left side? We should choose our spots, shouldn't we, instead of sharing the bed? Zachary appeared puzzled. Bianca, I think I'll sleep in the guest room. Bianca struggled for words and sighed, oh, I see, silly me, why did I even imagine that, darn it, so silly. Then she immediately pretended to faint and said again, I'm feeling a bit tired from all the imagining earlier. Could you please leave? Concerned, Zachary approached and sat down beside her. You've always slept on the left side of the bed, so I'll take the right, one day we'll share a bed, he said. Bianca was overjoyed. Count, are you not teasing me? Zachary shrugged, let's see. It seems like our relationship is heading in a positive direction. Suddenly, he turned abruptly, causing her to blush and shy away. Seeing her reaction, Zachary hesitated and changed the subject. Shall we discuss our plans to visit the capital and meet your father? When the topic was first brought up, Bianca was shocked and unsure how to react. Zachary calmly said, if you don't want to meet him, I can go to Count Blanchefort alone. But you've already mentioned lahas, so sooner or later, we'll have to meet. Bianca replied calmly, I'm fine with it. It's better to meet sooner rather than later. That evening, Bianca pondered deeply about this matter. She didn't understand why her father and brother wanted to meet her, but she instructed Yvonne to prepare an exquisite ceremonial attire for the occasion. Anyway, I must show them that I am living well in Arno. Moreover, that I am greatly cherished and loved by the Count, she resolved. Seeing her resolve, Yvonne smiled gently. Is there a renowned tailor in Lahas? I want to find the most skilled person to make clothes for my husband, she said. Yvonne replied, Madam, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I will find the most famous tailor in Lahas for you. I'm not one to enjoy small talk with strangers, but I am quite concerned about our family meeting, Bianca said. That night, she spoke to herself until she fell asleep. Even after 10 years apart, she still missed her family dearly. Early the next morning, a letter arrived from Count Arno's estate. The young lady has arrived at the Blanchefort mansion in the center of the capital city of Lahas. A young man rushed into the dining room, beaming with excitement. Father, did you sleep well? We've finally received a response from Arno. She just arrived in Lahas yesterday. Perhaps she was tired from the journey, hence the delayed reply. The father nonchalantly replied, if it's from Arno, we should have received it long ago. The son paid no heed to the reason for the delayed letter, eagerly anticipating the reunion in the next 2 days. Suddenly, they received news of a visitor. The steward appeared hesitant, and Gustava seemed suspicious, especially since someone had arrived unexpectedly so early in the morning. Indeed, it is Prince Jacob, the steward announced. On one wall hung many portraits of the Blanchefort family. Jacob had quietly taken Bianca's childhood portrait and was now gazing at other pictures containing her face. Your Highness, Count Blanchefort arrived to greet him, offering his salutations. Jacob immediately put on a false expression of delight and greeted back, I bought this bouquet at that shop. Though it can't compare to the roses at Arno estate, they're still the finest at the store. It would be wonderful to receive flowers from my sister-in-law or from Odeli's garden, but that's not possible, is it? After all, everyone in Sevfranca knows our connection, right? Jacob continued to lament why he couldn't receive flowers from Princess Odeli or his own sister-in-law, which made Count Blanchefort increasingly uncomfortable. He feigned victimhood, portraying himself as scorned and rejected. Then he revealed the incident of the special audience with the king in Princess Odeli's garden. I mean, Countess Arno and her husband were there, among the nobles invited to this audience. They are the ones I wanted to meet the most. My brothers weren't pleased to have me there. But why did the emperor exclude me from the guest list? Wasn't someone preventing me from meeting the Count and Countess Arno? Indeed, Gustava suggested that the Grand Prince intervene in the matter. He believed Jacob showed a particular interest in his daughter and son-in-law. Sooner or later, his children would encounter him, but Gustava preferred delaying that encounter as long as possible. However, his plan seemed to have fallen apart. Jacob noticed the royal family distancing themselves from him. Over the past year or two, he even considered leaving the palace to change his mood. Yet, leaving the city meant missing the chance to meet the Count and Countess Arno. Jacob deliberately disclosed this to Gustava, saying, I don't know who played this prank on me, but they overlooked something crucial, Count Blanchefort. There's nowhere here where my eyes and ears aren't. Not just at Arno estate in Sevfranca, but many other places. Perhaps even across this continent. I'm tired of being abandoned, he emphasized. Gustava frowned deeply upon hearing the threatening words. He clutched the bouquet tightly, trembling. Prince Jacob has grown into a cunning and dangerous character, more than I anticipated. Jacob suddenly stood up and continued, in the past, I envied my brother and tried to emulate him. I also desire a lifelong loyal companion, much like the bond between Gaudi and yourself. Earl Wigu's second son rose swiftly like a war hero. Zachary de Arno, after marrying and receiving his title, changed his name to Arno. I missed the chance to ally with him before. This time, I will surely accomplish that, not only with Count Arno but also with his beloved wife whom I admire greatly. Wishing you a good day, Count Blanchefort Jakov. He walked straight out the door without looking back. Gustava knew he had been exposed regarding the meeting with the king. This quick wit was just like his mother's, the second queen. She was a relative and close friend of the queen, but she was willing to do anything to achieve her goals, driven by her deep devotion to the emperor. She secretly slept with the emperor while he was intoxicated to conceive a child, and that child is Prince Jacob. This happened while the queen was resting after giving birth to Prince Gaudi. It sounds unbelievable, but it's an unintentional event that everyone in Sevfranca is aware of. The relationship between the emperor and his consort nearly broke apart because of it. The emperor married Jacob's mother off to a viscount, then made every effort to mend his relationship with the empress consort, with Princess Odeli being the result of that reconciliation. That's why the emperor holds Princess Odeli in such special affection. Unfortunately, the empress consort, unable to recover from a fever after childbirth, passed away. Jacob's mother divorced the viscount and Jacob returned to the palace. Eventually, the emperor's consort was able to be by the emperor's side as the empress consort, but she never received his affection. She couldn't have the one thing she always desired. She realized that besides her son, the whole world had turned its back on her. And so, Jacob Javan grew up as the illegitimate child and became a prince. After so many ups and downs, Prince Jacob resembles his mother so much that it's unbelievable, and he harbors a deep hatred towards the country and the family that denied him love. I feel uneasy about that. In the carriage, a man had been waiting for Jacob since earlier. Jacob bragged to him that he had just acquired a trophy, a childhood portrait of Bianca from the residence of Count Blanchefort. There's no portrait of Lady Countess Arno in her adulthood. And from what you say, it seems Arno and Blanchefort don't exchange personal letters. If so, their relationship isn't very close. From now on, let's find the weaknesses of these two families and divide them. If successful, not only my younger brother's domain but also my parents will become those of Viscount Wigu. In the dream, a young woman rushed anxiously, calling out, "Father, where are you? Everyone is gone, only I remain in the vast Arno estate. I want to go back to Blancheford." Her father replied firmly, "No matter what happens, you must not return to Blancheford. Even if Joa and I perish, you must never go back to Blancheford." Bianca felt her heart sink upon hearing these words of rejection. Your husband, even if he should die, remember, never return to Blancheford, ever. Bianca, have you woken up? She stirred in her fever, looking at her husband and asking, "Where am I?" Zachary gently replied, "This is the capital, Lahas. I was very worried about you last night, you had a high fever. Perhaps it was from exhaustion during our journey to the capital, right?" Bianca muttered to herself, reminding herself to go quickly to Lahas' top tailors, but Zachary intervened, "First, you must rest. Once you're feeling better, I'll have a beautiful outfit made for you to wear outside." Bianca, exhausted, replied, "No, I don't need anything for myself. I want clothes made for you." Zachary, deeply moved by his wife's sentiment, finally understood her feelings. "I'm sorry, Bianca. All this time, I didn't understand your heart." And so, the Count took care of his wife throughout the night. But he still didn't understand why she feared meeting her family like that. Since that winter, the Count had grown closer to his wife, but he felt that it couldn't make up for the times he had been cold towards her before, and he had never felt such regret before. After that night, Bianca, though still slightly feverish, decided to visit her family. "It seems like Zachary is expressing concern for her, you look very pale." But Bianca cannot delay this matter, as everyone will be busy with the upcoming engagement of the Crown Prince. Bianca turns to her maid and asks, "Could you please apply some blush for me, Yvonne?" Zachary reaches for the powder box and says, "Let me do it," as he kneels in front of her and begins applying the blush. "Is this how you do it?" Bianca looked at her husband with a hesitant expression. "Whenever you feel unwell, just tell me," he said softly. Bianca blushed on her cheeks from the blush and his gentle touch. "You don't have to do things you don't like," he advised. Bianca replied, "I'm fine, Count. Actually, I'm just a little worried. If my father sees you dressed like this, he might think I mistreated you." Bianca revealed her overly blushed cheeks, and then furrowed her brow. "Now I've mistreated you a bit. How do you feel about my face? It used to look better before." Zachary startled. He repeatedly apologized to his wife for his poor makeup skills. The entire scene was witnessed by their maid. Upon closer inspection, she still looked lovely. Bianca could only pout in mild annoyance. However, deep inside, Bianca's heart was beating rapidly. Perhaps this was the most terrifying moment of her life. As I stepped through this door to meet my family after many years apart. It wasn't meeting the Emperor, but Bianca seemed oddly nervous. Zachary also noticed this tension and empathized deeply, having been kicked out of his own home before. If they were to meet his family again, he might feel the same fear as Bianca did. "Let's go in." When the door opened, two people were waiting inside. Bianca's heart began to pound rapidly. Her father and brother, Joa, stood there just as they had before, now looking toward her. Bianca spoke, "Father, Joa." Her father was shocked, seeing that Bianca looked exactly like his beloved late wife. Joa, seeing his sister, teared up, "Bye. Bianca." Gustava spoke, "Just as I imagined, you look exactly like your mother." Bianca felt deep sadness, noticing how much older her father had become over the past 10 years. Seeing him stand, Bianca instinctively stepped back and trembled, seeking solace in her husband. "It's been a long time since we last met. Though it's a bit late, congratulations on your victory, Count Arno." Bianca couldn't believe her ears. Was this really what he wanted to say after 10 years apart? Zachary reluctantly let go of Bianca's arm to shake hands with Count Blancheford. Her father seemed to ignore her, greeting Count Arno as if they were like-minded allies. Bianca felt utterly crushed. "It's not about me. Father only wants to see the Count. That's why he didn't even bother to ask about the daughter he sold off. If his purpose is to strengthen political ties, then..." Without hesitation, she spoke out, "I suppose I don't need to be here, do I?" Her father was stunned, but he maintained a calm facade as if nothing had happened. "Whether I'm healthy or not, I guess you wouldn't care, right? You didn't care about my marriage or how I lived, or how I grew up. When Nurse Jan died, you didn't even show any concern for me. I suppose you'll never care about me for the rest of your life, will you? Do you even remember that you have a daughter, Count Blancheford?" she said sadly. The sorrow my wife has silently carried for 10 years and the cold reaction of her father, Count Blancheford, have made her explode. Zachary silently pitied his beloved wife. Outside the room, Bianca's anguished voice had caught the attention of Yvonne and a few others. Yvonne couldn't believe that her lady had endured so much over the years. Yvonne and Gaspar were secretly eavesdropping on the conversation between their masters and the guests. These two guards ran over and whispered complaints. Gaspar was trying to explain when a finger touched his lips. "Shut, Count Blanchefort is starting to speak," Yvonne whispered. Gaspar blushed and obediently continued to listen to the drama unfold. Sowing also didn't miss the opportunity, while Robert couldn't fathom what was going through their minds. Count Blanchefort seemed to have softened after being scolded by his daughter for being a heartless father. "I am very grateful that you are living well. Therefore, I wanted to return without any hesitation. Because this father of yours has been very reassured," he said. Bianca was furious. "Reassured?" she snapped. She continued her tirade, oblivious to the outside world. "It's not that you didn't hesitate, but that you had no right to hesitate. Isn't that so? Because as the Countess, I can't leave the territory, and I have to protect it until I die. How could you say such things to a 9-year-old girl? You told me that no matter what happened, I couldn't return to my homeland." At this point, Bianca suddenly covered her mouth and looked at her husband. In front of him, "I just said things that make it sound like I was abandoned by my homeland. I've just admitted that I am someone cast away by my parents and siblings like a worthless bargaining chip." In her haste, Bianca tripped on her dress and fell. But a hand quickly caught her. It was none other than Zachary. "She has no place to return to, just like I had none when I was expelled from the estate. Now I understand why Bianca wants so desperately to have an heir and become useful to Arno. She has traveled throughout the territory to learn. All these actions, she just wants to prove she's valuable and won't be cast out from Arno, just as I was abandoned by Wigu," he thought. Gently comforting his wife, he said, "I once said, if you don't do anything, nothing will change, but you don't need to try so hard to change. Just being by my side is enough to make me very happy." Bianca felt warmth in her heart at every word he uttered. Even those eavesdropping nearby were moved by the scene. Zachary gently continued, "If you leave like this, you won't hear what he has to say." Batuak Blanchefort Gustava felt deeply moved as she looked at her tender-hearted daughter, choking back tears. "You resemble your mother so much, both in appearance and in character. I know your stubborn nature is not easily corrected. You always believed that by crying and being stubborn, you could get what you wanted. If you continue like this, it will be difficult to send you to Arno. That's why this father feared that you wouldn't listen and couldn't grow up. If I hadn't been so strict, Gustava's daughter would have been a wonderful child. As for not sending letters, I didn't have the confidence to do as well as you because I was afraid that if I wrote a letter, it would tell you to return home whenever you wanted. I've been too cold to you because I was afraid of my own weakness," he said, then asked for forgiveness, hugged his tear-streaked face, and quickly left. Bianca called out after him, "At times like this, you should say you're sorry. And you could say you missed me very much." She choked up and added, "I missed you and Joa very much, too." As soon as he heard those words, her brother rushed over and embraced his sister. "Bianca, I missed you very much too," he said. Zachary seemed to have anticipated this situation beforehand. She had said that her brother Joa resembled their father a lot, so when he saw Joa looking at Bianca and swallowing his tears, he guessed that Countess Blanchefort felt the same way. And when he saw Bianca trying not to cry in front of others, he realized that she, too, resembled Count Gustava a lot. Now, the family could no longer maintain their composure. He quickly ran to his children and broke down in tears with them. The three of them embraced each other, sharing in this emotional moment. Zachary stepped out of the room to give them some privacy. "Earlier, I remember there were only 2 people, so why are there 2 more now?" Zachary asked. The group of attendants, caught eavesdropping by the Count, could only give an awkward smile. He gently reminded them and was about to leave, but the door behind him opened, and a girl hugged him. "Ah, Countess!" The 4 people, who were caught off guard by this affectionate display, were extremely surprised. Zachary also blushed upon hearing his wife's words, "If you quietly leave while those 3 are in there crying, who knows when they will stop." She loosened her arms and gently said, "I have a few words to say to the Count. Thank you for being by my side on such an occasion, my dear husband." After the emotional reunion, Countess Blanchefort and Count Arno began to actively socialize, frequently visiting each other and having dinner together. While the relationship between the 2 families was mended, Bianca was facing an even more difficult issue. At that moment, she stole a glance at the person sitting next to her, her husband, who seemed lost in thought. "The Count has returned with the same cold expression as before?" Bianca said, "Thank you for being by my side on such an occasion, my dear husband." Bianca frowned. "I called him my dear husband as he wished, but why doesn't he seem happy at all? In fact, he looks like he's avoiding me." Recalling the harsh words she had said to her father in anger, Bianca felt a deep sense of regret. However, her husband had reassured her, saying he was fine, even embracing and comforting her. That's why I had the courage to hug him like that back then, she thought. Reflecting on this, she suddenly felt embarrassed and somewhat cheated. If I had known, I would have just spoken without hugging. Seeing his wife's strange expression, Zachary was puzzled. He simply thought that if she let her hair down, she would look very beautiful. His cheeks flushed slightly at the thought, but he realized that no matter what hairstyle Bianca wore, she always looked stunning. At the Blanchefort estate, while the family was having dinner, Gustave revealed something to his son-in-law. Prince Jacob had wanted Zachary greatly when he first received the title of Baron. The prince was targeting newly risen nobles to build a faction supporting him. Upon hearing this, Bianca felt disgusted. Zachary then recalled that on his first day in Lahas, he had gone there on the second prince's summons. However, since he arrived a day early to explore the palace, he met Count Blanchefort first, and the count had proposed that Zachary marry Bianca. This time, in the garden of the crown prince, Zachary spoke while sneaking glances at his wife, Bianca, whose cheeks were flushed, and who was murmuring to herself. After that, Bianca had become his wife. Gustave also mentioned that this incident had severely strained his relationship with the second prince. Last winter, they happened to meet, and he deliberately humiliated both me and the count. Joa also recalled that whenever they greeted each other, Jacob always ignored him. Gustave continued, he suddenly showed a strange interest in Bianca after I prevented them from meeting. I knew then that my plan had no effect. And after the second prince visited me at my estate, a portrait of Bianca from her childhood disappeared. It couldn't have been a mere coincidence. Bianca was extremely surprised. Her father always carried that portrait with him wherever he went, so it was very important to him. Therefore, it couldn't have just disappeared on its own. Zachary clenched his teeth in anger. Do you think the second prince took it? His composed father replied, his greed knows no bounds. That's why I'm telling you this. He doesn't hide his ambitions. So wherever you two are, whether in Lahas or anywhere else, you must be wary of the second prince. By evening, Count Arno and his wife left. Bianca couldn't help but feel anxious because it seemed like the second prince had feelings for her. This made her extremely uncomfortable and resentful, especially when she thought about him possibly stealing her childhood portrait. Bianca felt increasingly unsettled and uneasy in her stomach. Yvonne asked concernedly, Madam, are you all right? You don't look well. Bianca replied, I feel a bit nauseous. Just as they were unsure of what to do, Zachary banged on the door loudly, calling out to Gaspa, stop the carriage for a moment. The carriage quickly came to a halt, Bianca's face pale and visibly distressed. Zachary helped Bianca outside, encouraging her to take some deep breaths of fresh air and tenderly saying, it's normal for your mood to be affected when you hear such things. Let's take a little stroll. He instructed everyone to stay there and walked with his wife for a short distance. Watching the fading figures of the couple, Yvonne couldn't help but worry. Suddenly, Gaspa caught a scent and ran off, surprising Yvonne. Mr. Gaspa. Mr. Gaspa. Gaspa went into a store and quickly came out, holding a bag full of colorful candies. Yvonne was pleasantly surprised. Are these for me, sir? Gaspa nodded. She was genuinely delighted. Gaspa, thank you so much. As dusk settled in, Yvonne and Gaspa savored the sweet candies melting in their mouths while they waited for the Count and Countess to return. Unaware of what was happening with their masters, they enjoyed the moment. If we came here during the day, the sun would be so beautiful, but now it's getting chilly, and the wind is quite strong, he remarked. Bianca felt a pang in her heart. You've been ignoring me for days. Do you think those sweet words can sway me? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from somewhere, it's late, and you two are still out on a date? If I were someone else, I might pretend not to notice, but meeting acquaintances in a place like this, how could I ignore you? Jacob put on a friendly face and greeted, good evening, Count Arno and Mrs. Arno. Both Zachary and Bianca were surprised by his presence. And me too, I didn't expect to meet you two here. The familiar voice made Zachary freeze in place. So you're still doing well, huh, Zachary? He frowned and hesitated before replying, brother. Bianca was taken aback, so you're Zachary's brother? Then you must be from the Wigu family, the ones who expelled the Count from their home. On that day, when Zachary returned to the estate, he was shocked to find his belongings scattered outside. Vincent, upon seeing his master return, was extremely apologetic. Master, the Duke ordered all your belongings to be taken out of the estate, he said nervously. Zachary hung his head, feeling deeply unsettled. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Zachary, come up here. Zachary responded, you've taken all my belongings outside. There's nothing left in the estate, so I went hunting. I couldn't let the family members, who were already exhausted from our father's funeral, go hungry. Zachary furrowed his brow, trying to salvage some semblance of brotherly affection. Brother, the coffin of our father was just taken out of the castle, only 2 days ago. The elder brother's cold gaze pierced Zachary with disdain. I thought I'd give you 2 days. It seems you've forgotten already, Zachary. I told you, the day I became Duke of Wigu would be the day you were expelled from this estate. Because of our late father, the steward pleaded for an extra day for you. You should thank him for that. Zachary gripped his bow tightly, struggling to contain his anger. How could you, even after everything I've become, still hate me? He placed a hand on Zachary's shoulder and replied, My stepmother loved me as her own. It's as if she gave birth to me herself. But since you were born, no one in this estate has loved me anymore. There's no reason for me to hate you, Zachary. So please, leave quickly and disappear from my sight. Zachary, the younger brother, retreated from the place once called home. He instructed Vincent not to worry about him but to serve the new duke of the estate well. The old man tried to think positively. Perhaps the destiny of our young master isn't to be a monk but a knight. With more servants, he'll have a greater sense of responsibility. Zachary couldn't hold back his tears at the caretaker's concern. From that day on, he and Vincent left the Wigu family. Just as Bianca reunited with her family after 10 years, Zachary met his older brother again after 13 years, in a place he never expected. You still look well. Is the steward still alive? He respectfully greeted Jacob and revealed that Count Arno was his younger brother. Zachary felt his anger simmering at the false face of his brother and even that of the second prince. But he hesitated when a gentle hand grasped his own. Don't forget, I'm always by your side, Bianca whispered. Turning to see his wife trembling, probably in anger, Zachary blushed, thinking to himself, oh no, in this awkward situation, my rigid demeanor doesn't seem authoritative at all, but rather unexpectedly endearing. Zachary introduced, brother, this is my wife. The Duke of Wigu mocked, oh, I thought I had a granddaughter. Turns out it's Count Arno's wife. Back when she was a mere countess, she was sold off like merchandise at Blanchefort, and thanks to her, Zachary became a duke today. Bianca felt intense resentment toward the duke for not only casting her husband out of their home but also for his past schemes that led her into Fernandin's trap and disgraced her. It was Roland Wigu who expelled her from the Arno domain. Now he mocked her husband for marrying a child when he was only 9 years old. Jacob intervened, Count Wigu, please stop. It's been a long time since you last met your younger brother, hasn't it? I apologize, Your Highness. I have exposed this ugly image to everyone. Jacob replied, it wasn't me, it was Bianca. Upon hearing this, Bianca startled, and he continued, you shouldn't apologize, Count Wigu. Seeing his cunning expression, she couldn't help but feel disgusted as he dared to mention her name directly in front of her husband and the Count, not to mention his affectionate tone that suggested something ambiguous between them, as if they were very close. Bianca clung tightly to her husband, and Zachary grasped her hand in return. His voice trembled with anger, Bianca, please close your eyes for a moment. I will handle everything. Bianca was frantic at her husband's agitation. She tried to stop him from doing something rash, but her feet had been dangling in the air for who knows how long. Zachary spoke respectfully, Your Highness, elder brother, forgive me, but my wife and I must leave now. We intended to catch some fresh air as she feels queasy, but staying in this cold wind will only worsen her symptoms. Bianca was carried away like this, feeling deeply embarrassed. Oh, Count, what are you doing? Even though she had been lifted like this during her horse riding practice, in front of the second prince and the nobles, thinking about it made her blush with shame. Oh dear, Bianca, you seem warmer than before, perhaps getting a fever. We should quickly return, he swiftly requested to retreat, stepping firmly and gently carrying his wife away. Zachary, you rascal. The second prince hasn't given permission yet, and you're already leaving like this. Zachary's older brother thundered. But Jacob paid no heed, his expression filled with excitement. He intentionally reached out and clasped Bianca's delicate ivory hand. Such tiny wrists, looks like you haven't been eating well. Won't that make you susceptible to illness? With that, he kissed the back of her hand. I'll give you a precious gift, because it seems our meeting was destined by the heavens, Bianca. Jacob maintained his enthusiastic demeanor and said, don't worry, I'll have someone send plenty of tonics to the lady's estate. Bianca could only blush and tremble as his dirty hands touched her. Zachary, witnessing this scene, grew visibly enraged. He swiftly turned away, causing Bianca's hand to jerk away from him. Apologies, second prince, but whatever she ingests must be approved by her husband, myself, from olives to tea leaves. Seeing him defend her, Bianca felt immensely happy. Zachary added to the second prince, "Whatever he sends, my wife will not partake." With that, they bowed and departed. Jacob persisted, "Bianca's husband manages everything for her. Sooner or later, I'll be the one to enforce that, Count Arno." On the street, people blushed at a scene that seemed highly romantic, a noble lady seemingly fainting and a knight carrying her in his arms. Little did they know, it was the famous Count Arno and his wife. Bianca felt incredibly embarrassed. She whispered to her husband, asking to be allowed to walk on her own, but Zachary sternly replied, "This isn't the first time I've carried you like this. Why be ashamed?" Bianca blushed even more. Saying that loud, everyone around must have heard it all. She lowered her voice, gently reminding, "At home, it's our domain, but here is different." Zachary chuckled mischievously. "Then pretend to faint like everyone says. Earlier, I told you to close your eyes and let me handle things." Bianca stole a glance at him after his recent behavior. With those two rascals, suddenly she felt her husband was truly handsome and kind. She wrapped her arms around his neck tighter and thought to herself, was the Count's words true? Managing everything from olives to tea leaves. It feels like I'm slowly becoming important to the Count. I like that feeling. Bianca indeed pretended to faint as he suggested, but then she fell asleep until they returned to their carriage. On that evening in their private chamber, Zachary tucked his wife under the blanket and gently removed her hand from his robe. However, he paused, recalling which hand the second prince had kissed. Thinking of that moment, Zachary's anger flared, his face darkened. He slowly bent down and kissed both of her hands as if washing away any lingering dirt or stain. That night, the Count urgently summoned his 3 knights. Robert was deeply concerned. "What's the matter, my lord? Has our domain been attacked?" Gaspar frowned, silently contemplating, could there be issues with taxes? Increasing taxes at this time isn't ideal, and delaying them isn't without risks either. Could Aragon's forces be invading again? He's only arrived in the capital a few days ago, so he probably hasn't had time to organize the troops, Robert added. The 3 of them marched straight ahead and pushed open the doors. "You summoned us, my lord?" they asked in unison. Zachary admired their promptness. "Doesn't this scene feel familiar?" he mused. "Because of the urgency of my summons," Zachary replied. "Yes, because I have a very important matter to discuss with you." Robert became tense. "A very important matter?" Gaspar raised an eyebrow. "Surely it's about taxes," Gaspar commented. Meanwhile, Sowing, with a puzzled look, asked, "Why does it smell so sweet in here? Is it from Gaspar?" Zachary continued, "It seems that the second prince has set his sights on Bianca." All 3 knights were surprised. "What? Second Prince Jacob? Why would he pursue a married woman?" Robert exclaimed angrily, "How dare he behave this way towards the Count's wife? Regardless of his royal status, it's utterly irrational." Sowing interjected, twisting his words, "Isn't your phrase, 'our Count's wife,' just as irrational?" Robert grimaced, "As a knight of Arno, it's natural for me to refer to the Count's wife as such. The Count is right there, yet he still dares to pull such stunts. Even if he sees Count Arno as a joke, he's still a noble." Gaspar, usually reserved, murmured, "The portrait of the lady. He stole her childhood portrait." The other 2 erupted in disbelief. "What?" Sowing exclaimed, "A portrait? And her childhood portrait? Is he some kind of pervert?" Robert sighed heavily, "A prince of a realm resorting to theft like this?" Zachary couldn't contain his outrage at their words. "Where did you hear about this, Gaspar?" Gaspar replied, "Oh, Yvonne told me about it." Zachary speculated, "It seems he deliberately wants to trouble both me and Count Blanchefort. But the way he looks at Bianca is very unsettling. Gaspar, if Bianca meets Jacob, you must bring her back immediately." "Yes, my lord," Gaspar responded promptly. Sowing was surprised that the Count had Gaspar escort the lady to guard against such incidents. He had initially thought the Count was being overly cautious, but now he was shocked to think of what the lady had endured. Zachary expressed frustration, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let Bianca come to the capital of Lahas. There are unexpected people lurking around Bianca, so be careful." "Why am I called the Bloodthirsty? Why is the symbol of House Arno a black wolf?" "Because a wolf will swallow anyone who dares to covet its possessions. I will engrave into their bones that Bianca is something they cannot take away. To me now, Bianca is priceless." After that day, Bianca faced health issues again and had to call a doctor for a checkup. After the doctor left, she asked Yvonne about her husband. This morning, the Count came to have breakfast with His Highness Gauti. "Feeling tired," Bianca sighed, "is that so? When we arrived in Lahas, he only went out with me, so he couldn't do anything." Seeing Bianca distressed, Yvonne revealed something to her, Did you know, my lady, the Count actually declined the invitation and wanted to directly care for you. But refusing the invitation of the Grand Prince was quite impolite, so others pursued and prevented him. He said he would return immediately after breakfast. Upon hearing this, Bianca's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, perhaps from the fever or from feeling bashful. After Bianca finished bathing and returned to bed, Yvonne carried the basin of water out of the room. Just as she reached the door, a hand reached out to take the basin from her. "Allow me," Gasper said quietly, lifting the basin and swiftly turning away. "Wait," Yvonne couldn't stop him and could only smile, hurrying to follow Gasper, the quiet man, as he walked away. Bianca's doctor advised her to increase her food intake and start taking walks. "This necklace has been brought out. Can you help me match my makeup with it today?" Bianca asked. It turns out this piece of jewelry was a gift from the Count on her 15th birthday. At that time, she hadn't met him yet, so she didn't know, but the necklace matches the color of her eyes. The maid was very moved upon hearing this. "My lady, trust me. I will make you look stunning today." After a while of preparation, Bianca was dressed in a red dress paired with the green necklace. She felt a bit anxious, unsure where she might encounter Viscount Wigu today, but with this entourage, no one would be able to approach her without permission. Sowing began in his usual overly sentimental tone. "Oh, my lady, it is an honor to accompany you on your walk today. We will protect you with all our hearts. On the battlefield, they call me Mad Dog. I'll make sure to deal with anyone who dares trouble you." Bianca nodded approvingly. "I'm very pleased with that nickname. I look forward to your assistance, Sowing. Even though you're wearing my husband's attire, it suits you well." Hearing her praise, Sowing's face lit up with joy, feeling quite pleased with himself. That day, Bianca strolled through the garden of the Grand Princess. Sowing mentioned, "Back in Arno, my lady, you have always been the center of attention, in the best way possible." Bianca was puzzled by this, as she felt she hadn't done anything noteworthy to earn such a reputation. Suddenly, the sound of people laughing and chatting could be heard nearby. "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Countess d'Aveville," someone said. The group continued to laugh and moved closer. Suddenly, two women stopped in their tracks when they saw Bianca. "Oh, we have a guest," the blonde woman said arrogantly. "Which family do you belong to? Today, you'll have to make way because this is Countess d'Aveville, a relative of the Grand Princess." The red-haired woman looked worried. "But they were here first." The blonde woman cheerfully replied, "It's fine. Isn't it only natural to make way for the Countess?" Sowing, feeling a bit annoyed, couldn't understand why they were comparing titles. The blonde woman continued to argue, but Sowing interrupted. "It's true I didn't know the situation and interfered, but the lady here is also a countess, Countess Bianca de Arno." The group froze in surprise. "What? Arno? Are you saying this is the wife of Count Arno, the great hero?" They began to whisper among themselves, "This must be the daughter of Count Blanchefort. That family is related to the late Grand Empress." Bianca found these people just as troublesome as Prince Jacob and Viscount Wigu. Suddenly, the red-haired woman invited Bianca to have tea with them. "After all, it's a rare opportunity that we happen to meet." Bianca immediately declined. The blonde woman, seeing this, openly showed her displeasure. "I heard she and her husband have quite an age gap. So young and already so arrogant. She's so skinny, not even that pretty. She must be wearing extra layers underneath to fit into that expensive red dress, right? And why's the pendant that color? How curious," she sneered, a sly smile crossing her face. Bianca sensed the jealous gaze. Although the woman had turned away, Bianca could feel her eyes lingering on the necklace for a long time. Perhaps she didn't realize its true value. It was not just a gift from the Count but also one of the finest necklaces. Even the pearls surrounding it were meticulously chosen. Without recognizing its worth, one could not see how ostentatious it truly was. Bianca quickly excused herself and left. But before they departed, Sowing noticed a familiar face. "That girl, I've seen her among the servants before. Who could she be?" After Bianca's group left, the women resumed gossiping, especially the blonde one. "She's so rude, doesn't know any manners at all," the blonde sneered. A maid standing behind them flinched. The maid, Auntie, couldn't believe she had run into Lady Bianca in such a place. As soon as Bianca left, the noblewomen resumed their gossip. She wore such a lavish red dress without any matching jewelry. The Arno family is newly wealthy and has countless assets. Yet, she couldn't even find suitable jewelry to match her dress, one of them scoffed. The red-haired Countess d'Aveville, however, thought the necklace matched Lady Arno's eye color perfectly. But the blonde continued to badmouth Bianca while praising d'Aveville excessively. "I've never seen a sapphire shine as brilliantly as that. It's something not every lady can have," she gushed, switching from flattery to insult seamlessly. The women didn't hesitate to laugh rudely. Suddenly, one of them cheerfully mentioned, "Do you know that secret romances are all the rage right now?" They immediately exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, perhaps it's one of those two escorts. They might both be involved at the same time. Anyway, adultery is still wrong, isn't it? I wonder if she can understand a man's feelings with those cold, reptilian eyes." While they were laughing and chatting away, Auntie stepped forward with a tray of tea for the noblewomen. "If you'd like, I can share some interesting stories about Lady Bianca. I used to work at Arno Manor for a while, so I know a few tales," she offered. Auntie smirked maliciously. She didn't care anymore about the reason she was dismissed from Arno Manor. Instead, she gleefully fabricated negative stories about Bianca. Meanwhile, Sowing suddenly remembered something and exclaimed loudly, "Ah, I remember now." Everyone enjoying the picnic was startled and turned their curious gazes towards him. Sowing quickly turned to Yvonne and asked, "That maid, the one with a mole under her eye and blonde hair, what's her name?" Yvonne covered her mouth before replying, "You mean Auntie?" Sowing exclaimed, "Exactly, among the servants there's this Auntie." Bianca still didn't understand whom he was referring to. Yvonne clarified, "She's the one who was dismissed for disrespecting the lady. That maid." Bianca then recalled the past, saying, "I remember now. After that incident, she was the one who cared for my hands day and night. Those fond memories are unforgettable." Yvonne was extremely happy to hear this, but Bianca also reflected, she's quite remarkable to rise to become a lady's maid in such a short time. As it was getting late, everyone had to return as per Bianca's orders. Sowing couldn't help but worry, what about Auntie? Do you think she might seek revenge on the lady and spread malicious rumors? After all, she did spread unfounded gossip about her before being dismissed from the estate. Yvonne replied, "But wasn't it because of her careless words that she was dismissed? Normally, if it were another lady of the household, she might have been more enraged." Sowing frowned, "Even so, I still feel uneasy. Once rumors start spreading, they tend to continue." It seems like a tense moment with Gaspa suddenly appearing behind Sowing, his expression grim. Startled, Sowing asks, "Gaspa, are you all right?" Gaspa replies darkly, "We must protect the lady." Yvonne can't help but chuckle at Sowing's reaction, saying, "Oh, you don't like me pretending to be friendly with her, do you? My, is that true? Look at your face turning red." Back in the room, amidst all the noise from Sowing and the others, Bianca pays no attention, her gaze sparkling as she looks towards Zachary. It sounds like a sweet moment between Zachary and Bianca. Zachary, being fitted by a tailor, suddenly sees Bianca and greets her happily, "You're back?" He turns to the tailor and says, "Pause your work for a moment. Since the tailor arrived early, I've already taken my measurements." Approaching Bianca, Zachary gazes intently at her, leaving Bianca puzzled. What is it?" she asks. Suddenly, he reaches out and lifts her chin, saying, "So you are wearing it. I thought you didn't like it, so I never used it." Bianca responds, "It's the gift you gave me on my 15th birthday. It was the first time I saw such a beautiful necklace." Blushing slightly and smiling, she adds, "I bought it because its color matches your eyes perfectly, and it suits you so well." Bianca proudly shows off her red dress, saying, "It's made from the fabric you chose." Zachary responds, "I remember, it suits you very well." Bianca pouts, "Stop saying, suits well, all the time. Say something else." He hesitates, then stammers, well, that's." Amid the audience's anticipation behind them, Zachary leans closer to her and whispers, "Bianca, you look beautiful." Bianca immediately blushes. It must be embarrassment that made him act like that. Looking at the man who seems shy and awkward before her, she wonders why she always has to hide herself from this man or feel embarrassed. Bianca touches his hand and responds, "Thank you, Count. Please wait a little longer, I'll change quickly and choose the fabric with you." Zachary gently accepted but still lingered over her soft hand. When Bianca left the room, the Count immediately reverted to his cold demeanor and turned to ask, "So, has she met the second prince?" Sowing replied, "No, milady did not meet him today." Gaspa immediately stepped forward and whispered to him, causing Zachary's eyes to turn cold instantly. "They met, didn't they?" Sowing responded, "Exactly, milady didn't see her and doesn't remember who she is. I can't forget such an incident because Yvonne always massaged milady's swollen hand." Zachary, feeling a bit uncomfortable, asked, "Did Bianca tell him about that?" He looked up and questioned, "But Sowing, the shirt you were wearing that morning." Sowing chuckled, "Looks familiar, doesn't it? Because this shirt belongs to you, Count. Milady gave it to me." Zachary's eyes widened in surprise while Sowing continued to boast about how he managed to fit into the outfit, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Just wait and see, I will definitely wear your outfit perfectly." Zachary now widened his eyes. I remember he used to boast that he would become close to her. It's understandable, he's outgoing like that, so he can easily befriend anyone. I heard Bianca has discarded all my old clothes, and perhaps because of her closeness to Sowing, she gave him my things. Thinking about this, Zachary exploded, meeting daily, being close like that, and I don't even get that. He raised his hand and made a face like someone demanding a debt be paid. Strip it off, now. Sowing immediately exclaimed, what? But upon seeing the fiery glare and the threatening words from his master, he quickly became meek. Wait, hold on, your grace. Although I vowed to be loyal to you, right now I only brought your clothes to lahas. Bianca nodded, observing, if this night is so loud, we must be more cautious when going outside. Ivan replied, perhaps it's because of his wandering background that he doesn't conceal his thoughts like that. I always thought knights were cold and reserved. The count is also like that. Gaspa isn't one for much talk either. Bianca chuckled at Ivan's reaction. Ivan seems to like reserved men, like Sir Gaspa, doesn't she? The maid looked flustered. Oh, madam, are you teasing me too? She hesitated before continuing. Of course, Sir Gaspa is quiet but not devoid of emotions. He is very caring and exceptionally kind. But being a knight, he won't easily indulge in matters of the heart like this. Bianca placed her hand on Ivan's shoulder, saying, and what about you, Ivan? You're amazing. As Lady Arno, we can say that confidently. Happiness is a glory, and if the opportunity is right before us, let's not miss it. Ivan was deeply moved by these words. My lady, I am truly happy to seize this opportunity. Do you know how glad I am to be here with you? Upon hearing this, Bianca blushed. Why are you suddenly being so sentimental? Ivan chuckled and took her master's hand. My lady, you deserve happiness just as much as I do. Bianca fell silent. Happiness, huh? Since returning from the past, I've been focused on trying to make up for my unhappy life before. I know what the future holds, and it has nothing to do with my own happiness. But now, this life isn't just mine anymore. When I came back, I realized there are still other lives around me. Everyone's life matters, and I hope everyone finds happiness together. But no one would believe that I've returned from the past. If I were to tell the Duke that Prince Jacob is a traitor, would he believe me? Even though he hasn't yet completed his conquest, his relationship with the Duke is certainly different from the past life. Since the past has changed, surely the future will change too. If my relationship with the Duke becomes closer, he might trust my words. I mustn't miss that opportunity. While lost in thought, the maid rummaged through searching for something. It turns out you don't have any cloak to go to the horse race. Just remembered this year Arno will have 4 people participating. Bianca was surprised. 4? Besides those 3 people, who else? Ivan replied, oh dear, my lady, it's the Count himself. Bianca's expression darkened. The horse race was a jousting competition between knights on horseback. After grabbing their lances and charging at each other, the one who remained on horseback was declared the winner. It was a great honor for the champion knight, as the joust was quite perilous. The winner of the direct elimination rounds would be awarded an everlasting golden rose, and they would present this rose to their beloved. That was the highlight of the tournament. Ivan exclaimed enthusiastically, and of course the Count will give the golden rose to the lady, won't he? How romantic. Bianca responded coldly, I don't need romance, and then she walked away, opening the door and stepping into the main room. If the past and present differ, it means the Count's death could be different from the previous future. Seeing the two arguing over a shirt, Bianca said nothing, but looked at her husband with affectionate concern. He might not die on the battlefield in the next few years, but he could still die from a fall from his horse or some other mistake, she think. She grabbed his shirt and spoke up, Count, could you please not participate in the tournament? Zachary looked surprised. Why would you say that? Bianca replied, because it's too dangerous. I've heard of people falling from their horses and dying just because they missed a lance. She felt deeply unsettled and trembling inside. If the Count participates in anything dangerous, even a little bit, I must stop him. At this point, Sowing interjected to reassure her, because this tournament commemorates Prince Anbert's engagement, not everyone can participate. The knights selected are rigorously chosen, so there won't be any accidents. Instead of worrying about the Count, shouldn't the lady worry more for his opponents? Anyone brave enough to joust with the Count must have quite the courage. Zachary felt a warmth in his heart. Is she worried about me? Bianca is worrying about me? Seeing his wife's concern and gently scolding Sowing, Zachary looked at her affectionately. So that's how it is. Turns out it's not just me who worries. Suddenly, Bianca turned sharply towards him, startling Zachary. Count, why haven't you said anything about the tournament? He could only blush. She grumbled, this isn't a game of chess, it's more like a battle with lances on horseback. If my husband is participating, I must go watch. But why didn't you tell me? Zachary blushed from Bianca's concern, yet suddenly, fleeting fragments of memories flashed through his mind. He thought, I'm arrogant. Perhaps Bianca is simply disgusted by the smell of blood on my body, not worried. With this thought, he gripped the table tightly. I know what you're worried about. You don't have to reluctantly come to a place where there are always injured and bleeding people, he said. Bianca fell silent, her words cutting through the tension. You don't need it, do you? If this unease is because of worrying for the Count, then he doesn't need my concern. She pushed his hand away and spoke coldly. If my husband competes and his wife doesn't even bother to watch, what will people say? I don't want them to tarnish your honor. Zachary's heart skipped a beat, feeling the weight of the argument. The dispute continued between them, making Sowing on the sideline seem like a mere shadow, Bianca's reasoning standing firm. Meanwhile, Zachary remained stubborn, his head buzzing from the back and forth. She turned and left. All right, do what you want, but I know what I want, she said. Ivan, could you please call the tailor outside? I'll ask him to make a new outfit for the Count and an outer cloak. That should be fine, right? Zachary, seeing his wife upset, immediately sat beside her and complied with her wishes. The audience was somewhat disappointed watching the tension between the two main characters. They knew both were worried about each other, but unfortunately, the Count and Countess didn't realize it themselves. When Bianca left, Zachary expressed his disappointment to Robert about what had just happened. He was surprised because usually she didn't care whether he participated in these entertainment games or not, but suddenly today she vehemently objected. Zachary felt disheartened, convinced that her objection wasn't out of concern for him. Sowing exclaimed, "What now? The lady really is worried about you, she might even be crying alone in her room." Robert pondered, "Count, why not take this opportunity to use her objection as an excuse to withdraw? No one in Sevfranca can defeat you, but this time knights from Castile will also be participating, making it harder to refuse. If you win the tournament, won't you have to reveal yourself?" Zachary became contemplative. "That doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, it's my duty to participate, so it'll be fine." He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "I will let those vultures like Jacob and that maid know, even that maid. I'll make sure they understand that my wife is not someone they should mess with." That evening, Ivan knocked on the lady's door but received no response. "What should we do? It seems the lady is already asleep," Ivan awkwardly remarked. Zachary crossed his arms thoughtfully, unsure if she would attend the tournament the next day. "If the lady is sleeping this early, her health may not be well," Ivan said, trying to defend his wife. Her adorable expression, whether noticed by the Count or not, successfully made Gaspa's cheeks blush. "The lady is making a great effort to come there to cheer for you, Count." Bianca, hearing those nonsensical words from outside, frowned and silently criticized Ivan in her thoughts. Zachary hesitated before replying, "All right, but if Bianca feels tired, don't let her go then." The maid nodded obediently. Just at that moment, seeing Gaspa yielding the way to him, Ivan remembered what the lady had said. "Ivan, you're a wonderful girl. So seize the opportunity when you can." She woke up immediately and called out to Gaspa, "Tomorrow, I will definitely cheer you on with all my heart." Gaspa's heart felt like it had 1,000 twinkling stars. He bent down to where the maid was and blushed. Ivan felt so happy, and the two of them seemed like little birds courting each other. In her room, Bianca was admiring the masterpiece lace scarf she had crafted herself. Of course, the Count would give a rose to his lady, wouldn't he? Just the thought sounded so romantic. Thinking about Ivan's flowery words, Bianca scoffed, "I will never let that romantic notion happen." She resolved that if the Count wore this scarf, he would be the most distinguished player. Bianca muttered to herself, "I've done everything I can as Zachary de Arno's wife." She tossed and turned on the bed, then jumped up and exclaimed loudly, "That's it. I made this lace scarf with all my heart for a man who doesn't even worry about me. This gift is purely for show." Count Zachary was taking a bath when he received a cosmic signal, instantly sending chills down his spine. After that, she became saddened by his refusal to accept her help, reminding her of earlier times when there seemed to be a distance between them. So perhaps the gentleness he has shown over the past 6 months is just illusory. The Count is a man of high responsibility and sophistication, so perhaps I am just a duty to him. The words he always said to me, both the Count of old and now, have not changed. But what about me? The emotions I feel from each gesture of the Count are still the same as before when I had feelings for Fernand. Things are not okay, Bianca. I'll remember all those feelings again: pain, betrayal, despair, criticism, pleading, loneliness, love. Those emotions are like a contagious disease, causing agonizing pain, leading to exhaustion and death. Bianca fondly gazes at the lace scarf and quietly thinks, so it's fortunate that we keep this distance. I realized the sincerity of the Count before falling deeper in love with him. How lucky. In the capital of the Sevfranca Empire, both nobles and commoners enthusiastically participated in the spring tournament. Its scale was akin to a grand festival, and it even welcomed glamorous guests from Castile. However, the main focus of this tournament was the iron-blooded hero, who was the talk of the town. Isn't it obvious that he will win the tournament this time? Even if magic is used, it won't make a difference. So, betting on who will win this tournament is pointless. While savoring a fruit ice cream, Yvonne excitedly mentioned that instead of betting on who would win, people were more interested in betting on who would come in second place. While savoring a fruit ice cream, Yvonne excitedly shared that instead of betting on who would win, people were more interested in betting on who would come in second place. Bianca sighed, realizing that the title Iron-Blooded was not just empty words. Even the knights from Castile had no doubts about the Count's victory. Yvonne continued, mentioning that some of the Arno knights were contenders for the runner-up spot, including the second prince. Bianca paused mid-bite when she heard his name, worry creeping in as she wondered what underhanded schemes he might be plotting. Her thoughts wandered. The Count was an extraordinarily talented man. How could he die so meaninglessly? The second prince must be secretly communicating with Aragon, plotting behind our backs. Did the Count die in the war against Aragon because of Jacob's machinations? As she was lost in thought, the sound of someone's guitar abruptly interrupted her. Bianca's face twisted in annoyance. The noise was unbearable and made it impossible to think. She shot a glare at the man behind her, who quickly noticed her displeasure. "Oh, my beautiful lady, why does such a lovely face wear such a frown?" Bianca was startled. No. She couldn't believe that this flirtatious man, who had often appeared in her dreams, was none other than Fernand. He was a tall and handsome young man with an exceptionally melodious voice. Fernand had come to the tournament in Lahas to seek a noble lady or a patroness to sponsor him, like a peacock flaunting its beauty to attract the opposite sex. He had succeeded in capturing the attention of many noble women, and now, his eyes had inadvertently fallen in admiration on the enchanting image of the Countess of Arno. Bianca's face darkened. Fernand is here too. Seeing such a pretty young lady, the man felt as if he had struck gold. But she quickly turned away, leaving him puzzled. Huh? Why is this lady so flustered? He thought to himself, deludedly. Well, it makes sense. To lock eyes with a handsome man like me, a young, inexperienced lady would surely be shy. While Fernand was lost in his own musings about her cuteness, Bianca only felt uneasy. She hadn't expected to run into him in Lahas. Could the second prince have orchestrated this encounter with Fernand? It can't be. In my previous life, I could overhear things, but now, it's just too improbable. Fernand bowed and greeted her. Beautiful lady, I hate to confess this, but I've fallen for you at first sight. Bianca felt as if lightning had struck her ears. What is this? The man deliberately circled around, trying to charm her, causing Bianca to spin around to avoid his allure. She slammed the table and shouted, Yvonne, I need to go see my husband now. Watching her retreating figure, Fernand murmured with amusement, not a lady but a madam? A husband, you say? The greater the challenge, the more I want to conquer this lady. She's truly my love. The unexpected encounter with Fernand left Bianca utterly infuriated. He mistook me for an unmarried lady and started flirting with me. He's just like that second prince. Did I once love someone like that? Thinking this, Bianca's face flushed with anger. At the tournament venue, there was a section designated for the knights participating in the competition. Bianca had intended to give this lace handkerchief to her husband in the morning, but she had overslept because she stayed up late finishing it. If he wears this handkerchief and participates in the tournament, it will be an opportunity to present it to everyone. Today, I must give it to him in person. But what if he doesn't accept it? Bianca clutched the handkerchief, feeling anxious. Lady Bianca, have you come to cheer us on? A knight asked. Bianca replied, I came here to see the Count, not you. Sover, feeling slightly hurt, said, I don't have a lover, so if I win, I'll give the rose to you. Bianca responded, shouldn't you give it to Princess Odeli instead of me? Robert suddenly spoke up, because you are our lady. His cheeks flushed slightly as he continued, Princess Odeli is the most noble person in Lahas, but as Knights of Arno, it is only natural for us to give the rose to our lady. Bianca suddenly felt very happy. Am I the lady of these knights? She wondered. Sover teased, I don't even know what to say. Robert's heart is about to jump out of his chest. Blushing and flustered, Robert quickly tried to cover his friend's mouth. Looking at the loyal knights, Bianca calmly responded, there's no reason for me to refuse. I always want to receive flowers from brave knights. So, both of you, do your best." Hearing these encouraging words, Sowing was extremely excited, while Robert, though embarrassed, respectfully said, "Thank you, my lady." Bianca suddenly felt very happy. "Am I the lady of these nights?" she wondered. Sowing teased, "I don't even know what to say." Robert's heart is about to jump out of his chest. Blushing and annoyed, Robert quickly tried to cover his friend's mouth. Looking at the loyal knights, Bianca calmly responded, "There's no reason for me to refuse. I always want to receive flowers from brave knights. So, both of you, do your best." Sowing, upon hearing those encouraging words, became extremely excited. Robert, though embarrassed, responded respectfully, "Thank you." Bianca also silently reminded herself to be strong. Regardless of what the Count thought of her, she had to go in first. As she was engrossed in preparing herself mentally, Gaspa suddenly opened the curtain. Bianca walked straight in, her heart starting to beat faster as a man called out. Seeing him in his silver armor, she admired him with delight. "Count, you look so handsome. Your hair color and the black armor suit each other perfectly." Of course, this was only Bianca's inner voice. After realizing she had feelings for him, no matter how she looked at her husband, she found him incredibly cool and captivating. "What is it?" Zachary's question immediately dampened her excitement. How ungracious. She glanced at him and hesitated before asking, "Am I somewhere I shouldn't be?" Bianca was still a bit embarrassed facing her husband, but she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "I came to give you something I couldn't give you this morning," she said, extending her hand. Zachary was very happy with the intricate lace handkerchief his wife had given him, along with her heartfelt wish, "May you remain unharmed and return to me safely." Bianca blushed as she looked up at her husband and silently thought, "Please understand my heart, Count." Bianca was trying to be romantic, but her husband showed no reaction. Why aren't he saying anything? "Thank you, I love it," or something like that would be fine, she thought. Bianca tried to salvage the moment, saying, "I made this myself." The Count responded, "You made this yourself?" Bianca's eyes welled up with tears. "It's just made entirely of white thread and nothing special." "It's such a bother, isn't it?" She tried to take back the lace handkerchief, deciding not to give it anymore, but Zachary stopped her. "It's not like that. Really, I'm very happy," he said, holding the lace handkerchief tightly, excited. "I'm so happy that I don't know how to express my feelings." Zachary knelt down and declared boldly, "I swear to the entire family that I will bring victory to you, I promise." Then he kissed the back of his wife's hand. Bianca's eyes widened. In this moment, she realized how deeply she had come to love the Count. Recalling the time Zachary taught her how to ride a horse, those feelings of love had emerged when he was beside her. The way he looked at her and the gentle touch of his hand, it had all started from that moment. And now, as the Count expressed his happiness, the emotions felt just the same as they did back then. Bianca helped him tie the lace handkerchief around his arm and offered her heartfelt wishes. She kissed the handkerchief, letting him know that she would be with him in any circumstance. "Count, are you ready?" she asked. Zachary replied, "I'll be right out," as he wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. "I'll be back soon," he said. Bianca watched her husband's figure disappear into the distance, silently praying, "Oh, divine powers, if you have granted me a second chance at life, then please give Zachary to Arno another chance as well. Arno needs a lord to ensure its stability and growth. The Empire of Sevfranca needs a hero to protect it from the invading forces of Aragon, and I need my Count by my side. So please grant him the opportunity to return safely to me. Please keep him safe." The sound of horns echoed, signaling the commencement of the tournament. The Emperor and the Crown Prince of Sevfranca were both present, along with the daughter of the King of Castile, Princess Navarra, the main figure of this engagement ceremony. While observing the opening ceremony, Bianca noticed Fernand over there, flirting with some noblewoman. "Goodness, Fernand. Please don't look this way," she thought silently. Suddenly, Yvonne inquired, "Madam, what are His Highness Ambert and Princess Navarra like? It seems they are not here?" Bianca replied, "The one sitting on the left is Crown Prince Gautier, and on the right is Princess Odeli." Yvonne exclaimed, their shining blonde hair and sparkling eyes, truly beautiful as rumored. "Goodness, Fernand. Please don't look this way," she thought silently. Suddenly, Yvonne inquired, "Madam, what are His Highness Ambert and Princess Navarra like? It seems they are not here?" Bianca replied, "The one sitting on the left is Crown Prince Gautier, and on the right is Princess Odeli." Yvonne exclaimed, their shining blonde hair and sparkling eyes, truly beautiful as rumored. At the arena, a knight prepared himself in fighting stance. He urged his horse forward vigorously towards his opponent, but unfortunately, he was directly struck on the head by the opponent's attack. The entire audience was stunned as the knight fell off his horse. Both Bianca and Ivan were pale with fear. Maybe we're not old enough to watch things like this, Bianca muttered angrily at Sowing. Liar. Saying nothing would happen, and now there's already casualty right at the start. The knight who won earlier just gave a rose to a girl. She looked very happy. Bianca found it extremely distasteful. How dare she look at her lover risking his life like that? How can she smile so brightly? It seems like there's a bit of confusion in your message. Here's a revised version. The match continued despite Bianca's extreme worry, with the next brave knight being the son of Count Gustava Blanchefort. Bianca suddenly jolted and looked towards him. Heir to Hemia, Joaha Blanchefort. Bianca exclaimed loudly, Joaha? Brother. She called out, I'm over here. Immediately, her brother was startled. Oh la la. Hello, little sister. Cheer for me, won't you? Bianca could only hope her foolish brother noticed. Bianca worries that only skilled knights participate in the tournament, so how could Joaha return safely? The Blanchefort family is renowned for its many talented knights, but Bianca's father, Count Gustava Blanchefort, excels more in writing than martial arts. Her brother Joaha is similar. If Joaha competes in the tournament, Bianca fears he won't come back unharmed. Joaha, Bianca's older brother, entered the combat position. Bianca silently pleaded in her heart, Joaha, please, as the red flag swiftly dropped, signaling the start of the duel. Joaha spurred his horse fiercely and charged forward. Bianca tensed up, unable to watch directly, as a series of loud noises erupted. A knight has fallen. Bring the stretcher here. She trembled as the announcer boomed, the winner is. Ivan cheered and clapped. The knight in the green uniform remained seated there, victorious, none other than Joaha Blanchefort himself. The older brother happily gazes towards his younger sister. Bianca gasps, how can my brother be so strong? Joa advances towards her joyfully. Bianca looks at him as if he were a fairy. She worries and asks, are you okay, Joa? Her older brother smiles brightly in response, of course, I'm fine. He presents a rose in front of her and gently says, could you accept this rose from me? Bianca happily accepts it. Now she understands the feelings of the girl earlier after going through the tense feeling of suffocating heart. She gets to see the glowing face and confident eyes of the winner, who just gifted her another lovely rose. Bianca smells on the forehead of his older brother. Surely this gift will make the winner extremely happy, as the knights have gambled life. When Joa left, Bianca admired the rose in her hand. Despite the murmurs and whispers around her, she couldn't help but shout, ah! The hoarse cry of a knight and the neigh of a horse suddenly caught everyone's attention. The victor was Lord Sowing of Arno. The whole hall erupted in cheers and applause. Sowing, jubilant, exclaimed loudly, Madam, in the next round, I shall triumph and present you with flowers. Sowing spoke as he kissed Bianca's hand, like a joyful dog greeting its master after a long absence. In the next match, Robert also secured victory for himself. Shaking, he timidly presented the flower and mumbled, Madam, please accept my flower. Seeing his nervous demeanor, Bianca couldn't help but exclaim, look how tense he is. It turned out he was truly afraid of her rejecting the rose. She reached out and accepted the rose, congratulating him and expressing hope for his success in the next match. We look forward to the next rose, Sir Robert, she added. Robert blushed deeply, incredibly happy. He hurriedly urged his horse back towards the wing, his face flushed. Oh, finally, Madam remembered my name. Why does it suddenly feel a bit strange? In the next match, it was Gaspa's turn to compete. Mentioning the hero in her heart, Ivan felt a bit worried for him, but Gaspa was not one to be underestimated. The next brave knight to compete was a powerful man on a horse, causing all the men in the stands to stare at his imposing figure. The giant lord of Arno, Gaspa. His intimidating presence made both the opponent's horse and rider tremble. Bianca exclaimed, even before doing anything, his aura is already overwhelming. The red flag quickly dropped. Ivan was overjoyed because the victor was indeed Gaspa of Arno. He quickly approached his lady and, blushing, offered a rose with hopeful eyes, please, take it quickly. Bianca replied, wait, Ivan. This rose isn't meant for me. She turned and realized Gaspa was looking towards her. He blushed and said, please accept it, Ivan. Ivan felt her nose tingling, and she tearfully accepted that happiness. Bianca couldn't resist teasing, looks like you've mustered up some courage for something we don't know about, huh? Ivan could only smile in response. This time, all the knights of Arno had won, and it was soon the count's turn. However, Bianca immediately turned icy when a mesmerizing voice spoke up, Madam, it seems you are very much adored by the knights, aren't you? Fernand radiated a captivating charm and dropped his line, so, among those who received roses, is your husband one of them? Bianca seethed with frustration and screamed inwardly, why on earth did he have to come here? That Fernand. She muttered under her breath, just a moment ago, he was flirting with some young lady or noblewoman, and now he's over here. Bianca muttered to herself, I really don't want to talk to him anymore. She was intent on listening when suddenly she turned sharply, catching Fernand off guard. The announcer continued loudly, the next brave knight to compete is. Bianca's anticipation peaked. Could it be the Count? That is the son of Emperor Victor de Sevfranca, Lord Jacob de Sevfranca. Bianca deflated completely. The second prince? Fernand added, goodness, who would dare to challenge the second prince? If he loses, won't it be a blow to the emperor's prestige? It would be best for any knight to withdraw from the fight. Suddenly, a steward rushed over. After a brief discussion with the group, the match official immediately announced, withdrawn. The winner is Jacob de Sevfranca. Fernand sighed, indeed, no one dares to fight him. Bianca suddenly realized the prince was walking towards her. Despite her disbelief, Jacob stopped in front of her seat. Will madam accept this rose from me? Bianca swallowed nervously. He lowered his voice threateningly, there are many eyes upon us right now. Are you planning to refuse? Do you realize the gossip this might stir? Bianca reluctantly snatched the rose and shot Jacob a dirty look. Her hand trembled as she clenched the rose tightly. Jacob exclaimed excitedly, I will surely win for you. Fernand silently speculated, noting that lately the second prince hadn't been seen with any other girls. Could it be because of this lady? His gaze turned gleeful. I thought she was just an innocent maiden, but it seems she's been around. How generous must her husband be to allow the second prince to act so openly? Fernand grinned mischievously. If she has a husband like that, I might as well get in line and wait my turn. Appearing right at that moment, Zachary witnessed Bianca's presence with someone who was now married, drawing his attention. News of this generous husband quickly angered him. He heard whispers among the ladies, oh my, is that the person who shamelessly dates knights in the royal garden? Zachary sighed, her walks with Gaspa and Sover were twisted into rumors of dating. The women continued to spread malicious gossip about her. They thought that a lady married to a noble war hero behaving in such a crude manner was utterly shameless. Hearing this, Zachary was filled with fury. Amid the noisy commotion, he trembled with anger as he witnessed the malicious intent directed at his wife. Over here, Yvonne was also tearful. She hadn't expected her lady, who came only to support her husband, to endure such malicious comments. Bianca noticed Yvonne's expressions and simply sighed, paying little attention to the gossip. Having attained the highest level of compassion, Bianca lived her life treating those words as mere passing winds. While Bianca felt guilty for not creating an opportunity for Gaspa and Yvonne to meet, the flirtatious Fernand continued to charm with his handsome face. The envious remarks of the noble ladies were loud, but Fernand took up a lute and began to sing, drowning out the gossip. I will sing louder about the lady's beauty, Fernand declared. Bianca was infuriated by his sappiness. In a past life, I must have been blind to love this guy, she thought to herself. She waved her hand dismissively and scowled, no need. I'm not interested in hearing you sing. It's almost my husband's turn, so you can disappear and stop distracting me. Fernand immediately put on a worried expression. Then, before your husband's turn, you must be very nervous. How about holding my hand and praying, hoping your husband will win safely? Bianca watched intently as he played the piano, noticing that his hands bore no calluses, a sign that they had never been subjected to hard labor. His hands were completely different from the rough yet incredibly warm hands of her husband. Bianca smiled softly, making Fernand's heart skip a beat. She gently caressed her own hand and said, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. These hands are only meant to be held by my husband. Fernand silently watched her as she turned away. Now he understood why the second prince couldn't take his eyes off this married woman. He gave a wicked smile and said, Madam, you have a remarkable ability to ignite a man's possessiveness. With that thought, he began to eagerly anticipate seeing what her generous husband looked like. When he saw the hurried preparations for the duel below, Fernand felt slightly disappointed that it was already the final match. But his eyes widened immediately as he recognized the emblem of that family, a black wolf on the battlefield, mercilessly tearing apart the throat of anyone who dared to challenge it. Both a hero and a lord, it was none other than Count Zachary de Arno. The entire hall erupted in cheers as Zachary de Arno stepped out. Bianca did not miss the opportunity to introduce him to the handsome-faced Fernand. Yes, Zachary de Arno, whom you have heard of, is my husband. Zachary carefully adjusted his lance, readying himself for the attack. The entire arena was so tense that only the snorting of the horses and the clatter of hooves could be heard. Just like in previous matches, Lady Bianca appeared calm and composed, but no one knew that she was deeply worried about her husband. It will be all right, the Count will surely be safe, she reassured herself. I must watch the entire match. Zachary spurred his horse and charged forward, his eyes blazing with fury. His lance struck the opponent's shield with great force, causing a loud crash. Both the opponent's shield and Zachary's lance shattered, but his opponent staggered and fell backward. The victor was Sir Zachary de Arno. The entire arena erupted in cheers for the Count's victory. Yvonne shouted, "Madam, the Count has won." Bianca was overjoyed. He won, the Count is safe and sound. Zachary spotted his wife's seat. The pesky fellow from earlier had slipped away, and Bianca was there, beaming at him. Zachary blushed, thinking, did she cry? So, she truly was worried about me. While he was distracted by insignificant matters, Bianca had been deeply worried about him. Zachary's hands trembled as he tried to remove the flower pinned to his chest, but for some reason, it wouldn't budge. Finally, he noticed several flowers already placed beside her, and with frustration, he yanked off his stubborn flower. There were times I hoped you wouldn't come to watch the tournament because I feared those pests would swarm around you, making it hard for me to concentrate. No matter what, I will win, so please just come to watch on the final day. Bianca muttered, winning no matter what? Zachary replied, isn't that obvious? She took his flower and responded, I will follow your words, my lord. That night, Bianca placed each of his flowers in a vase and, true to his request, she did not attend the tournament on the second and third days as the Count easily triumphed through those matches. However, the following day was not as peaceful. Madam, what should I do? I? The maid Yvonne rushed in, her face pale. Bianca frowned at the mess before her. You've ruined the best silk thread. I'm sorry, hoo-hoo. Bianca sighed deeply and reluctantly untangled the mess for the maid. She had intended to gift these lace cloths to the Grand Prince and the Prince's consort, but it seems I'll have to handle this alone again. Yvonne's eyes still welled with tears. I don't know who would marry someone as unskilled as me. Bianca chuckled mischievously. Why worry, Yvonne? You have Sir Gaspa, don't you? The maid blushed deeply and exclaimed, No, madam, you've misunderstood. Bianca continued teasingly, I should have figured it out when you asked me to teach you knitting, shouldn't I? It seems you're planning to knit a scarf for someone, aren't you? So, have you accepted Sir Gaspa's confession yet? Oh wait, you've already exchanged flowers, isn't that a public declaration? Yvonne could only weakly resist. The truth was, after that day, she had been avoiding Gaspa out of sheer embarrassment. Bianca sighed, well, Gaspa is a good man, but after all, he is a knight. Bianca paused, her fingers halting. Living as someone else's pet and being suddenly called to the battlefield, that's not an easy thing at all. Yvonne could only weakly resist. The truth was, after that day, she had been avoiding Gaspa out of sheer embarrassment. Bianca sighed, well, Gaspa is a good man, but after all, he is a knight. Bianca paused, her fingers halting. Living as someone else's pet and being suddenly called to the battlefield, that's not an easy thing at all. Yvonne felt a stirring in her heart. But even if I'm not very skilled with my hands, I have many other good qualities. Whether I marry or not, I'll live the way I want and do what I enjoy. Right now, I'm already living perfectly, aren't I? Bianca winked and continued, don't forget, I'm always here behind you, Bianca de Arno. Yvonne listened and felt immensely happy. Suddenly, Sowing approached with a deeply troubled expression. Bianca, concerned, asked, has the match ended, Sowing? He gripped her hand tightly and replied with a complex look, there was an accident during today's match, madam. Both of them listened silently as Sowing recounted the events. Bianca's face darkened, muttering, it can't be. How could this happen? Today was the third day, the final day of the qualifying rounds to select the victorious knights. As expected, Zachary had defeated his opponent, none other than his brother-in-law Joa. His victory came as no surprise, as everyone had full confidence in the Count's abilities. While they were talking, Sowing noticed his friend looking weary and grew very concerned for Robert. I heard his opponent in the third match is none other than the second Prince Jacob. Be careful, but if you choose not to fight him, no one would blame you. Robert clenched his teeth in anger. I absolutely will not lose to the second prince. He dared to taunt Madame Bianca, and I still hold a grudge against him for that. Sowing's mouth fell open in surprise. Could it be that he's fighting so fiercely because of that? Since when has he treated Madame Bianca so well? I know she was very upset after being insulted, but for him to use that as a reason to fight so intensely. He suddenly realized, could he be trying to regain honor for Madame? Sowing approached Robert and muttered, Robert, you fool, then adopted a teasing tone, you must win this, all right? If you defeat the second prince, I'll make sure everyone hears about it. Robert frowned. Huh? No need for that. Sover persisted. No? But if you win today, everyone, relatives, descendants, the whole lineage, should know. A grand battle for the honor of your lady, fought with the spirit of a knight pushing past all limits, even in adversity. You would truly be magnificent. Why, I've just come up with such a touching story, haven't I? Robert chuckled. All right, standing up and declaring, after hearing you out, I'm feeling quite fired up for the match. Looking at his trembling friend's back, Sover felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. On that day, Robert had lost to the second prince, his shield shattered and his arm severely injured. Robert had fought valiantly until the very last moment. Despite being left-handed, he had displayed remarkable skill. Bianca anxiously asked, "How is Robert now?" Sover replied, "I heard he's in a rather serious condition, though no bones were broken. But I'm still quite worried." Upon hearing Robert's condition, Yvonne couldn't help but fret, worrying about Gaspa. Seeing the maid hesitant to speak, Bianca inquired on her behalf. Sover reassured them that Gaspa had made it to the quarterfinals. Aside from the Count, Gaspa is the most skilled knight in Arno. Hearing this, Yvonne felt her anxiety ease. Sover, however, was quite embarrassed about losing his match and thus dropping out of the running for runner-up in the tournament. It's all because the Knights of Castile are formidable. I understand why His Majesty urgently requested the Count's presence. As you know, Castile has an elite army. Honestly, I don't feel underestimated when facing them. Their bodies are robust, making them difficult to defeat. Sover's eyes sparkled as he added, "Anyway, on the final day of the tournament, I'll escort you to the event, madam. I'll serve as your commentator and relay the details of the match to you." "Trust me," Sover said confidently. Bianca immediately declined. "No need. I just want to watch the match in peace." Sover could only cry in despair. Seeing him like this, she thought to herself, maybe he's somewhat consoled now. It seems Robert wanted to reclaim Arno's honor more than I did. She understood his feelings of shame and anger, being defeated by someone he didn't want to lose to. "Because you are our master, and Princess Odeli is the noblest in Lahas." But as a knight of Arno, protecting his master's honor is only natural, she remembered hearing those words from Robert. As his master, she had no reason not to be upset about this loss. This thought left Bianca tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She was haunted by nightmares where she saw her husband dying from a fatal wound, his lace handkerchief stained with blood, and his eyes filled with tears. These disturbing images repeated over and over until she finally woke up with a start. Finally, the day of the tournament's finals arrived, and the atmosphere was bustling and lively with a large crowd. Bianca felt a bit anxious about her husband and asked Yvonne, "Did you see the Count go out this morning?" The maid replied, "Yes, madam, I saw him leave after breakfast." Bianca pressed on, "How did he look?" The redness around her eyes from the nightmare hadn't disappeared since morning. She was worried she might not see her husband again. Yvonne responded, "Don't worry too much, madam. He seemed perfectly fine." Inside the tent, Robert was adjusting the armor for his master. Zachary didn't forget to inquire about Robert's injury. Robert discreetly hid the heavily bandaged area and assured him, "I'm fine." Zachary reminded him, "Even so, don't overexert yourself." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, "Hello there, knights. Why do you all look so pathetic?" Zachary shot a furious glance at the speaker, who was none other than Jacob. Jacob continued tauntingly, "Is that Robert? The one I defeated yesterday? I didn't expect the subordinates of Arno to be so terrible." Despite his seething anger, Robert calmly replied, "To me, winning or losing isn't important. I'm proud to serve the Count, your highness." Jacob sneered, "For a knight, winning and losing are very important, Robert. But looking at you, you don't have what it takes to be a true knight at all." Robert was on the brink of losing his temper but clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the rage boiling inside him. "Robert, why bother with those words?" Robert froze at the voice of his commander. Zachary glanced sideways at Jacob and continued, "The second prince is here just to provoke us." Jacob shifted the conversation, "Today is the third day of the tournament. I think I saw Bianca in the audience. So, in today's match, if one of us wins, we should have the right to present a rose to her." Zachary chuckled, "There won't be any one of us about it. It'll be just me." Zachary's voice turned icy as he retorted directly, "I will win and give the rose to my wife. So, second prince, you won't have the chance to present a flower to her. But don't get so angry that you end up eating the rose yourself." Jacob's face contorted with anger, but he maintained his mocking attitude. He jeered, quite confident, "Aren't you, Count? Do you really think you'll win? Sometimes women enjoy receiving flowers from other men, not just their husbands." Just as men often like to be with women who aren't their wives. Perhaps you often spend time with other women, don't you? How do they compare to Bianca? Zachary and Jacob exchanged hostile glances. Zachary touched the lace handkerchief on his arm and responded, I don't wish to compare Bianca to anyone, Your Highness. There is certainly no woman who can be compared to my wife. Don't assume that everyone is like you, second prince. Jacob retorted, oh really? Do you think Bianca feels the same way as you do? Zachary's anger surged as he stepped closer to Jacob, whispering a threat into his ear, Your Highness, I am a wolf who doesn't know restraint. Jacob's smile faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as Zachary continued, if anyone insults my wife, they become my enemy, and I have no qualms about confronting them. You understand this, don't you, Your Highness? Jacob stood frozen, but then forced a cheerful tone, Count, aren't you just a man like any other? I thought provoking you like this would make you uncomfortable. Waving his hand dismissively, Jacob added, anyway, I wanted to find your weakness before the match. That would give me an advantage. Zachary retorted bluntly, Your Highness, are you truly a knight? What did you say to my subordinate earlier? Do you remember? Have you not looked at yourself? Robert, witnessing his master defend him, felt immense gratitude. Zachary continued, Your head is filled with nothing but hatred. How can you claim to be a true knight? With that, the two men walked away, leaving Jacob rooted to the spot. He sighed and rubbed his head, muttering, Count Arno is indeed a tough opponent. Zachary approached his horse, Arno, thinking to himself, that second prince only spews unpleasant words. No wonder his majesty always favors the crown prince over him. It's so irritating how he keeps targeting my wife. I can't keep my cool when I hear those things. It's so frustrating. As for Jacob, he knew he couldn't possibly defeat Count Arno, but if there was even the slightest chance with Bianca, he wanted to give her a rose, even if she looked at him with disdain. I just want to know what that feels like. If I can understand Count Arno and Count Blanchefort's thoughts, I can act accordingly. Jacob muttered to himself, what's wrong with me? Am I in love? Finally, the quarterfinals began, and the opening match featured the knight from Castile, the one who had defeated Sowing in the previous round. Seeing the knight's robust form, Bianca commented, I can understand why you lost now. But who is his opponent today? Sowing frowned, sweating, that's the Black Wolf. It's the shield of House Arno. Bianca's eyes widened, a knight of Arno? Could it be? A silver-haired young man stepped forward, and Yvonne's face was filled with worry. The knight was none other than Gaspa. Speaking of the jousting competition, the rules are very simple, aim for the opponent's shielded shoulder. If they fall off their horse, the match will end immediately. If not, points will be awarded based on who hits more accurately and frequently. Each hit will break the lance, and the contest consists of 3 matches, with the victor being the first to win 2 out of 3. Although Gaspa has the advantage, his opponent is no pushover. With Gaspa's robust build, if he uses his full strength to accelerate, his opponents would be knocked off their horses. However, his adversary is also bracing himself, seemingly waiting for the right moment for Gaspa to fall, knowing that a fall would swiftly decide the winner. Bianca suddenly widened her eyes, recalling those scenes. If one fall off the horse, the winner will be decided quickly. She frowned, trying to erase those horrifying images. The two opponents charged at each other again, and a loud crash echoed as the Castilian knight struck Gaspa's head. The audience gasped in shock at the sight. Yvonne, trembling, cried out, Sir Gaspa. Tears streamed down the maid's face as she witnessed bright red blood trickling from his helmet. Gaspa panted heavily, swaying on his horse. Though he didn't fall, everyone was deeply worried about him. Eventually, Sir Gaspa was overwhelmed by the Night Moth Knight of Castile, who relentlessly attacked him with shield and spear, leading to his defeat. He swayed unsteadily as he made his way back, looking towards the stands where the girl he loved and Lady Bianca were anxiously watching him. Gaspa struggled to return backstage without falling off his horse. Seeing this, Bianca turned to her maid, Yvonne. Go, she instructed. But, my lady, Yvonne hesitated. This is an order, Bianca reiterated firmly. With tearful eyes, Yvonne covered her mouth, quickly thanked her mistress, and hurried off to check on Gaspa's condition. Suddenly, Sowing noticed the Castilian knight approaching a particular direction. The knight raised his rose and respectfully said, Please accept my rose, Princess Odeli. All around, people were buzzing with excitement. Odeli maintained her calm and regal demeanor. Oh my! The Moth Knight is giving a rose to Princess Odeli, someone exclaimed. Giving a rose to the princess of an allied nation? This usually only happens in fairy tales, another added. Did they know each other beforehand, someone mused. But what will they say to each other when she accepts the rose? Despite the audience's expectations, Odeli simply took the rose and returned to her seat, while the Moth Knight slowly walked away. Sowing pouted in disappointment, wondering how something so bland and dry could happen. Bianca's concern for her husband grew as the Moth Knight's victory meant he could compete for the championship title, facing either the second prince or the count. Who would emerge victorious next? At the Arno camp, Yvonne arrived to check on Gaspa's condition. She found him sitting and panting heavily, with a severe wound on his forehead. Yvonne approached and lightly touched his hand. Gaspa had noticed her the moment she entered the tent. He removed the cloth to see her more clearly, exposing the fresh wound from the recent fight. Yvonne reached out to touch it, but Gaspa took her hand and placed it over his heart. Yvonne, feeling a deep sorrow, exclaimed, "Sir Gaspa." Gaspa, his voice deep and steady, replied, "It's hard for me to express it in words." Yvonne's face flushed slightly as she felt his heartbeat growing stronger through her hand. Gaspa, rather than speaking, conveyed his feelings through his actions, making it clear to her in a way that words could not. Yvonne, feeling deeply touched, exclaimed, "Sir Gaspa." Gaspa, in his deep voice, replied, "It's difficult for me to express it in words." Yvonne's face blushed slightly as she could feel his heart beating more strongly through her hand. Gaspa didn't hesitate to convey this to her through actions rather than words. "Since when have you?" Gaspa recalled the first time he met her, how his heart had raced in the presence of a cheerful and warm-hearted girl, beloved even by Lady Bianca despite her cold demeanor. Who was this maid? It seemed Lady Bianca cherished her deeply. "Lady Bianca can barely remember my name but remembers the name of a little maid," Gaspa mused. "Let me be the protector for Lady Bianca." Indeed, since then, he had quietly cherished that girl. Gaspa spoke with a hint of regret, "I really wanted to give you a rose today." Yvonne's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged the knight tightly, comforting him, "One rose is enough." Gaspa felt immensely happy, knowing that this girl had reciprocated his sincere feelings. Outside, Sowing sighed, "I wonder why Yvonne is taking so long." He paused, acknowledging that Bianca had created an opportunity for her to pursue romance. He asked, "Do you still want to meet with the Count, my lady?" Bianca replied, "No need to worry. He will surely win and return. I don't want to jinx anything." Sowing blushed deeply and chuckled, "Oh, my lady, what should I do? It seems I am growing fonder of you by the day." Seeing Sowing's delighted expression, Bianca became perplexed. "Fonder," she began analyzing. "Does that mean you like me both as a person and as your mistress, doesn't it?" Sowing replied, "To be honest, I don't like you to that extent." He glanced away, realizing he had inadvertently crossed a line with his remarks about his lady. "Around the year of the donkey, Robert and I proposed to the Count that he should have a lover." Bianca was taken aback. "A lover?" The young man continued honestly, "If it were any other couple, at the Duke's age they would already have 4 or 5 children. Since Lady Bianca is still quite young, it's uncertain when they'll live together. I think even if the Duke has a child outside of marriage, it wouldn't matter much. As long as there's an heir, he'll be stable." Bianca silently thought, looking at it objectively, "My relationship with the Duke probably makes others think that way. And now I think the same." Looking at Bianca's expression, Sowing nonchalantly responded, "Madam isn't angry, huh?" But the Duke was really furious. "Since the day I left my homeland, I thought I had grown up. But when I heard the Duke scold me so harshly for the first time, it felt like a severe rebuke even after I had grown up. I'd rather beg him to let me go to the battlefield. But now, Madam already has a good position in Arno, and people's opinions about Madam are slowly changing. Some have accepted Madam as the leader and rely on you." Sowing knelt down and respectfully said, "Therefore, if I have the chance, I would like to apologize for my disrespect towards Madam regarding finding a lover for the Count, or even the matter of having an illegitimate child. But I don't expect to be forgiven. If you punish me, I am ready to accept it. And please know this, the Count has never done anything shameful to Madam. He may appear cold, but he only cares about Madam throughout his life." Bianca tightly grasped both hands. "I know about that." She lightly touched the necklace Zachary had given her, adorned with a green gem matching her eyes. "So that's how it is? Seems like my meddling was pointless. These days, your affection for each other is so intense." Teasingly provoked, Bianca was visibly annoyed. She pinched his cheek and imparted a lesson, "Consider this payback for that day." Sowing's pain made him wail in distress. Over here, someone had become jealous upon seeing Bianca's intimate scene. Jacob muttered to himself, observing the situation, sensing a peculiar tension. "So, Zachary over here is also seething with jealousy over his subordinate. It's Count Arno, and compared to when I provoked him, he looks even more formidable now." Jacob smirked sarcastically, "Can we expect the Count to make a mistake now?" The bell tolled, signaling the start of a new bout. It was a clash between second Prince Jacob de Sefranca and Count Zachary de Arno. At this moment, Zachary couldn't maintain his composure. I trusted Sover like that, which is why I let him stay by Bianca's side. Yet, upon closer inspection, he's the type to show emotions easily and speaks well. Clearly, Bianca feels more comfortable with a man like him. Compared to an older man like myself, someone like that would make Bianca happier. The flag signaling the start fell, and Zachary immediately spurred his horse forward aggressively, thinking to quickly end this match. He aimed his lance directly at his opponent, and immediately, a loud crash resounded, shattering Jacob's shield into pieces. His mind lost control, and in the same moment, the second prince was thrown off his saddle with just one collision. The victor was Count Zachary de Arno. An attendant hurried over to check on Jacob. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Jacob angrily cursed under his breath, drawing the attention of those around him. The Grand Prince turned to speak cheerfully. "Indeed, Count Arno is quite formidable, surely he will defeat the Castilian knight in the final match." But he was met with the pale face of the king. "Jacob is my son as well. It's not possible for him to be defeated like this, is it? It's truly unbearable to be treated with such disregard." The son didn't know how to ease his father's pain. Suddenly, O'Delly spoke up. "That wild beast surely chose his opponent for the fight." Count Arno acted sincerely. "That doesn't mean he's an easy opponent, does it, Your Majesty?" The king, upon seeing his beloved daughter, brightened up completely, paying no attention to his two sons or Count Arno anymore, focusing only on delighting the princess. Thankfully, with Princess O'Delly's presence, the king didn't feel offended by the count for defeating a member of the royal family. The Grand Prince murmured his thanks to his younger sister for smoothing things over. O'Delly gently responded with a sweet smile, though she wouldn't help without gaining something in return. Meanwhile, many women on this side had already fallen head over heels for the count. "Give me that rose instead of your lady, Count," they cooed. Zachary became irritated by their flirtations, but upon seeing his wife displaying happiness at his victorious return, he was pleased to have participated in the tournament just to witness her radiant expression. "I'm not good at showing my true feelings. Who knows, perhaps this tournament was a good opportunity. Nevertheless, I want to leave this place quickly and take my Bianca somewhere no one can see her." He murmured to himself, resolving, "Please wait for me a little longer. I will finish this match and return to you. We will go to a place where I can truly express my feelings for you." Remembering the first time he held Bianca's hand at their wedding, he wondered if he had enough confidence to be with such a petite girl. In other noble families, a groom and a young bride grow up together, but we didn't have that. While older adults like myself went to battlefields, my wife transformed from a child into a young woman. One day, on those fair white neck and those rosy lips. Can I kiss them? Whenever I think like that, I remember vividly how I once held those small, trembling hands. A tiny child became the possession of a stranger, myself. Providing Bianca with what she desires is simply what a husband should do. I must be responsible, so I turned away from my own emotions. Those feelings grew as Bianca matured, and I tried even harder to avoid them, so they wouldn't transform into what's called love. I controlled and hid them, never revealing them, only treating her with responsibility. I thought that relationship would be safe, even if feelings like that were buried deep inside, solid as a shield. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for praying for this triumph. Amidst the cheers of all the spectators in the stands, Zachary raised high his iron helmet, displaying his glory. His opponent had fallen from his horse, bearing a painful wound on his forehead. Zachary accepted the honor of victory from the king, a perpetual rose that never withered, and the person he most wanted to gift this token to was none other than his wife. Bianca gently replied, "I've been waiting for you, Count. Thanks to you, I'm enjoying this honor." Zachary responded, "Thank you for your wishes. For this victory, I must thank you for being here, thank you very much." Blushing, Bianca said, "Don't just thank me like that, it would be even better if you gave me a kiss." She suddenly became very embarrassed. "Oh my, I just blurted out what I was thinking." Zachary smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist, replying, "I understand. If that's what you want, I'm always ready." Bianca widened her eyes as Zachary kissed her passionately without hesitation. It was unexpected for Zachary to take such initiative in front of everyone present. This tournament has been surrounded by baseless rumors about the marriage of Count Arno, but this kiss is his response to those who spread such nonsense. "I won't forgive anyone who tries to harm my beloved wife." That's Count Zachary de Arno's declaration of war. Bianca held tightly onto her husband's sturdy shoulders. It was warm and tender, yet so refined. How can the count kiss me like that? Her mind now felt utterly blank. Zachary persisted, "Is the talk about wanting an heir still valid?" Bianca, still enchanted by the deep kiss, hadn't quite grasped what he meant. That? When? Zachary resolved, then tonight, I'll come find you. The tournament fervor has ended like this. It's also a time for couples to check on their feelings. At the same time, there's confusion among some. They can't control their emotions, especially the weary people exhausted by war, who are so happy about the Count's overwhelming victory in the match. And the envy of noble ladies because Bianca is the wife of a great warrior, who dotes on her completely. That night, a night they could never forget, had arrived for the two of them. Though their hearts were not entirely certain of each other yet, they had never felt more drawn to one another. Surprised? Zachary asked in astonishment. Is it because I suddenly said I would come find you tonight? Bianca replied, not just that. Because I didn't expect you to kiss me in front of everyone like that, so. Zachary, puzzled, said, are you joking about those words? Blushing, she answered, well, half of it was a joke. The Count chuckled playfully, so I've made you feel embarrassed, haven't I? Bianca playfully twirled a strand of hair, shyly responding, not exactly like that, dear. We are husband and wife, after all. In her heart, she didn't expect much, thinking perhaps the Count just wanted to chat like this. But his large hand touched hers, suggesting that Zachary might want more today. Lately, I've thought of myself as a very patient man. I'm proud that I could wait until you were ready. But now, my patience has reached its limit. Zachary placed a kiss on her hand and gazed tenderly at her. Don't worry anymore. Tell me what you want. But Bianca turned her face away. Zachary embraced her and kissed her smooth shoulder. Bianca was very flustered. Count. Zachary corrected her, not Count. Call me by my name. Soon, we'll call each other more intimately. So, if you want to say no, go ahead. But if you don't push me away, I'll hold you close. It immediately struck Bianca that if not now, there might not be another chance for her and the Count in the future. Initially, she had only considered this for the sake of bearing an heir to solidify her position in Arno. But now, as she faced the Count, she feared that her love for him would only grow stronger day by day. Bianca gripped his collar tightly, torn between her fears and her reluctance to refuse him any longer. Zachary whispered gently, may I undress you? Bianca nodded in agreement. That night, they shared an intimate evening together, and Bianca truly accepted the love of Count Zachary. My dear husband, her voice calling him made him pause midway. Following his request, she sweetly called out that name and placed a kiss on his lips. Zachary is incredibly happy. Though a bit unfamiliar, he never thought happiness could be like this. Why does this feel so different from my past life? Could it be that my feelings for him have changed? Isn't it true that now I always want him by my side in the future? Clearly, I have fallen deeply in love with the Duke. Bianca felt truly happy. After the candle had gone out, Zachary embraced his wife and whispered each word, Bianca, no matter how foolish I may be, I know that you don't love me. Bianca's eyes welled up with tears. No, it's not true. I think I've already fallen in love with you. She didn't have the courage to say those words. Zachary cried bitterly, if this is what you want, even if you think of me as a clown, I'll accept it. He held his wife tightly and prayed, O Lord, please let Bianca have some feelings with me, even just a little bit. Please let her love me. In the dim, hazy night, Fernand was carrying a large backpack, hastily fleeing from the capital. Not being a trained fighter, he could only run for a short while before gasping for breath, so tired. I didn't expect her husband to return so suddenly. I tried my best during the tournament days. Exhausted, Fernand slumped onto a long bench. When he realized that the charming girl was Arno's wife, he fled in haste, without time to meet any other girls. As he sighed deeply, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared right beside him. Can you find a good girl within a day? Fernand jumped in surprise as he heard a man's voice appear right beside him. Who are you? The man asked. I'm the Earl of Wigu. I met her before, the Duchess Arno. Seems like you were quite intent on pursuing her. Why give up now? The Earl of Wigu continued to marvel at Bianca and this young Fernand's playful skills in courting, but he wanted the lad to do more than that. A carriage arrived where the two stood, and Fernand immediately recognized the occupant, who seemed not to favor the Duke Arno very much. So you're handing these menial tasks to me, then? Well, it's mutually beneficial, isn't it? Money for services rendered, as they say? The Earl of Wigu chuckled lightly. You put it quite simply. He rummaged through something in his bag and tossed a handful of coins onto the ground. I'll write an invitation so you can attend the party tomorrow night. At that gathering, you must seduce the Duchess Arno at all costs and make her fall for you. Go ahead and showcase your talents. Fernand happily accepted and promptly departed. After making his preparations, he boarded the carriage and reported back to Jacob. Do we trust him, Your Highness? Jacob calmly replied, Of course we do. He smirked slightly. This is also a commemorative gift we want to give her. Hopefully, they will both appreciate it. In the morning, as usual, Ivan brought warm water and a towel to his wife. Then she entered the room and gently woke him up. They were happily chatting when suddenly the maid blushed upon noticing a large hand gently stroking her mistress's body. The gentleman spoke softly, "She should rest today, I was too much for her last night." The maid, embarrassed and flustered, knew the Duke had been here last night but didn't expect to see him now. Zachary intervened, "I will take care of my wife when she wakes. For now, you may leave." Ivan hurriedly replied, "Yes, of course. Please take care of her. Oh, I've also prepared the bath water. If you need anything, just call me." With that, the maid closed the door and hurried away. Bianca, hearing the door close, woke up. She murmured sleepily, "Ivan, have you come into the room yet?" It seemed she still thought she was sleeping alone, as usual. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her body. "It's okay to lie down a bit longer." Bianca jumped in shock as the Duke's voice came from right behind her. It dawned on her that they had shared the bed last night. Lord Zachary tenderly gazed at his wife and gave her a soft kiss. "If you prefer, you can go take a bath." The sound of rushing water filled the room. Bianca relaxed, enjoying the warmth of the water, but quickly pursed her lips, thinking she would bathe with her husband. Zachary chuckled softly and gently stroked her body. "I want that too, but if we do, I won't be able to resist, and we'll miss today's party." Bianca blushed deeply upon hearing this. Half a year had passed since she began her second life. During that time, she had done many things she had never done before, most importantly starting a romance with Lord Zachary. Isn't the reason I came back to this life for that? Not for anyone else but to save Zachary. That afternoon, Bianca adorned herself in a magnificent gown. Her maid Ivan adored her mistress, as she looked beautiful in everything she wore. "If I were a painter, I would capture the beauty of my mistress in a painting," Ivan remarked. Bianca praised, "Thank you, Ivan. You're getting better every day, so I must reward you." Suddenly, Bianca noticed a small hickey on her neck. She realized she couldn't fully cover it up. Gasper entered to inform her that the Count would arrive soon to pick her up. Bianca took the opportunity to congratulate him on reaching the quarterfinals of the tournament and asked about his injury. Ivan softly said, "Sir Gasper, please wait a moment." She was adjusting the bandage on his head. Bianca smiled gently, and the two lovebirds blushed as they glanced at each other. Bianca held out a string of pearls and said, "These pearls belong to my wet nurse. From now on, you should wear them." Ivan exclaimed in shock, "What? But my lady." Bianca paid no mind and asked Gasper to help her put them on the maid, making both of them blush deeply. In the end, the lovebirds followed her instructions, feeling extremely embarrassed. Bianca displayed a mischievous smile, "Haha, I really want to tease you too, but I'll hold back." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Bianca." She widened her eyes as Zachary looked incredibly handsome today. "Have you been waiting long for me?" Bianca shook her head like a machine and said, "No, not at all. You look amazing today, this outfit suits you very well." He took her hand and replied, "It's all thanks to the shirt you chose for me. You also look beautiful and stunning today." Bianca felt incredibly happy, but a pang of unease gnawed at her heart. She didn't know how she would protect him. All she was doing now was choosing clothes, making lace, and even riding a horse slowly. Suddenly, her cheek was pinched. "What are you worrying about? Let's set everything aside today and just enjoy ourselves." Bianca stopped overthinking and smiled in agreement. The engagement between Prince Anbert of Sevfranca and Princess Navarre of Castile was grand. There was even a tournament to commemorate the alliance between Sevfranca and Castile. Everyone was in high spirits. In the banquet hall, people whispered excitedly at the arrival of the important guests, Count Zachary de Arno and his wife, Bianca Arno. Bianca couldn't help but be amazed by the scale of the party. "Oh, Count, welcome," someone said. Zachary replied, "So, you all arrived before me?" Suddenly, he noticed a blinding sparkle from behind. "Hey, why does that outfit look just like mine?" Sowing immediately jumped and shouted, "Oh no, do you want me to take it off and give it back to you?" Zachary smiled slightly. He realized that Bianca must have thought he didn't like the outfit, so she gave it to Sowing. He laughed at himself, thinking, "Stop this blind jealousy. If I had just paid attention to her heart and actions, I would have known sooner." He suddenly placed a hand on Sowing's shoulder and said, "Sowing, it suits you very well." Sowing, feeling praised, became very happy and full of energy. Watching the Count and Countess Arno happily together, a figure in the distance cast a bitter glance. He smirked cunningly, anticipating the drama that would unfold that night. The Emperor and Princess Odeli had also arrived, and the grand feast had begun. However, attention and gossip were still focused on Bianca. Every move of the Arno couple was under the scrutiny of the guests. Suddenly, Zachary and Bianca overheard the chatter of the ladies. They remarked in surprise that Count Arno had such a beautiful wife, and perhaps the title of the most beautiful rose in Sefranka, currently held by Princess Odeli, should be given to Countess Arno instead. Bianca felt both sweaty and uncomfortable upon hearing the comments. They were merely trying to flatter her while belittling Princess Odeli. Odeli Sefranka, the emperor's only beloved daughter, was considered the most beautiful rose of Sefranka, but she had a cold and rigid personality, like an iron wall. Many men had tried to court her, only to be flatly rejected. These individuals now wanted to bring her down because of those rejections. Caught in her thoughts, Bianca suddenly felt Zachary's embrace. He whispered softly, "I'm sorry, I had hoped this first royal banquet would leave you with many memories, but it feels more like a battlefield tonight." Bianca furrowed her brow. A battlefield? Her outwardly cheerful and friendly demeanor masked a double-edged sword. It could praise one moment and demean the next. In an atmosphere as tense as this battlefield, Zachary would be the first to feel uneasy. Such environments could claim anyone's reputation at any moment. Jacob glanced at his half-sister with a mix of concern and frustration. "Arrogant princess," he muttered to himself. Eventually, she too would grow old and die a spinster. She said marrying someone ordinary was better than the wealthy elite? Then she would live in shame for all to see. Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking, "Has the second prince also participated in the tournament? Did you give a rose to Count Arno's wife?" Jacob put on a fake smile. "I've always been devoted to the countess. She stole my heart at first sight." Bianca felt increasingly uncomfortable listening to this. The person continued, "But aren't you at the age to settle down?" Jacob glanced over at Bianca and replied, "I don't care about marriage. Wouldn't it just become a burden in my life? Right now, I just want to live in the moment." "Oh, that wretched handsome fellow, so steadfast in his madness." Bianca lamented inwardly. Sadly, this supporting character has arrived too late. Lord Wigu chuckled heartily. "Indeed, love is but a fleeting game enjoyed by both sides for a brief moment, isn't it?" The laughter of the noble company resonated, including the knights nearby, who found the conversation rather distasteful. Bianca now understood. It seemed that Lord Wigu intended for her and the second prince to have some kind of ambiguous relationship during this event. She wondered to herself, "Is it now my turn to respond?" Zachary responded bluntly, "I'm not so sure. It seems some are gathered here only to curry favor with Castile. What else can it be but a battlefield hidden beneath a guise of casual and deceitful words? If not a battlefield, then what is it, Your Highness?" Jacob pursed his lips, visibly tight-lipped and unable to respond. Even Bianca was surprised. She hadn't expected her usually reserved husband to speak so eloquently. She tightly gripped his trembling hand. People over here gossiping sensed the heavy atmosphere and gathered to chat. They even claim that Countess Arno is dating the second prince, which has made her husband very angry. But isn't she actually dating the bodyguard? The group with Robert and Sover were eating and immediately spewed out wine and meat. Robert angrily exclaimed, "Is she dating in circles or something? Now Gasper is after Yvonne too?" Sover grumbled, "Just standing next to a man is enough to start rumors." Zachary silenced all the mockery. "I can't stand idly by and listen to slanderous words about my wife," he angrily exclaimed. "She's not the type who has no shame." Bianca was very happy when her husband stood up to defend her. She leaned on Zachary's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you for getting angry on my behalf, but please endure a little more, because endurance will surely bring worthy results." Bianca quietly speculated, "Rumors don't just appear out of nowhere, surely the one spreading such nonsense must be right here in the palace. When I went to the Grand Prince's garden with Gasper and Sover, that person was already there." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "So, what are the Countess's interests?" Bianca glanced at her and said, "Exactly, you're not wrong. I've underestimated Zachary's words, these women, who often bring up these matters." Bianca replied, "I'm really embarrassed. I don't have any particular interests." Suddenly, the gossiping group chimed in, "But didn't you go with Countess Arno?" "Yeah, I mean, you didn't go hunting with your husband, did you? Last time, you two caught a bear, is that right?" Bianca widened her eyes. "A bear? Why would I want to hunt and face such scary things?" She turned to Zachary affectionately, looking embarrassed. "Does the Count often get threatened by things like that? But don't worry. Now we need to focus on catching our target." Bianca gently explained, "Because of my frail health, I don't participate in outdoor activities. I've only just started learning to ride horses." A lady exclaimed, "Oh my, the Countess is so thrifty, isn't she? Did you embroider the dress you're wearing today yourself?" Bianca furrowed her brow and replied, the artisans in Arno are truly exceptional craftsmen. This gown is also their creation. The onlookers admired the exquisite dress and quietly marveled, their skills are truly remarkable to be called artisans. A curious man asked, are they similar to what you wore at the tournament? Bianca replied, no, this is similar to the lace scarf my husband wears. I've taught women in the territory how to make it. The crowd behind murmured excitedly, lace, so that's lace. We didn't expect the Countess to be so talented. Bianca exclaimed, my students are even more skilled. She tightly held her husband's hand and continued, but the items my husband uses, I prefer to make myself, so I diligently crocheted that lace scarf in lahas. A young man interjected, oh, the Countess truly has a noble heart. So why are there rumors? The girl with orange hair tried to stop her husband, but Bianca heard it all, are you referring to those rumors? She immediately switched to acting mode, perhaps it's because I'm too timid and not very sociable. But if they truly understood me, they would see how much I think of my husband. Bianca persisted, what are you saying, miss? The blonde directly recounted, the Countess is frivolous, jealous of the servants who attract the Count's attention. That's why someone got beaten in midwinter and expelled from the estate. The people nearby were surprised. Miss Bourne, you speak as if you heard those words directly. Are you responsible for what you're saying? That's right, it concerns the Count's honor, Arno, the blonde replied arrogantly. Of course, there are witnesses too. Isn't that right, Countess d'Aveville? The girl with orange hair became visibly nervous. Bianca smirked, and Zachary became pleased, saying, we're about to see results soon. The entire group turned their attention to Mrs. d'Aveville, and the man beside her questioned, Catherine, are you a witness? Why did Miss Bourne say such things? Catherine exclaimed, no, I heard this from a maid. The blonde loudly demanded, then bring that maid here. A woman slowly approached, and Robert's group murmured as they recognized a very familiar face, none other than Auntie. Bianca also looked surprised and disdainful, saying, ah. The blonde seized the opportunity, surprising, isn't it? Because Countess Arno heartlessly beat her and expelled her from the estate. How small can this world be? She raised her hand encouragingly, come on, Auntie, tell everyone what happened. But Auntie trembled and remained silent, glancing at the noblewoman. So it's you. Auntie gritted her teeth, madam. Bianca's tone turned stern, was the punishment you received too lenient? Auntie's face drained of color, even the blonde noticed her unusual expression. Bianca explained, Miss Bourne, she had intentions towards my husband and insulted me behind my back, which is why she was dismissed. Do you think that was too lenient? The blonde girl, now sweating profusely, stuttered, what? What is this about? Bianca continued, not only that, she also caused turmoil within the Arno estate with baseless rumors. Selfish and uncouth in nature, Countess d'Aveville should not tolerate such a servant. Bianca paused briefly and then cautioned, I know you're kind-hearted, but if you want to employ maids, you should carefully examine their backgrounds first. D'Aveville could only cling to her husband in regret. The Count glanced at a servant and ordered him to dismiss Auntie. The hall erupted into discussion, while the blonde girl stood there bewildered, apologizing. But which noble family are you from? Bianca asked with a cold stare. The blonde girl hesitated, I am Céline Bourne, from the Bourne family. Bianca straightforwardly stated, here, we have nobles from neighboring countries. Do you realize your behavior could disgrace them? The blonde girl looked mortified and awkwardly glanced at the guests. Spreading unverified rumors causes chaos in the court. How will the guests perceive the Bourne family if they believe they lack proper education for their children? It would be best if you apologized to everyone at this banquet, wouldn't it, Count Bourne? Bianca's voice turned cold. The blonde still didn't quite grasp the extent of her embarrassment. She even dragged the emperor into the situation to arbitrate, which made her father visibly angry. The emperor reluctantly spoke up, Countess Arno is correct. The daughter of Count Bourne did cause a disturbance at the banquet I hosted. You should discipline your daughter. Furthermore, Miss Bourne will be banned from lahas during this period of re-education. Crash! A glass shattered loudly, and the father knelt down in earnest plea, as his daughter had yet to marry. If the punishment went that far, she would struggle to find a suitable match. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up, if you think of your daughter like that, have you considered how she may have hurt others? Princess Odeli continued, even if you re-educate her, will she be willing to change her ways? Odeli then turned to seek her father the king's permission to educate the girl on proper behavior, saying, I will teach her so she won't repeat her mistakes, because if she's banned from lahas, it would truly be pitiable. With tears welling in her eyes, the blonde-haired girl was moved. Bianca never expected Princess Odeli to personally intervene like this. Odelli turned to Bianca and said, I hope you won't hold this against her. Bianca graciously accepted, believing that with the princess's guidance, the blonde girl could indeed amend her ways. As the rumors were clarified, many guests approached Bianca to make connections, and she warmly reciprocated. Suddenly, Zachary's arms enveloped her, and he looked at his wife tenderly, asking, Has the harvest of results concluded, Bianca? Bianca whispered, This will surely be a bountiful harvest year. Zachary had to attend to something elsewhere but worried about leaving her alone. Bianca reassured him confidently, Nothing will happen, I promise. They parted ways, each occupied with their tasks. Bianca had been talking continuously for a while and felt quite weary, longing for a breath of fresh air. She thought of calling a servant to accompany her but noticed that Robert and Sover were enjoying the company of others. So, she let them enjoy their conversation undisturbed. Bianca was unaware that Duke Wigu had been observing her every move. The hurried footsteps of someone echoed away, catching Wigu's amused smirk as he anticipated the unfolding drama. Wait a moment, finally we have some privacy for ourselves, he remarked. Bianca widened her eyes, gritting her teeth as she shot an angry glance in his direction. Fernando mocked, I'm delighted, madam, hinting at their actions being under the second prince's scrutiny. He leisurely enjoyed his drink, reveling in the spectacle. Suddenly, an elderly man rushed in, exclaiming, Second prince. He appeared disheveled after his recent embarrassing moment. Jacob sneered, What's the matter, Duke Bone? Aren't you enjoying this feast? The old man retorted angrily, Why aren't you standing by my side? I've helped you in the past too. Jacob coldly reminded him of past events. Oh, no. You said it was just a few pennies back then. The old man jerked and choked when Jacob continued, Besides, I cannot interfere in women's matters. How can I, as the second prince, handle such things? Sweating profusely, the old man, affected by his daughter's situation and unable to go to Lahas, now sought Jacob's favor. Duke Bone exclaimed, Your Highness, I will command my daughter to investigate Princess Odelli for you, so please rest assured. Jacob paid no attention to the old man's words, instead focusing his gaze on the two figures below. Bianca was struggling to break free from that flirtatious Fernando, whose intimacy with the girl Jacob secretly admired made him furious. I wonder if I should reconsider seeing this scene. Seeing her in the arms of another man really makes me uncomfortable. The old man found Jacob's muttering incomprehensible, but Jacob bluntly rejected his offer. Jacob stroked his face and sighed, Perhaps I must admit that I love like a child. He walked away casually but couldn't resist a jab, Your words are truly disgusting, respecting women is essential. I will pretend I didn't hear anything. The old duke could only sob as he watched him walk away. As he trembled, unsure how to regain his standing in Lahas, Zachary called out from behind, causing the old man to jump in fright. Shaking, the duke turned back to offer his greetings, Sir Arno. It turned out Zachary had come to advise him on how to re-educate his daughter. Bone, fearful and trying to salvage the situation, argued that Lady Arno had misunderstood his daughter. Zachary opened his eyes coldly to the old duke, It seems your territory, Duke Bone, lies along the border with Aragon and close to my own lands, doesn't it? Aragon has always been pushing down from the north, but sooner or later, someone will invade. Lord Bone cried out, Sir, are you saying you will invade my territory? Zachary threatened in a cold tone, There's no one near your border to help, so who will aid you? If you don't want your land invaded and destroyed by others, then teach your daughter some manners. The old man pleaded and trembled, apologizing profusely before fleeing. Watching him depart, Zachary thought to himself, With that threat, he won't dare to act boldly again. I need to return to Bianca now. But he didn't know how much danger his wife was in. Are you awake? I'll scream. Fernando replied, If you scream, everyone will see and think we're secretly dating. I wonder whose dignity will be hurt then, my lady? He grabbed her lace robe and placed a kiss on it. Many desire my body, but my heart belongs only to you, my lady. Bianca could only close her eyes tightly and hope for someone to come to her rescue. Suddenly, someone shoved Fernando away, causing him to tumble to the ground. Stay away from my madam. It was Yvonne. She had seen her wife being attacked by that madman and rushed to her rescue. Drops of blood splattered onto the grass as Fernando's face was deeply cut. He cried out in pain, How dare you scratch the handsome face of mine, you lunatic? Yvonne continued to shield her wife, keeping her away from the madman. Lunatic? A person like you, even if chopped into 100 pieces for dogs to eat, I wouldn't bat an eye. Fernando smirked. My lady speaks such poisonous words, but now she pretends to stop? You could have pushed me away, but you didn't. Deep down, I know you wanted me to kiss you. Both women looked pale-faced. Meanwhile, a figure approached them. As Fernando moved towards the two girls, the newcomer mocked, "Goodness, is this where the free-spirited poet of Lahas resides?" Fernando immediately froze. "Your Highness, Prince." Everyone was stunned by his presence. On such an auspicious day, a free-spirited poet jesting with a noble lady like this? I shall charge you for tarnishing the dignity of the royal family. Fernando knelt down, begging for forgiveness. I only took money and orders to seduce Lady Arno. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword slashed across his neck. Fernando's eyes showed Jacob's mocking grin. Jacob retorted, "How dare you jest with that deceitful tongue of yours?" Fernando's body collapsed onto the grass, leaving the two girls horrified. Jacob casually wiped away the blood and used Bianca's words to curse the vain man. Bianca clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger and fear, as Jacob smiled brightly and called out her name, Bianca. At the banquet hall, Zachary looked around but couldn't find his wife anywhere. Gasper had searched everywhere but couldn't locate where Lady Bianca had gone. "Gasper, where is Bianca?" Zachary asked urgently. The knight replied, "My lord, she vanished in an instant, so everyone is searching for her." Feeling a sense of foreboding, Zachary quickly turned and left. Both men rushed towards the flower garden upon hearing a piercing scream. Robert and Sover recognized the voice immediately. Gasper's heart sank like a weight dropped on it. Yvonne. Meanwhile, Fernando's lifeless body lay sprawled on the grass nearby. Jacob sneered, "I wouldn't regret even if you were chopped into 100 pieces for dogs to eat. You choose your words straightforwardly. Each time I meet you, Bianca, I feel refreshed. Every time I see you, I fall for you even more." Seeing Jacob approach, Yvonne immediately cried out, "Stay away, Prince. The lady must return to her lord." Jacob coldly extended his hand and said, "Do not try to stop me and Bianca." He forcefully grabbed her necklace, causing it to snap. At the same moment, Yvonne was violently thrown to the ground and lost consciousness. Bianca tried to shake her maid, but Jacob grabbed her hand. Trembling, she pleaded, "Please, let go of my hand, Prince." Suddenly, Jacob noticed a mark on Bianca's neck, a kiss left by Zachary. His jealous rage surged. "Did Count Arno lavish you with affection yesterday? But it seems your husband doesn't satisfy you," he sneered. "That's why I planned a secret meeting with ordinary poets. I am more suited to you than that discarded dog. And I can please you much more than your husband ever could." Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "So love me, Bianca." Bianca furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, "Does the prince really love me?" But the tight grip of his hand made her feel only one thing, that he was obsessed, mad, and furious because of her. Bianca replied firmly, "This isn't love." Jacob looked puzzled, "Why not?" "Bianca." The count's call revived her. Bianca screamed, "I'm here, Count." With a sudden burst of strength, she struggled out of the vile prince's grasp. Jacob lost his grip on her arm, and Bianca ran away. "Bianca!" Zachary exclaimed in relief as he saw his wife running towards him, her eyes filled with distress. "Zachary!" They held each other tightly. Zachary spoke, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone like that." With a look of hostility towards the prince, he continued, "What exactly happened, Prince?" The knights had now caught up, and Gasper's eyes widened in shock at seeing Yvonne lying motionless on the ground. "Yvonne!" He rushed to her immediately. Though unconscious, Yvonne remained concerned for her lady, thankfully unharmed. Sover and Robert recoiled at the sight of a stranger's head detached from his body. Curious onlookers attempted to approach, but Robert blocked them. Zachary understood that all of this was the work of the treacherous prince. "Your Majesty, I don't understand why my wife would be so frightened. Would you care to explain?" Zachary asked. Jacob replied, "That man dared to openly charm Bianca and her maid, and intentionally insulted the Sevfranca royal family." He glanced at Zachary and continued, "Of course, I also aim to impress Bianca." Zachary was furious at his disrespectful words. Bianca trembled and cried out, "Please don't call me by that name." Seeing her reaction, Jacob smirked, "Only those permitted by my family and me may call me by my name." He laughed mockingly, "Ah, family? A father who marries off his daughter for personal gain and a husband who uses his wife for business deals? That so-called family is destined for destruction." Jacob's childhood was marked by abandonment. Even as a prince, he was neglected by his father and brothers. His resentment grew until it reached a breaking point. The final straw came when his mother, the closest person to him, chose to end her life after suffering from unrequited love. Jacob asked aloud, "If we aren't of the same family name, if we aren't family, would you still accept me, Bianca?" His call only deepened Bianca's disdain for the man. She furrowed her brow and said to her husband, "Zachary, let's go home. I'm tired." Seeing the woman he loved leaving with her husband, Jacob tightened his grip and shouted, "I won't give up on you, Bianca. I'm sure of it." In their private chamber, Zachary was gently washing Bianca's feet and tending to her needs. Bianca, feeling melancholic, spoke up, "You've gone through so much trouble for me, and others as well, even Ivan." She shuddered and continued, "He terrified me. Killing someone right in front of me and injuring Ivan. After such acts, to still smile and make advances like that, it sends shivers down my spine." Bianca held on to Zachary tightly and whispered to herself, "What else will the prince do in the future? He's currently in contact with Aragon, and within a few years, there will surely be war. Because of that, Zachary will die. Loving Zachary not only changes the past but also alters everything else by interacting with the prince and his affections for me. There will be countless events in the future, and who knows, the future I know might be different. What should I do now?" Seeing his wife becoming increasingly trembling, Zachary grew extremely worried. He touched her gently and said, "Bianca, I'm sorry. You're still this scared, and I feel so helpless." Bianca reassured him. "I'm both scared and angry. But there's so much we need to protect in the future. Honestly, I don't have the strength to protect myself, which is why I've caused you so much trouble. I'm really angry at myself." She rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. Zachary felt a pang of sadness. "Please tell me everything you want to say," he urged. Bianca hesitated before responding. "I will kill him." Zachary's eyes widened. "I will kill that man." Zachary furrowed his brow as he looked at her, then suddenly stood up abruptly. "I understand now." He put on a fearsome and determined expression. "If not for their plea, I would have thought the same. I truly wanted to kill him before." Seeing Zachary stride boldly, Bianca quickly intervened. No killing right away." She made him sit back on the bed and lectured him sternly. "When war breaks out, pretend it's the enemy's action and kill them then." Zachary radiated determination. "Why wait for war when we can do it now?" Bianca intervened firmly. "Absolutely not." She embraced her foolish husband and said, "If you do that, you'll end up in prison for regicide." Zachary now understood. He gently lifted her chin and lifted his wife onto his lap. "You're right. If I end up in a dungeon, I won't have moments like this with you. I'll do as you wish. When war breaks out, I'll kill him." Bianca looked at their happiness and thought no one would suspect they were plotting regicide within the royal family. After the clash with Fernando and the second prince, she realized her handmaid Ivan couldn't protect her. The core issue was her own lack of strength, causing others to be affected. Thus, Bianca wanted to become strong. Despite knowing Zachary might not be pleased with her request, he was willing to do anything she asked to please her. Determined, Bianca said, "Teach me swordsmanship." The next morning, the chirping of birds woke Ivan from her slumber. As she awoke, she immediately worried about her mistress. However, a sight before her stunned her. The young man bringing a basin of water to her was none other than Gaspar. Ivan murmured his name softly. Gaspar placed the basin on a nearby stand and sat down beside the sickbed, his face showing clear concern as he inspected her injuries. He gently touched the bandaged wound on her neck, his gaze filled with sympathy towards her. Ivan's eyes welled up with tears as she understood his heartfelt concern. "It's okay, really, I'm fine." Bianca looked different today, wearing an outfit that made her look healthier than ever. Ivan was overwhelmed when Bianca's familiar voice rang out. "Mistress." Today, Bianca wore a different outfit than usual, looking healthier than ever. Ivan immediately burst into tears upon seeing her mistress. "I'm sorry, my lady. I couldn't protect you with all my abilities." Bianca reassured her. "It's all right. Thanks to you, I'm safe and sound. I'm the one who couldn't protect you. You must have been very scared, weren't you?" Ivan could only sob uncontrollably. Bianca consoled her, saying that without Ivan by her side, she wouldn't have been able to do anything. As she spoke, Ivan cried even louder. Bianca then turned to Gaspar and said, "From now on, you don't need to act as my guard anymore. The Duke has approved it. During this time, Ivan will rely on you as well. Maybe for now we won't need a guard." Saying that, but when it came time to go out, Zachary sighed that even if she learned swordsmanship, he didn't expect much. Hearing that, Bianca pouted at Zachary again, but then sincerely displayed his face. "But even though that's exhausting, it's not impossible. But I think you can do it just like horseback riding." Bianca blushed and stammered. "Now that I'm done with horseback riding lessons, it's on to swordsmanship instructors. How many names do you have, anyway?" Zachary replied. "Unfortunately, the swordsmanship teacher isn't one of mine." Bianca was surprised. Immediately, a knight stood nearby and greeted them. Robert solemnly introduced himself. "From today onward, I'll be the one teaching swordsmanship to the lady." My name is Robert. Bianca whispered to Zachary. Is Robert's arm all right? Robert heard her and replied. My lady, there's no need to worry. I am honored to use my right hand to teach swordsmanship to you. Bianca felt a bit embarrassed upon being heard, but with her husband's reassurance and Robert's petite stature resembling hers, she eagerly looked forward to learning a lot from this teacher. Robert drew a small sword and said, So let's begin. Bianca eagerly accepted it and began her lesson immediately. While Bianca was engrossed in her swordsmanship class, Duke Blanchefort sat enjoying tea with his son and son-in-law. Initially intending to stay in the capital until the grape harvest season, Zachary changed his mind and now aimed to return to Arno territory as soon as the Grand Prince's engagement ceremony concluded. Both father and son Blanchefort felt saddened by not knowing when they would see Bianca again. However, Zachary reassured them that they could visit Bianca in Arno territory at any time. If Zachary needed to be on the front lines and absent from the territory, Bianca would be in charge there. So please, feel free to come and visit Bianca. She will be delighted, Zachary mentioned, prompting Johann to feel a sense of longing when he thought of his younger sister. Zachary replied, You won't have to wait long. She'll be here soon. Right now, she's in Princess Odeli's garden learning flower arranging. Actually, there were no flowers around, only the stern voice of Robert instructing Bianca on sword techniques. Bianca, handling a small sword, pointed here and there, quietly pondering, direct force into the abdomen? What does that mean? Release the grip, is that it? Thinking of relaxing her grip, her mind immediately received the signal, causing the sword to swiftly dart forward. There was only the clatter of the thing falling down to the ground. Robert suddenly shouted out, After all, the mistress cannot allow you to slack off. What kind of swordman do you think you are? Bianca felt both frustrated and shaken. The young man could only be helpless in front of his wife. Indeed, having Robert as a bodyguard meant enduring his constant nagging. That wasn't far from the truth. Robert sheathed his small sword and said, We'll end the lesson here for today. I will escort the mistress to the garden of the Grand Prince Consort. Her father and brother are waiting there for her. Bianca hesitantly spoke up, Sir Robert, if you don't enjoy teaching me swordsmanship, you can refuse. Isn't it too much for you, given the task my husband has entrusted you with? Robert remained silent for a moment before responding, Madam, please don't misunderstand. I did not directly tell him that I wanted to teach swordsmanship to you. But if you find it inconvenient, you can switch to Gasper or Sover. Bianca was very surprised, but upon reflection, Sover had said, Robert was very angry when that second prince dared to tease the mistress of the Arno territory. Could it be that he feels guilty for not being able to restore honor to his mistress? Maybe he wants to make amends for not protecting the honor of his mistress. Thinking about this, she hugged her stomach and asked hesitantly, How should I concentrate strength into my abdomen? I'm not sure exactly how to do it. Robert, seeing her eagerness to learn, began to guide her patiently. Bianca also suggested that he lower his tone and be gentler so she could better absorb the lessons. For a teacher not as gentle as you, I might develop a rebellious attitude and want to do the opposite, Bianca remarked. Robert blushed slightly at her words. For you, Robert, even if I don't say, please help me, I'm sure you understand, Bianca thought to herself. These were unspoken understandings of the lady, but Robert was happy to nod in agreement. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind them. Robert shouted, Who is it? Who's there? A woman, sweating profusely, exclaimed, I'm sorry, Countess of Arno. Bianca recognized her. It was Lady Bolne. But why was she here? Don't tell me she was spying on me and planning to spread rumors. Bianca glanced at Robert with concern, but someone else approached and noticed Bianca. Oh my, you're still here, Countess of Arno? Bianca's eyes widened. Princess Odeli? Odeli, dressed in the attire of a radiant country girl, asked cheerfully, Did you enjoy the flower arranging? Her appearance left Bianca stunned. The elegance was so overwhelming it was almost intimidating. Truly, she was the most noble woman in Lahas. Odeli gently began, I heard that the Crown Prince Gautier lent the princess's garden to the Countess of Arno for flower arranging practice. I didn't expect her flower arranging teacher to be this young man. You're Robert, aren't you? Robert was startled and blushed shyly. It turned out that a few years ago, he was the knight who had presented a rose to the princess. Odeli extended her hand, indicating that she wanted him to kiss it. Blushing even more, Robert responded, Yes, Your Highness. It is an honor that you remember my name. Odeli reminisced, back then, you had no one to give the flower to, so you gave it to me, right? Seeing them talk so cheerfully, Bianca felt a pang of regret for missing the previous tournaments and not watching them with everyone. Suddenly, Odeli exclaimed, meeting like this must be fate, don't you think? Could you take this with you? Odeli cut a rose and said gently, "You were given an everlasting rose by your husband, weren't you? But the roses I grow with love will always keep their beauty. A white rose also suits this night very well." Robert blushed as he accepted the flower. "Princess, thank you," he said. Bianca was excited. "So, all the roses in this garden are personally tended to by your highness?" Odeli replied, "Of course. Nowadays, the maids help out too. This is my garden, after all. Whether the flowers bloom or wither, live or die, isn't it me who knows exactly?" Odeli expressed her eagerness to see them both at the flower arranging lesson the next day. Bianca was delighted, feeling honored to be the only noblewoman personally gifted a flower by the princess. Robert was also very happy to be the only knight to receive such a beautiful flower from her. "You don't need to worry about that girl anymore. My maid will not disclose anything that happened in this garden." Hearing these words, Bianca respected the princess even more. It turned out that Odeli was both gentle and strong. Bearing royal blood, she was undoubtedly a capable person who could support the emperor just as well as her brothers. Walking a while, they finally reached the three men who greeted her warmly. Seeing Bianca holding a bouquet of fresh roses, Zachary leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Who gave you those roses?" Bianca replied, "They were a gift from the most noble person in Lahas." Seeing the close relationship between the Count and Countess, Count Blanchefort felt very relieved. "No matter what happens, with the Count by Bianca's side, I feel very reassured." Hearing this, Bianca immediately felt downcast. Even though Sowing and Aragon are currently at peace, war could break out at any moment. Zachary, noticing her words, became a bit skeptical. "Are you saying that war might break out soon?" Bianca hesitated and said, "What about Johann, and father, and the entire Blanchefort family? If everyone has to join the war again, what will we do?" Zachary suddenly noticed her trembling. "If there are no mandatory orders for everyone to join the war, please don't go to battle." Her father remained silent, unable to find words. But her brother Johann responded frankly, "That's something I can't agree to, because the Blanchefort family serves the royal family, and voluntarily joining the fight is a given." Johann smiled proudly, "It's also my pride and the pride of our entire family as knights." Bianca couldn't say anything. Seeing his wife so distressed, Zachary gently stroked her back and comforted her, "My wife always feels uneasy when I'm on the battlefield. If something happens to me, the only people Bianca can rely on are the two of you. Please, do as Bianca wishes." Bianca looked at her husband with happiness in her eyes. "Only then can I go to the battlefield with peace of mind." Father and son looked at each other. After the Count's words, the father could only happily accept the proposal. As the two of them left, Bianca tightly held her husband's hand. "Thank you as well, my husband." But then Zachary asked in a cold voice, "Bianca, where did you hear about the upcoming war?" Bianca's heart skipped a beat and her eyes widened in fear as she looked up at her husband and heard him say, "Do you have something you want to tell me?" Ever since Bianca mentioned something like lace, Zachary couldn't help but feel suspicious. When she said it would become famous worldwide, not just on this continent, and even now when she brought up the possibility of Aragon invaders threatening the borders of the Sowing Empire, Zachary knew his wife was hiding something. Was it just a coincidence? This time, it even concerns human lives. It's as if when Bianca predicts something that hasn't happened yet, I believe that someday it will come true. Especially concerning Aragon, I've received reports about this matter. Bianca's urgent concerns sound vague, but her demeanor is strangely unsettling. Why is that? Zachary held tightly onto his wife's hand and asked, "Bianca, is there something you want to tell me?" Bianca jumped in surprise, her eyes wide with fear as she looked up at her husband hesitantly. Zachary's expression hardened. "Are you hesitating? Bianca still doesn't fully trust me." In the private chamber of the Arno ducal couple in the palace, Sowing welcomed Robert back warmly. However, Robert's reminder and the disappointed looks from the couple behind him suggested a strange atmosphere. Sowing was about to ask, but he only saw Bianca throw a bouquet towards Robert and leave him to his own devices. Sowing hesitantly asked, "Are they arguing again?" Robert replied, "I don't know either. Since I returned here, they haven't spoken to each other. What did they talk about in the garden?" At this moment, Bianca still held that shy demeanor, having missed the chance to explain herself to her husband. Perhaps he had realized something, but would he believe what she said? Could he trust all of it? Thinking only of how the future might unfold and how the Duke had died, Bianca's heart pounded like a drum. Isn't it ironic? I love him so much, yet I can't trust him? Bianca pondered silently, contrasting her husband with Fernand, who had betrayed her in the past. But if the Duke's reaction isn't what I predict, he will surely be hurt. Is he prepared for that? With a lump in her throat, Bianca contemplated stepping forward to explain herself. However, Zachary intervened. Bianca, perhaps you've forgotten that I am a patient man. If you're not ready, I want to say that I can wait. He scratched his face, blushing slightly. I apologize for bringing this up so late. Bianca was surprised that her husband would be so accommodating. Zachary, I want to love you now, she said. Zachary jumped and blushed. It's midday. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, I just want to be close to you quickly. Bianca kissed him on the lips and whispered to herself, if I can't trust the Duke, then just loving him more will do. If we get closer and there's no more emptiness in my heart, then surely I can tell him everything without hesitation. Sangham Sao, Princess Odeli received the mentioned lace handkerchief. Due to her various duties, Bianca was a bit delayed, but she still wanted to gift the handkerchief to the princess and the grand prince, as well as those beloved by the court. Odeli turned to the blonde-haired girl nearby and asked, may I gift that to the child? Bianca gladly agreed, they have left my hands, so I don't mind who the princess gifts them to. Odeli smiled gently in response. Could the lady spare some time for me this weekend? Would you like to go on a date with me? In the dimly lit room, the man gazed at a childhood photo of Bianca and spoke, Count Wigu, is my Bianca still learning flower arranging in Odeli's garden? Yes, sir. Jacob replied, the man sighed, Count Arno, how does he know the one place where I cannot pry my eyes and ears into, that little Odeli's garden? Blushing, he quietly hoped, when can we meet freely again? I miss you dearly, my Bianca. Returning to the princess's garden, Odeli continued to coax Bianca about dating, and the main destination was Lahas' Grand Cathedral. Bianca had never been there before, and since she was soon returning to Odeli's domain, the princess wanted to accompany her to visit the Grand Cathedral and offer prayers. Bianca, surprised, asked, prayers? Odeli went on, I always pray for the peace of the kingdom and His Majesty. And for those who were once my fosterlings, I pray for them, as well as for the Grand Prince, my brother, and Anbert. And the lady too, right? Those important to you, whom you want to offer prayers for. Bianca held her hand tightly with excitement. Back in their private room, she recounted the story to the Duke and expressed her desire to accompany the princess to the Grand Cathedral this weekend. Zachary thought it was a good idea, as he didn't have much time to take her anywhere until they returned to their territory. He teasingly remarked, seems like it suits you well with the princess, huh? She must be tired from her flower arranging lessons. Are you helping her with the gardening too? Bianca exclaimed, I didn't expect that to make my hands swell up like this. The princess is doing it too, so I think I can do it while chatting away. She knew that the emperor's children were always at the forefront of trends, such as the crown prince being the first to wear glasses in Sevfranca. The second prince initiated the leopard cloak trend in Luz. As for the princess, she was someone whom the young ladies of Sevfranca aspired to emulate. In short, all three royal siblings were fond of dressing up and paying great attention to their appearance, sometimes causing them to focus more on their own beauty than on those around them. The princess herself felt sorry for her sister-in-law when her brother spent his days strutting around like a peacock. Many men, after marrying a beautiful and glamorous woman, often treat them as trophies, binding them in a marriage that ends up feeling distant and detached. However, when they attend events where they need to show off themselves, like banquets, they fear losing face, so they want their wives to dress beautifully and flaunt their appearance, to be by their side, and to crave the admiration of others. It's a terrible thing about marriage, just for the sake of both families' interests, that is happening in Sevfranca. For their own success, they just got married. They don't care what their wives want. These men just want to show off themselves through their clothes and their achievements. Meanwhile, the young ladies after getting married will be very disappointed. They then will give their affection to other men, only to be discovered in an affair and driven out of the territory. Bianca felt a pang through her whole body upon hearing this. That's exactly why I've been delaying marriage, she said. Even if I were to marry, I'd still feel lonely. I might even have to pay attention to my husband's gaze if I want to show off my luxury. That's why I just want to stay by the Grand Prince forever and act childish to enjoy this extravagance. She recounted Princess Odeli's words. Zachary finished wrapping his wife's hand while saying, every now and then, His Majesty Gautier mentioned that when Princess Odeli was your age, she was quite a feisty girl. Bianca was happy as she recalled at the victory celebration, despite some discomfort, I managed to turn the situation around and even showcase my product. Perhaps that's why the princess took notice and wants to befriend me more. Zachary said nothing, just stroking his wife's fingers. Seems like you really enjoyed your time with Princess Odeli, huh? His expression was that of a lost puppy, his fingers fidgeting as if pondering something. Bianca understood her husband's thoughts. She clasped the count's hand and consoled him, feeling the absence of any sisters in the house with whom to share such matters. Given that Princess Odeli doesn't mind age differences, Bianca also hoped to become her good friend in the future. She leaned into her husband and gently said, "So please don't be jealous anymore, Zachary." Bianca rubbed her nose against his, causing the Baron to blush. With that reassurance alone, Zachary softened, and loved her even more. That night, Bianca quietly resolved to do something. She needed evidence to support her recollections of her past. Therefore, besides memories, Bianca needed something concrete so that she could confidently tell Zachary everything. "It seems like you're reflecting on a moment of prayer and a plea for another chance before death, promising not to betray Zachary or neglect your responsibilities to the territory. Now, as you face an examination of your past and seek confirmation, you wonder if your prayers for redemption were heard by the divine." At the Grand Cathedral of Lahas, during a solemn ceremony where the high priest was deeply focused, a young man entered, causing the old priest to turn back and force a fake smile. Immediately, he reproached the priest John for disrupting his concentration on prayer. The old man exclaimed in frustration as he pondered the cathedral's offerings. "The Holy Father will surely remember that the offering from the Grand Cathedral of Lahas last year was a masterpiece, requiring at least 20 skilled craftsmen from various fields to complete the chezikban within 3 years. Therefore, we must present something more groundbreaking than the chezikban, especially with the upcoming selection of the cardinal next year. This time, we must impress the Holy Father with our offering." The old chief priest replied bluntly, "No, it only demonstrates my own success and prestige. This is a major event, Father John." He continued to embellish and then pointed directly at Father John, wanting him to provide a legitimate reason for interrupting him during prayer time. The chief priest is a very difficult person to schedule meetings with, unless there is something that attracts his attention. Otherwise, he becomes quite irritable. So when he saw Bianca's box, he thought she only wanted to use the princess's name to send him ordinary gifts. But Father John showed him something even more miraculous than the chezikban. "This is the first item in my life that I have seen." The chief priest was curious and looked up. Then he startled himself, exclaiming, "This is a candle depicting the apparition of the Virgin Mary, with a gentle and serene appearance. It is so exquisite that looking at it makes one feel as if the Virgin Mary herself is present." He grasped the box and called out loudly, "Father John, what is the name of that lady?" Outside the chapel hall, someone had already exclaimed, "Countess Arno." The girl with orange hair, who had rushed past before upon seeing Bianca standing there, turned out to be Countess d'Aveville. Odeli also showed up. "Oh my, it's Catherine. So glad to see you." Catherine was taken aback to find the princess here too. It turns out she was still concerned about the last party and wanted to come here to apologize in person. Bianca couldn't resist accepting this apology either. Catherine was delighted to hear that and suddenly took Bianca's hand, loudly proclaiming, "Then Countess Arno, you must become my friend." Hearing the words, "friend," Bianca was surprised and blushed deeply. "Friends? What are friends? I have Yvonne, Sover, Vincent already, can they be called friends?" Odeli looked at both of them with interest. "You two are around the same age, so becoming friends would be good. Why not take this opportunity to become friends?" Both Bianca and Catherine widened their eyes at this straightforward suggestion. Bianca furrowed her brow and blushed, responding, "Sure, although I'm not very confident. So in the future, please help me out, Countess d'Aveville." Catherine was overjoyed and ecstatic, finally having become friends with Countess Arno. While they were engrossed in conversation, Father John approached and said, "Countess Arno, High Priest Francis is eager to meet you." As Bianca left with him, Catherine couldn't believe that she was getting a private audience with the High Priest, a person notoriously difficult to meet and incredibly reserved. Odeli also had to marvel at the situation. Even someone as noble as herself, a princess, rarely received an acknowledgement from him. It seemed Bianca had handed the priest some kind of offering earlier. Whatever it was, it appeared that Countess Bianca had another secret weapon that they were unaware of. Inside, the high priest was visibly excited, holding up the item and insisting on knowing from Bianca where it was made. She wondered, sculptures on candles? Truly genius. Moreover, this is a stunning work of art. It is the finest sculpture I have ever seen. Seeing him so emotional, Bianca smiled with her eyes. I knew he would like it, she thought. Candle sculpting is something I heard about in my previous life. Moreover, it is an offering for the new craft competition. I thought it would catch the high priest's attention. Having a talent like Nicola in the Arno family is a tremendous blessing for me. Thank you, Nicola. You are truly a gift from God to me. The high priest, with tears in his eyes, insisted on knowing where he could find more of these products, as he wanted to present them to the Pope. Bianca replied, unfortunately, they are all back in Arno territory. However, if you wish, I can have some prepared upon request. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Countess. Your presence is like an answer to my prayers. The only thing I can offer you in return is my prayers. So, do you have any special wish you would like me to pray for? Bianca clenched her hands and responded, more than a prayer, I seek an answer to a special question, one that only you, High Priest, can clarify. Francis put on a confident expression. Go ahead and ask. I will clarify it for you. Bianca began, I want to know about the miracle of regression, returning to the past. Francis frowned. The miracle of regression? He responded bluntly, there is no such thing as regression, Countess. Bianca felt a pang of disappointment, but the high priest continued more precisely, in our congregations, we refer to something similar as foresight of the future. Bianca murmured, foresight of the future? Knowing this would be a long explanation, Francis poured tea for her and began to explain the concept of regression or foresight of the future. The distinction between the two is very subtle. Saints who could foresee the future often claimed that they had regressed to the past. The congregation defines it as a micro-level forecast of the future. He pointed to his head and continued, because it exists only in the minds of the saints, they deny it as regression and define it as foresight of the future. Since it cannot be taken out of their minds, the saints cannot use it as evidence. Therefore, it is believed that the gods grant these individuals a glimpse of the future through long dreams. Bianca murmured, that's true. Without evidence, it's naturally hard to believe. She fidgeted with her hands and continued to ask, have these prophetic dreams ever come true? The high priest responded, although there have been cases where it came true, there are more instances where it did not. If we consider this sugar cube to be an ideal future seen by the gods, then the remaining sugar cubes represent the non-ideal futures seen by the gods. The gods want to gift humanity the most ideal future. Therefore, they show a chosen person the worst of the non-ideal futures through a long dream. As a result, those chosen individuals often strive to live contrary to that dream, in an effort to create the ideal future that the gods desire. The congregation is also fully committed to helping these saints awaken from their long dreams after seeing the worst possible future, because that dream represents the future that the gods do not desire, Francis explained with a smile. Countess Arno, have you perhaps awakened from a long dream? Bianca, feeling uneasy, looked at him but couldn't find the words to respond. This shocking revelation made him sweat and swallow hard. He thought, a noblewoman offering such a unique gift to please me, asking nothing else but about the miracle of foresight. His eyes gleamed with realization. I have discovered a saint. Old Francis was already deluding himself with dreams of becoming the Pope, having believed he had discovered a saint. Meanwhile, Bianca grew even more doubtful about herself. In her previous life, she wasn't devout, and her husband had criticized her for being wasteful, calling her a parasite. How could she possibly be a saint? Bianca pressed further, asking if it was possible to deceive using the Pope's power. Francis replied, of course, there have been such cases. Even among the popes, there's a distinction between true and false saints. If they are true, it's fine, but if they are false, they face very severe punishment for daring to insult the gods. Hearing this, Bianca's heart skipped a beat. No. Even with my connection to the war hero or my royal family ties, I can't defy the laws of religion, she thought. Bianca swallowed hard, thinking, I might implicate Arno if I seek evidence to prove this regression. Realizing she couldn't do anything more, Bianca prepared to leave, but Francis hastily stopped her. Countess, are you leaving already? His mind was filled with visions of the papal title slipping away. Trembling, he spoke, I am the high priest, Countess. If I can use a method to quickly verify this, what do you think? Even if you are not a saint, you will not be punished. Bianca hesitated but eventually agreed with him. Francis eagerly outlined a method to verify the existence of the saint named Sowing, by marking the individual with the sacred seal. If they truly were a saint, the seal would appear as proof of authenticity. Bianca was genuinely worried. What if the seal doesn't appear? Should I consider that a stroke of luck? Being dishonest in my past life and betraying my husband makes that title a heavy burden indeed. But if I truly am a saint, could I become a strength for Zachary? Francis gently spoke, did you know, Countess, that doves are sacred creatures, conveying the divine will? They also carry the commandments of the divine spirit. He continued, tell me, Countess of Arno, what kind of future do you desire? Bianca teared up, clutching her hands tightly, and earnestly replied, I want a future where my husband, Zachary de Arno, does not die. In the presence of the saint, Francis announced that the congregation would soon publicize their existence, and if the saint needed assistance, the congregation would be ready to support. The name of the saint would also be inscribed on the church records. Francis, caught up in his elation, was taken aback when Bianca uttered a statement that made him feel as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. For now, I don't want anyone to know that I am a saint, not even my husband. Can you help me keep my identity hidden? Internally dismayed, Francis exclaimed, "Why would you say that?" Externally composed, he continued persuasively, "If your status as a saint were revealed, your husband, the central figure of that prophecy, Count Arno, would listen to the saint more attentively. Why would you choose to conceal this?" Bianca thinks differently. She doesn't see herself as some extraordinary figure who can create something with a touch of her fingers or destroy something with light from her forehead. Even if I am in the sanctuary, I am just a normal person. And if my husband listens to me only because I am a saint, it would be bitterly disappointing. When Bianca returned home, upon seeing Yvonne, she immediately embraced the maid tightly, leaving everyone bewildered. It seemed all the burdens were weighing heavily on her small shoulders, and with that, Bianca retired for the night. The next day, she finished her flower arranging class with Robert and spent time with her friends Princess O'Delly and Countess d'Avaville, who reluctantly bid her farewell as she returned to her territory. Princess O'Delly reached out to gently touch Bianca's cheek, saying, "Remember, when times are tough, lean on your friends." Bianca responded softly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Today, both the Emperor and the Crown Prince personally escorted the Arno Count and Countess back to their home. If it weren't for the princess intervening with the Emperor, he might not have allowed them to leave the palace, and so the group began their long journey back to the territory. Before departing, Bianca caught a glimpse of a figure, the second prince. She clenched her teeth in anger, muttering to herself, "Just wait, second prince. I'll never allow myself to be drawn into the future you desire." That night, the Arno entourage had to sleep under the stars, all because the Emperor detained them for too long. Bianca sat inside the carriage, lost in her thoughts. Francis said he would inform everyone that a saint had passed away in Sowing, but would keep the person's identity secret. Bianca whispered to herself, "While Francis is buying time for himself, I need to let my family know about this." "Bianca, is there something you need?" Just as she thought about him, the Count appeared right beside her. Bianca turned away. "Why aren't you asking anything, Your Grace? Have you heard Robert tell the story about my encounter with the High Priest?" "Why aren't you asking anything, Zachary?" Bianca asked. "I said I'll wait for you to tell me, whenever you're ready," Zachary replied. Bianca smiled happily, playfully tugging at his shirt. "Today we'll be sleeping in the carriage, right? Sleeping alone outside at night would be cold, and if I catch a cold while we're still on this long journey, what would we do?" Zachary heard this and blushed, not knowing what to say. He walked away, leaving behind a remark, "You go ahead and sleep first." Bianca murmured, "I'll wait for you." Zachary went outside and told everyone not to bother preparing a place for him to sleep. But Sowing replied, "Sure, we weren't planning to prepare for you anyway. Aren't you going to sleep with the lady, after all?" Zachary felt embarrassed. "So that's why Yvonne is sitting here?" Zachary turned away, murmuring to himself, "So this relationship has become obvious to everyone else." The Count bid everyone good night and turned to leave promptly, visibly pleased. As he returned to the carriage, Zachary was surprised to see a rather awkward scene. Bianca had already prepared a warm sleeping spot for him, and she greeted him with a mischievous smile, saying, "Come in, my dear husband. I've been waiting for you." Zachary quickly jumped onto the carriage and slammed the door shut. He was sweating profusely and blushing with embarrassment as he scolded, "What's this? Hold on, if someone else saw us, what would happen? It's cold, and dressed like this, what if I catch a cold?" Bianca replied nonchalantly, "Well, you did warm me up, didn't you?" Zachary exploded upon hearing this. "I'm a man with a weak heart, so please refrain from doing things like this." "So you don't mind?" The Count flinched when she added, "If we're discreet, they won't notice." Zachary couldn't hold back any longer. He kissed her soft lips and responded to her invitation, honestly. "We've already slept in the dust, and now we're doing this here. In front of you, I've completely lost my patience," Zachary added. Sowing was enjoying himself, quite tipsy outside, but he blushed when he noticed what was happening in the carriage. He silently wished the couple well and then draped his arm over Robert's shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Looks like we'll become old uncles this year." Robert, who probably knew what was going on, simply advised him to finish his drink quickly and go to sleep. One morning at Arno Manor, the steward was unusually cheerful and radiant, even dancing a little in his steps. The household staff around couldn't help but gossip, thinking that upon the return of the lady of the house, he would be melancholic. However, due to the successful sale of lace that brought substantial wealth to the estate, he was simply joyous. Furthermore, observing the relationships among the masters, anyone could see that things had changed significantly. Vincent cheerfully cleared his throat and knocked on the door, addressing the lady of the manor. "I am here, madam." Zachary groggily woke up, still half asleep, and noticed his wife clinging to him, reluctant to get up. Zachary approached her tenderly. "I wish you could sleep more, but I guess we have to prepare to receive guests, Bianca." After returning from Lahas, everyone could see that the two were a harmonious couple. In the courtyard of the Arno estate, the Count and Countess of Davaville came to visit the territory. As soon as they entered the drawing room, the Count of Davaville expressed interest in industrializing the lace-making industry and wanted to see the lace production process of the Arno territory. Bianca couldn't help but be surprised by this proposal. Reflecting on it, in her past life, among the noble families of Grand Prince Gautier and even when the second prince ascended the throne, the only family that wasn't purged was the Davaville family. Marceau, the son-in-law of House Davaville, truly is a prominent figure in social circles. She acknowledged his keen observation skills, recognizing that he understood the power over lace production rested with her. Therefore, he deliberately approached her directly instead of going through Zachary. She smiled to herself, thinking, perhaps I should form an alliance with such a clever ally quickly. Vincent nodded and escorted the two men to the tannery while the ladies spent time together. Turning to Marceau, Bianca said, "Would you care to join us, Count Marceau Davaville? I would be delighted to discuss industrialization with you." Right after the gentleman left, Catherine sat down and had a lengthy conversation with Bianca. There was something Bianca couldn't resist sharing, the gift that the Grand Prince had presented to the Holy See. They are currently scouring for it and are shouting a very high price. Besides, there is also a very wonderful rumor in the Vatican. Catherine joyfully exclaimed, "I hear he's appeared." "A saint?" Zachary, on the other hand, learned of the news through ghosts several hundred years ago. Marceau replied, "That's right, but who is he? What's the identity of a saint with powers?" The great cathedral of Lahas did not reveal a word. It is predicted that the holy person will appear around late spring to early summer. My wife Catherine said that the Countess of Arno met the great sage. I want to ask if you heard the story of the saint at that time. Do you know about that or not? But Marceau suddenly hesitated when he saw the Countess of Arno standing quietly, recalling what she had said. "Did you not ask me what happened?" Zachary's eyes widened and he gasped in astonishment. The reason Bianca met the grand sage, could it be? His series of expressions were quickly noticed by the astute Count of Arno. "I've heard that he is someone who remains calm and shows little emotion, isn't he? Seeing he's shaken like this, I wonder if my speculation is correct or not. If it were Francis boasting, as soon as he arrived at the Holy See, he would have asked the Pope's opinion, and before that, he only met one person." Marceau turned and continued, stating that the Aragonese forces had proposed negotiations to cease hostilities. The reason being the appearance of that saintly figure. Zachary's eyes widened. Negotiations? So, they're willing to talk? Bianca, nearby, also overheard the talk of negotiations. Catherine responded to Marceau, acknowledging that the presence of the saintly figure on the enemy's side was a concerning issue for Aragon. "I don't know who this saintly figure is, but because of him, the Vatican is closely monitoring Sefranca," Catherine added, glancing meaningfully. "In any case, without war, Marceau won't have to go to the battlefield," she concluded with a hint of relief. It seems like Catherine is expressing her worries about Marceau potentially going to battle and the implications for their family's future. She mentioned that since they haven't had children yet, if something terrible were to happen to Marceau in combat, her father wouldn't allow her to become a widow, as the Davaville family needs an heir. Bianca feels a deep sense of empathy. She recalls Princess Odeli's words in the Rose Garden about the benefits of having one or two close friends of the same age. She sees the value in such companionship, reflecting on her own experiences with Catherine. She's aware of how many noble families, driven by the desire to uphold their legacy, have treated the future of their children almost like a business transaction. Bianca asked her friend Catherine, "Do you love your husband?" Catherine immediately beamed and replied, "Yes, I do." Bianca was surprised by how quickly she answered. "The first time I met him, I was quite scared by his sharp gaze, but he turned out to be gentle and warm. He's always been there for me, so I can't imagine him dying or us not being husband and wife." Catherine finished her story with tears of happiness and envy. "I envy you so much, Bianca, because you don't have to worry about such things. The Duke of Arno is the strongest man on this continent, so whenever he goes to battle, he always returns victorious." She wiped her tears as she spoke. "By the way, Bianca, you still don't have children, right?" Bianca chuckled shyly, "Not because our relationship isn't good, just that the little one hasn't arrived yet." The Duke and Duchess of Arno had spent many nights in lahas, but they hadn't yet had children for a reason. It seems like Bianca is really putting in the effort with her sword training under Robert's guidance. Despite her initial intention to attack, Robert's swift disarmament left her hands trembling. "You did well, my lady," he praised. Bianca's face flushed with frustration as she muttered to herself, "He's really pushing my buttons, isn't he?" Robert continued earnestly, "You no longer drop your sword. Moreover, even young knights find it challenging to wield a sword and charge like that. You did well, such actions show that you are courageous. A sword sharpened by a brave person often holds great strength. You will become stronger in the future, my lady." Bianca scoffed, "That's right. Just praise me like that, Robert, that's all it takes." Of course, that was just her imagination. The sword training session had ended. As she left the training area, she heard the laughter and chatter of children nearby. Bianca hurriedly asked, "What if war breaks out? What should the civilians outside the fortress do?" Robert replied, "We will notify them to evacuate to Arno Castle, my lady. From the outside, the castle may seem small, but we have enough space to accommodate everyone and distribute provisions. If enemies attack, we can hold out until the Count returns." Bianca felt sorrowful. Perhaps no one in this empire thinks Zachary will die on the battlefield. Does Zachary himself think so? In the study, Bianca couldn't focus, her mind consumed by these thoughts. Suddenly, she looked up and asked the steward, "Has the Lord left a will?" Vincent replied, "Certainly, he has prepared one, having been on the battlefield for quite some time." "Then please show me the will," Bianca insisted. Vincent's expression darkened. "Why do you wish to see the will?" Bianca insisted, "As his wife, I should know." Bianca's curiosity was piqued seeing Vincent's flustered demeanor. Why is he so hesitant? What exactly did he write in there? She promptly stood up and dashed to the bookshelf. "This one, right?" Vincent blocked her path and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Bianca found Vincent's behavior quite obstructive. She turned to Gasper and asked, "Are you going to stop me too?" Gasper replied indifferently, "My duty is solely to ensure the lady's safety. Preventing harm to the lady is my responsibility." Bianca responded, "Very well then. Vincent is blocking my way ahead, so I might stumble. Please move him aside." Bianca replied, "Well then, since Vincent is blocking the way ahead, we might stumble. Tell him to step aside." Vincent could only cry out in anguish as Gasper effortlessly lifted him onto his shoulder. While restraining Vincent, Bianca found a peculiar box containing a letter, which she promptly opened to read. Bianca let go of Vincent's arms in anger and exclaimed, "I believe he acknowledged me as his wife to avoid contraception, this vile person." In the study of Count Arno, Vincent cautiously entered with a fearful and trembling expression. "What is the matter, steward?" he asked. Vincent replied darkly, "Ah, my lord, the matter is that madam has already read it, the will, sir." Upon hearing this, Zachary promptly left without a word, throwing open the doors of the room. A voice declared, "If Zachary dies childless, all the assets and land of the Arno family will go to the Blanchefort family, the biological parents of Bianca. Furthermore, the marital relationship between Bianca and Zachary will be annulled, and Bianca will return to the Blanchefort family." Zachary sighed heavily and looked embarrassed after being discovered by his wife. "Does father know about this? Although the Blancheforts haven't contributed to Arno's development, all the assets and land belong to your family. It's truly shameless. And furthermore, our marital relationship will be annulled?" Bianca glared at her husband. "So that's why you avoided having children, my lord Count?" Zachary could only purse his lips, feeling betrayed by his wife's accusation. "Are you always prepared to send me back home? Even everyone in Sevfranca knows about our relationship now. Do you really want to annul this marriage?" Bianca continued, her tone sharp. Zachary sighed deeply and tightly gripped the will in his hand. "That's just a hypothetical scenario to some extent. As for sending you back to Blanchefort, I never considered it. The situation at the front is being discussed fervently, but that doesn't mean the war will end. You must understand that." He clenched his teeth, suppressing his emotions. "If I die in battle, just thinking about you being alone in Arno," Zachary began, gripping her hand tightly. "Even if I disappear, all I want is for you to be happy. How could I leave you here, trapped as the Countess of Arno, a title that stole your childhood?" he continued. Bianca exclaimed, "What chains are you talking about?" The Count interjected, "The reason I wanted to avoid pregnancy is different, it's because you're still too young. My mother, my father's second wife, from the Wigu family, came to my father's house when she was young. After giving birth to me, she passed away due to childbirth complications. I don't want that to happen to you. I refuse to let you face such risks." Remembering back, Zachary had also embraced her after her inauguration ceremony. Perhaps he feared Bianca might not survive childbirth, like his mother did. Zachary continued to ask, "Do you have any reason why we should have children soon?" Seeing her husband appear eager for something, Bianca lacked the courage to tell him her story. Seeing her hesitation, Zachary reluctantly assured her he would give her more time to be ready. "You can trust me a little, Bianca." Yet again, she missed another chance to tell him the truth. Time passed in this manner until the Feast of All Saints began. The people throughout the territory eagerly prepared everything, creating a festive atmosphere filled with excitement. On this occasion, everyone also prepared gifts to present to the Count and Countess. They expressed their gratitude for the couple's care, especially towards Bianca. She had taught women how to make lace, turning them into artisans, which made their husbands deeply grateful. Bianca also didn't hesitate to accept that sincere gesture. Since that day, Zachary only dared to say a few words to his wife, like, "It suits you very well." Blushing, Bianca replied, "Thank you, my lord." The strange atmosphere between the two worried Yvonne, but a large hand rested on her shoulder, reassuring her. Today would undoubtedly be a day Yvonne would never forget. Gasper took her hand and knelt before her, in front of the watching crowd. Gasper confessed his proposal to the girl, and amidst tears, Yvonne accepted right there. At a surreal Sover checkpoint, Zachary remarked, "I never expected I'd be the last of us to marry." Robert quipped, "If you keep squandering money like this, how will you afford a wedding?" "Even so, I thought I'd marry before Gasper," Zachary replied. Robert nodded sympathetically at his friend's words. Robert also felt sympathetic. Suddenly, a cavalryman rode up swiftly. Robert widened his eyes as the soldier held a black flag with the emblem of the royal house of Sevfranca, a flag indicating sad news. Prince Gaudy had passed away from a fall from his horse in the capital city of Lahas, Sevfranca. Zachary hurriedly ran to the Grand Cathedral to attend the funeral of the prince. Count Blanchefort had already been there beforehand. Zachary wanted an audience with the emperor, but he refused to see anyone except his own princess. No one could have imagined that, although not the direct heir to the throne, Prince Gaudy was the most capable. In other countries, the eldest child being the heir is natural. Despite being granted authority, the position in Sevfranca remains vacant. If the emperor were to pass away, the situation would become even more complicated. This is because Gaudy's children would have to contend for power with the second prince, Jacob, who is still too young to govern the country, while the second prince remains actively involved in politics. All the nobles have been considering this matter. If Aragon learns the reason for the prince's death, they will likely look down on Sevfranca. It's heard that he fell from his horse due to drunkenness. Jacob now enters and mocks, well, perhaps the horse was drunk too at that time. Seeing Zachary, he smirks and asks, "Long time no see, Count Arno. How are you? And how is my Bianca?" Zachary gritted his teeth, suppressing the fiery anger within. While everyone was unsure of what to do, just as Prince Gaudy, who stood to negotiate the peace agreement of the war with Aragon, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. "It's big news. Aragon has attacked." This shocking news left everyone horrified, with Jacob smirking mockingly behind their backs. Meanwhile, at the Arno estate, Bianca could only mourn the death of Prince Gaudy. During the ongoing war, in her past life, both her elder brother Johann and her father had perished on the battlefield. Now, everything had changed to an unpredictable extent. While sinking into her thoughts, Yvonne announced that the Lord had returned home. Bianca was startled, thinking, "He's back already after just 15 days?" Anxiety surged through her, prompting her to rush outside to see what had happened. Seeing her husband below, Bianca hurried to him to ask, "Are you preparing for war?" Zachary, busy directing others, didn't want to talk to her right now. "Bianca, wait," he said, turning to tell Gasper to talk privately elsewhere. Unable to disturb him, Bianca could only worry and anxiously watch her husband. Is he preparing for war? Bianca grew increasingly nervous. Her chest tightened, making breathing difficult. In the end, Aragon will invade. The prince's accident has disrupted the peace talks. Aragon's continuation of war is all his doing. Her eyes grew blurry, and the image of Lord Zachary faded away and disappeared. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her, and he tauntingly and teasingly said, "Hey, cheer up, Bianca." Bianca widened her eyes. "You're the second prince," she said, "the one who always said, 'I'll make sure you always think of me.'" Bianca clenched her teeth in anger, grabbed his collar, and shouted, You killed the prince and instigated Aragon's invasion, didn't you?" Her gaze turned empty. "Indeed, you killed him. When we were in Lahas, I said it, didn't I, Jacob?" In her delirium, Bianca muttered, "I should have killed you. When she opened her eyes, Bianca found her husband right beside her. "You fainted suddenly, do you remember?" he asked gently. Since then, Bianca had been unconscious for about an hour. Perhaps due to shock, she couldn't endure it and collapsed like that. Looking up at her husband, Bianca asked, "You have to go to battle, don't you?" Zachary looked at her with sorrow. His silence only heightened her anxiety. "It's the worst," she thought. "Because of the will, I haven't been able to have an honest conversation with you for 2 months, and now I faint just as you must go to battle tomorrow morning." Zachary reassured, "Do not worry, I will win and return as always." Surprised, Zachary asked, "Why are you so certain?" Bianca remained silent for a while before explaining, "I can't tell you, it's because for a long time, I haven't been a good companion to you." Bianca leaned on, tears in her eyes, and replied, "This time may not be like before. You might die, Zachary." Zachary gripped her shoulders and asked, "Not a good companion? How so? When did this start?" Bianca replied, "I've lived in a world where you were absent, this is my second life, Zachary." Zachary's eyes widened in realization, the lacework, the war with Sevfranca. So this strange feeling I've sensed from Bianca all this time. To be someone who foresees the future but sees that future slowly changing. A prime example is Prince Gosha's fall and Zachary's impending military involvement this time around, uncertain of what changes may come. Yet Bianca still hopes he won't go there. Naturally, Zachary can't do that. He must protect the people of the Empire, including her. Bianca exclaimed, "Then you just need to stay in Arno. Send someone else to fight in your place." Zachary responded, "The problem is there's no one to replace me. I'm also unsure how the royal family will react after Prince Gosha's incident." Bianca exclaimed, "There is someone to replace you. I will request the Holy Knights to go to battle." Zachary widened his eyes. You would take on the mantle of a saint and ask them for aid?" Zachary couldn't believe what he was hearing. He held his head, murmuring to himself, "Heavens above, though I've often wondered, I never thought you'd be a saint." Bianca was surprised. "You knew? Why didn't you ask me about it?" Zachary replied, "It was my intuition and also hearing from others. I didn't want to unsettle you with uncertainties, as waiting is not difficult for me." He gently grasped her arm, "I just hope you won't hide anything from me and tell me everything openly." Zachary lowered his eyes and continued, "I thought that if I were a more reliable husband, you wouldn't feel the need to keep secrets." Bianca, in tears, shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't trust you. I will let you know how terrible and hateful I once was." Bianca slowly began to speak, crying all the while. She felt as if she were being sucked into a quicksand in this second life. Will he resent me for living as his wife this way? That's the only thing I want to know. Zachary held her tightly, deeply pained, thinking, if I had known Bianca would suffer so much, almost to the point of coughing up blood because of such a truth, I would have waited my whole life. Bianca had tried to prevent the worst from happening in that future, but in the end, Zachary still had to join the battlefield. She hugged him tightly, sobbing, "Just imagining you not being by my side is already unbearable for me." Zachary's eyes widened. He blushed and quietly asked, "Bianca, I just wonder. Maybe it's my arrogant delusion, but..." He trembled, gathering all his courage, and asked, "Do you love me? Do you love me, even a little, Bianca?" Bianca shuddered and cried louder, "Really? How can you be so clueless?" She stood up abruptly and shouted, "If I didn't love you, who else could I love?" Zachary felt as if he were standing at the pinnacle of happiness. He embraced her and gave her a sweet kiss. "I'm not just by your side to change the future," she affirmed. Tears streamed down Zachary's face as he gently said, "I love you. I love you with all my heart." Bianca knew that if war broke out, a man who abandoned the battlefield and fled would be considered a coward. Therefore, she wanted to ensure that he would return safely. Determined not to be sent back to Blanchefort, she resolutely told him, "I will bear your child, Zachary. I read the will and understand that you were prepared to let me go." He had once said, "I have remembered everything so that I can return what you brought to me, intact," which sounded like a cold Zachary, but it was also very thoughtful. "But I couldn't help feeling miserable when I read that will. Was he always prepared to leave me?" She clutched her husband's shoulders and said, "I am no longer Bianca de Blanchefort. I am now the mistress of Arno and your wife, Bianca Arno. So don't give up on me anymore. Make me more ambitious. Hold me close, just for tonight." Zachary, heartbroken, looked at his wife but accepted her request and gently laid her on the bed. "If it can ease any of your anxieties, then no matter how many times you want me to hold you, I will. I'll give you everything I have." Bianca grabbed his collar, pulled him down, and whispered against his lips, "Promise me, Zachary. I will never forgive you if you leave me. You must live and come back to me." Zachary smiled and kissed his wife tenderly as promised. That night, they ended with joy and satisfaction that nothing could compare to. Before dawn, the Arno territory was already bustling, gathering supplies to prepare for war. At this time, the Sevfranca army was like a lion retreating before the Aragon forces, so Zachary entrusted Gasper with the task of protecting Arno. Today, Bianca also came to see her husband off to war. She didn't forget to encourage Sowing and Robert to return victorious. During this, Robert handed her a small sword, the one she used for swordsmanship training, and said, "Please forgive me for not being able to find a new one and leaving like this. But please, accept this." Bianca hesitated. "If I take it, what will you use?" Robert replied, "I'll use Sowing's sword." Sowing agreed without hesitation. Robert continued, blushing, "If anything happens to you and you don't have a sword in hand, I won't be able to forgive myself." Bianca understood and accepted it. "Thank you, Robert." At this moment, Zachary stepped towards her and brought out the lace handkerchief. Bianca, understanding his intention, tied it for her husband and whispered, "May our army achieve a glorious victory. You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you?" Zachary hugged her and replied, "Of course not, I will definitely come back." She frowned and added, "And don't forget your promise about the second prince either." At dawn, the Arno army marched eastward. Bianca suddenly wavered and collapsed. Despite her exhaustion, she persevered and ordered the steward to send letters to various places. "I want to send one to my father, Count Blanchefort, and another to Archbishop Francis of the Grand Cathedral in Lahas," she commanded. Vincent was surprised. "The Archbishop?" Bianca added, "No, make it 3 letters. Send the last one to Princess Odeli in Lahas." After reading the letter, Princess Odeli called her maid to pack everything for her return to the royal palace. The maid, a blonde, was surprised to see the princess so cheerful today, as she hadn't smiled so brightly since the death of the crown prince. "There's been nothing to make me happy lately, but perhaps it's been a long time since I've received such a satisfying letter." "A saint has comforted me," the princess replied. Meanwhile, Jacob was trying to console his sister-in-law after the crown prince's death. He held her hand, reassuring her that he wanted to become the guardian of young Prince Albert and be her strong support until the boy came of age. He put on a trustworthy face and claimed that Albert was his precious nephew. But all of Jacob's efforts were in vain when Odeli stepped in and announced that their father had agreed to let her become Prince Albert's guardian. Jacob's eyes widened in shock as he learned that the Blanchefort family would stand up to escort and protect Prince Albert and the crown princess. Odeli shot him a mocking glance and said, "I hope the second prince doesn't need to worry too much about family matters. You should focus on the nation's crisis instead." Jacob's eyes widened with bitterness. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by his arrogant sister. Watching the crown princess and her son safely escorted, Odeli sighed with relief, thinking, if I had been a bit slower, he would have acted first. Seeing the young prince, now fatherless, filled Odeli with a fierce anger. After reading the letter, she was in shock. He's a traitor to Aragon? Even as the second prince, how could he dare to betray our father like this? With these thoughts, Odeli clenched her fists, suppressing her rage. I have to make it clear to my second brother that, compared to anyone else in Lahos, Odeli is the most troublesome and unpleasant one to deal with. In the room where a portrait of young Bianca hung, Jacob had learned that a letter had been sent from Arno to Princess Odeli and the Blanchefort family. Count Arno had also joined the battle. Confident, Jacob thought that even if Odeli became Albert's guardian, no nobles would be willing to participate in the war. Just by having the potential to inherit the throne, wouldn't the nobles be too afraid to help a count who has a bad relationship with me? As he toyed with Bianca's picture, an idea suddenly struck him. He ordered Viscount Wigo to send out a letter. Jacob gazed into the distance with a mocking smile. How long can you endure this war with an enemy within your own ranks, Count Arno? At the northern battlefield, the scouts had returned with shocking news. Aragon had a force of 5,000 soldiers. Despite Arno's maximum effort, they could only muster 3,000 soldiers. Moreover, Aragon was expecting reinforcements, which would increase their numbers even further. Though Zachary had sent a request for reinforcements to the royal family, no response had been received. Relying on the Blanchefort family for help was difficult as they were tasked with protecting Prince Albert. Zachary slammed his fist on the table decisively. We must endure. Let's hold out with all our might, reinforcements will surely come. At that moment, in the Arno camp, the sound of unfamiliar horses approaching was heard. It was a man clad entirely in iron armor, his face hidden. Immediately, a soldier ran up with good news. My lord, they've arrived. 1,000 reinforcements are here. Zachary was taken aback, no response, yet 1,000 reinforcements? Who are they? "It's me, Count," the man stepped forward and greeted. "When a tiger is cornered, even the arm of a rabbit can be useful." Zachary was astonished. "Count d'Avaville?" The man smiled broadly. "Surprised, aren't you? After receiving your letter, I immediately prepared my troops, so I didn't have time to send a reply." Despite the reinforcements from the d'Avaville family, Zachary couldn't help but feel uneasy. The d'Avavilles had always supported the Crown Prince's faction, but ever since their son-in-law took over as heir, they had adopted a neutral stance. Why would he lead troops himself in such a situation? Marceau noticed Zachary's concern and spoke up. "The d'Avaville family has been monitoring the saint ever since they first appeared. When I visited the Arno estate, you didn't seem aware of that." Sowing and the others were puzzled. Why bring up the saint now? But Zachary understood Mark's point. Marceau had subtly inquired about the saint to learn the truth, showing his sharp mind and cunning nature, enough to make others wary. Zachary couldn't tell if Marceau truly wanted to ally with him or if he was just Jacob's pawn, sent to sow discord within their ranks. Is Marceau Garvine the poison of the second prince or an ally? Zachary gripped his sword tightly. There's only one way to find out. He shook Mark's hand and thanked him for the reinforcements, then asked to speak privately. Seeing Zachary dismiss his men, Marceau smiled knowingly. Outside the camp, Marceau spoke first. "You must be wondering what I'm plotting, right?" Zachary silently observed him. "Apologies for causing you concern. I haven't mastered the refined manners of other nobles," Marceau said. Zachary responded candidly. "Count d'Avaville, your wife and mine share a close bond, and you've even discussed the lace business with her. I don't want to beat around the bush. If the second prince sent you, then you should turn back now." Marceau was silent for a moment before responding. "You've probably heard that I'm a son-in-law of the d'Avaville family, but what you might not know is that I'm an illegitimate child." Zachary was taken aback by this revelation. Marceau continued, "The person who brought me into this world raised me according to their own needs, which is why I have a rather quick mind." He pointed to his head and added, "Without it, I might have ended up as a monk." Confidently, Marceau explained, "When I was deducing that Lady Bianca might be a saint from the strange actions of the Grand Cathedral of Lahos, the person who birthed me sent me a letter. Since Archbishop Francis had identified the saint, it was only a matter of time before he became a cardinal. That person wanted me to get close to the Arno family to control the saint. After learning that my wife Catherine was close to Countess Arno, he sent me such a letter. I never considered accepting the request of someone who had used my life as a tool. And when I discussed business with Countess Arno, I realized she wasn't someone easily swayed. My reason for joining this battle has nothing to do with any hidden agenda." Remembering the moment he discarded his father's letter, Marceau noticed how deeply upset his wife had been. She lay across him, whispering, "Compared to Bianca, I haven't matured at all. Expecting someone to survive a battle unscathed is unreasonable. That's a heartless thing to say to a woman who has to send her husband off to war each time. I don't understand what Bianca goes through while waiting for her husband. I heard from the princess that only the Arno army is standing against Aragon. This battle will be very difficult." Catherine looked up at her husband with hopeful eyes. "Is there no way we can help them, Mark?" The adorableness of Catherine made her husband, who was infatuated with her, unable to hide his adoration. Suddenly, Marceau had an idea and responded, "Catherine, if I say I will join the battle, can it help Countess Arno?" Catherine's face turned dark. "So this is how Bianca always feels." She swallowed hard and resolutely declared, "The d'Avaville family is nobility in service to the royal family. We have a duty to serve the country and help it overcome this crisis." Marceau beamed. "Because my wife recognizes my honor and courage, because of Catherine, I joined the battle." Zachary was utterly stunned. He sighed and responded, "You could have just sent reinforcements. Why join the battle yourself? You are quite sincere with your wife. Well then, I'll count on your help, Count d'Avaville." The two husbands shook hands, sealing their alliance with a promise of mutual support. But immediately after, the ground suddenly shook unusually, and a rumbling sound from behind left the two men astonished. It was the army of Aragon. Upon learning that the Arno forces were isolated, the enemy had gathered and launched a surprise attack. A few months later, Arno territory had fully entered winter. Everyone, regardless of what they were doing, would warmly greet Lady Bianca as they passed by, to which she often replied, "All right, everyone, carry on with your work." After returning from Lahas. Right after the Count went to the battlefield, the people in the territory moved to live in Arno Castle as per his orders. While her husband was away, Bianca actively managed everything in the castle. One example of her management was addressing the complaints of some people who found it inconvenient to work in the fields early in the morning due to the distance from the castle. As soon as Bianca heard their complaints, she went to the site to see for herself. "Uncle, uncle! There's a lady here," a girl called out. The old man grumbled, "What? Who's here?" When the two of them saw Bianca, they were dumbfounded. They didn't recognize who she was and were so startled that they couldn't speak. Gaspar sternly said, "Show your respect. This is the Countess of Arno." Upon hearing this, both uncle and niece were shocked. "The Countess," they exclaimed. The old man, trembling with fear, knelt down in a pitiful manner. Bianca then spoke up, "Was it you who said the fields were too far from the castle?" The old man quickly replied, "Oh, no, ma'am, it wasn't me," but Bianca didn't pay attention to his denial. She ordered Gaspar to assign some guards to escort the workers to the fields. The situation in this war was very different from previous ones. The Count asked everyone to come to the castle because of this. "I'll arrange for some guards with carriages to take you to the fields. It will be a bit inconvenient, but please try to manage for now. If there's any trouble, let the steward know." After giving her instructions, Bianca left, leaving the uncle and niece frightened and chastising each other for not recognizing the Countess. It's understandable since during the Feast of All Saints, they only saw the Count and Countess from afar and couldn't see their faces clearly. They only knew what the Countess looked like from rumors. The old man couldn't help but wonder, does the Countess walk around the castle every morning like this? Indeed, after the Count left, Arno became quite chaotic due to various matters. Usually, the steward would manage everything daily, but this time, the Countess was also involved. Vincent noticed Bianca seemed different and promptly asked her maid about her condition. "Yes, milord. Madam hasn't been eating much, and even less so recently," the maid replied. Vincent felt concerned. "If she continues overseeing the lace workshop and inspecting the territory like this, I fear she might faint. Madam has been out all day observing and assisting the villagers, so they no longer speak ill of her," the maid added. As weeks passed, Madam's reputation completely changed among the people. "Madam, please have some of these. They are apples from our fields," a child offered. Bianca tousled the child's hair and thanked him for the gift. Seeing Madam tirelessly busy with work for weeks, Yvonne grew increasingly worried. The maid suggested Madam take a break today, but Bianca declined, saying, "I'm fine, Yvonne. The child isn't tired and is working diligently. I must do the same." Yvonne replied, "Madam, those children have been working since they could barely walk. You can't compare yourself to them." Under Yvonne's insistence, Bianca was led to a beautiful place. "This is the snack storage for the children of Arno. When I was little, I used to pick wild strawberries with my sister from that tree over there. The wild strawberries bloom in the summer, and we would pick so many that our hands would turn red." Bianca felt a bit sad. Thinking back, I haven't really looked at the summer in Arno properly, have I? We've had so much time. Seeing her like that, Yvonne took her hand and comforted her. "There will be plenty of wild strawberries next year too. When you ride with the Count, you must try them at least once." Bianca forced a smile and nodded in agreement to please her maid. The reason for her unease was the strange secrecy surrounding the war news. Pavo, who often brought news of the Count's victories, suddenly stopped coming to Arno. And not long after, an unexpected event happened to Bianca. "Madam!" A man ran towards her, breathless, holding an item in his hand. Bianca's eyes widened when she recognized the lace handkerchief she had tied to the Count before he went to battle. It had drifted down the Arno River. At the lahas palace, while walking through the hall, a voice called out, "Odeli." Princess Odeli was surprised. "Lord Johann, what brings you here?" "Princess Odeli." The young boy Albert also arrived with Johann, holding a rather large gift box. Odeli gently asked, "Are you well? I thought you had already departed for the Blanchefort territory." Albert responded sadly, "I planned to say goodbye to His Majesty before leaving, but I've heard he hasn't woken up yet. This is a gift I made myself." Odeli took the gift and promised to deliver it to the Emperor for him. Watching Albert leave, Odeli thought to herself, "The young prince is indeed a gentle child, but he is too weak to become emperor. Even if he is granted the right to the throne, can he stand against that cunning second prince?" In the private chambers of the emperor, now awake, the king was very happy to see his daughter by his side. Despite years of being bedridden, he still worried about his army after the recent surprise attack. Odeli, with a strong demeanor, advised her father, "If you can regain your health, you should persuade the nobles to join the army." The king interrupted, "Odeli, do you also see me as indecisive?" Odeli only smiled gently. He continued, "I failed to choose a successor in time. It seems I will be ridiculed as a foolish king during this chaotic war, won't I?" The king reminisced about when his children were young. He had cherished Gosha and Odeli as treasures. However, when it came to Jacob, he was unsure of his feelings. Though he knew Jacob did not get along with his siblings, he let it be without intervening, only giving him the same opportunity as Gosha. Odeli comforted her father, "In this palace, everyone knows how much you cherished the second prince. Now, put aside your sympathy for him and focus on the people suffering from the war. There are girls becoming widows and children becoming orphans. With his loyalty, Count Arno has gone to battle in place of his king, while his wife waits for him every day." The emperor's eyes widened. He hadn't realized how much his daughter cared for the people. The princess held her father's hand tightly and said, "Because Odeli is your daughter too." As he turned over, the king noticed a small gift box, the one from the young Prince Albert. He was very happy to see the gift. "Oh, Albert," he exclaimed, turning to his daughter. "Can you show it to me?" A moment later, the emperor smiled with joy as his beloved daughter Odeli held the gift. "Odeli, you should keep this gift," he said warmly. When she left the room, Odeli immediately inquired about the second prince. However, according to the servants, he had not been in Lahos for several weeks. At the Arno estate, everyone was investigating whether the lace handkerchief truly belonged to the count. Although Bianca knew she hadn't made it herself, she couldn't help but fear the worst. One of the workers examined the handkerchief in detail and discovered something. "Madam, do you see the pattern here?" Mary marked it after she finished. "It is from the early production period, based on the designs you taught her. That's why it resembles the ones you made so closely." Bianca breathed a sigh of relief as if unburdened. "Gasper, what do you think?" Gasper pondered, "I think someone intentionally dropped this lace handkerchief. The flow of the Arno River goes opposite to the battlefield. It flows from Lahos here." Recalling Zachary's words from earlier, even the fastest horse takes 2 days, but those pedals only took half a day to reach Arno Castle. Bianca asked urgently, "So that means it couldn't possibly drift from the battlefield here?" She became suspicious, the secret of war news was odd, and now this lace handkerchief added to her doubts. It seemed someone wanted to send messages they wished to convey, and if that was someone's intention. Bianca's gaze suddenly turned dark. "Gasper, we need to travel to the source of the Arno River. I will go with you." Bianca led Gasper and a small search party against the objections of the steward and Yvonne, pushing upstream towards the source of the Arno River. When they reached a grove of birch trees where the river meandered, Bianca dismounted and continued on foot to search. There, she spotted a faint figure with a sinister smile. Bianca recognized him. "With your knowledge of her, I knew you would come," Jacob said with excitement, gazing at her happily. "I've missed you, Bianca." Bianca glanced around. Why was the second prince alone here? Seeing her concern, Jacob reassured her, "Don't worry, my retinue is just outside the forest. It's just the two of us here." He approached Bianca and remarked, "It's been a while since we last met. You've lost weight. I suppose you haven't been eating well? Well, your husband has been ordered to the battlefield where our allies dare not venture." Bianca's eyes widened in shock. "No allied troops? The Order of the Holy Knights didn't come to aid Zachary? Then why hasn't the letter I sent to Archbishop Francis reached him?" Jacob continued to taunt, "Looking at your expression, I sense your genuine concern for Count Zachary." Bianca, angered, retorted, "Then why the person on that news is here? If my husband is the only noble participating in the battlefield to save Sefranka, then you, a member of the royal family, should lead the army against the invading forces, shouldn't you?" Jacob looked at Bianca's expression with immense satisfaction. "Other women, when I engage them in conversation, would be ashamed and unable to look me in the eye, but you are different from them. You've always looked straight at me like this. No one else, I just want those eyes to belong to me alone." "Can I achieve that?" he asked eagerly. Bianca replied disdainfully, "I didn't come here to listen to your flattery. Why did you summon me here?" She held up the lace handkerchief. "I know this isn't my husband's. With war raging, what's the purpose of this selfish drama you're staging?" Jacob grinned, no longer hiding anything as he recounted, "When the war broke out, I blocked all communications in and out of Arno. Because if you knew the truth, it would cause you great pain. I think you need to prepare yourself. Because in the future, you will live and die holding on to Zachary Arno, the man who is already dead, in those eyes of yours." The cold wind swept through Bianca, sending shivers down her spine. "Who are you talking about?" she asked, trembling. Jacob adjusted his iron cap and spoke coldly, "Count Zachary Arno has fallen in battle. His head was brought back from Aragon, and they found only this iron cap among the corpses. His death will surely shock everyone, especially the Emperor and the people. So, I blocked information through my channels." Bianca collapsed to the cold ground, Isabel the horse trying to comfort her but unable to ease Bianca's crisis. "Zachary is dead? Isn't his existence what the spirits desired? Isn't that why I am a saint? If I could love Zachary, I would try my best to save him. Why is everything just like the previous life, she lamented. Jacob approached and placed the iron cap on the ground, reminding her that without a lord in Arno, greed would surely consume the land, especially from Zachary's older brother, Earl. Arno had become wealthy from lace sales, making it a coveted territory. I won't let that person covet your land, even if it's my closest confidant, he concluded firmly. Jacob gently held her shoulders and reassured, I will protect you from such people. Think about it, now that my older brother Gosha is gone, who else is closer to the throne than me? If Lahos becomes an ally of Arno, wouldn't it be better for the people there? So choose me, Bianca. Seeing Bianca trembling, Jacob moved closer and spoke softly, It's okay, Bianca. You can cry if you want. The soul of Count Zachary Arno will find comfort in those tears. Bianca responded, opening up, I thought so too, but your words seem to be cooling down my heated thoughts. Jacob widened his eyes, asking, What do you mean? Bianca continued firmly, If I wail and faint, will it bring joy to my husband's soul? Are you imagining that, Prince Jacob? I know everything already. Jacob, still holding her tightly, responded calmly amidst Bianca's emotional outburst, It's because of your husband's death that your spirit is unsettled, isn't it? Conspiring with Aragon? You're imagining things a bit too much. Despite Bianca's struggle to wrench her arm free, Jacob continued to restrain her gently. We've never had an honest conversation, have we? You've only used me to provoke your husband, haven't you? You see me only as a tool. Zachary never knew how to comfort me when I cried. You said his soul was comforted by my tears. You don't understand us at all. That's why you're talking nonsense. Bianca, still in Jacob's grasp, retorted with a calm yet cutting tone, You're truly pitiful. Faced with a woman who hates you enough to point a sword at herself, yet you still embrace her and continue to flirt. Aren't you pathetic? Jacob, visibly angered by her words of scorn, clenched his jaw and forcefully grabbed her long hair, his voice sharp with fury, The son of an abandoned woman, even when I reclaim my position in the royal family, that stigma continues to haunt me relentlessly. So I must use everything available to survive. But when I plead with you like this, don't you think it could be genuine love? Bianca gritted her teeth and replied, Fine, do as you wish. But I won't owe you anything. So if you want me, just take this body. With that, she took her sword from his side and cut off her long hair, shocking Jacob with her unconventional departure method. Jacob was taken aback by her actions. His heart suddenly felt heavy and constricted as he watched the woman he loved leave without hesitation. Unable to contain his anger and frustration, he shouted, Why? Why must you reject me like this? Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air and struck the ground in front of Jacob. It was Gasper who had shot it. Gasper drew his sword and warned Jacob to stay away from Lady Bianca Arno. Jacob, infuriated by the challenge to his authority as a prince, hesitated momentarily. Seeing the tense situation unfold, Bianca urged her guards to quickly return. She retrieved her husband's helmet and stepped away from Jacob. Jacob, still trying to hold on, pleaded, I'll give you time to think. His expression softened with sadness. Bianca, Arno is left without a ruler now. Bianca, unwilling to hear more, left with Gasper from the scene. On the way back to her domain, Bianca couldn't contain herself and urged her horse, Isabel, to run faster. Lady! Slow down, Isabel might stumble. Lady! Lady! Listen to me! Gasper shouted desperately, but in her confused state, Bianca collapsed into another realm, where the sky was vast and endless fields of flowers stretched out. There, Sowing and Robert awaited her. Robert gently inquired about her current life. Bianca couldn't hold back her tears. If both Sowing and Robert are here, it means they are no longer in this world. Robert gestured ahead. Under a tree, Zachary stood waiting for her. Bianca abandoned her helmet and rushed towards Zachary. But his arm raised, halting her. In bidding farewell, I must ask for your forgiveness. When you said, if I die and leave you alone, you will never forgive me, if those words still hold true, then let me stay here and you can return. Bianca rushed forward and embraced him tightly. She whispered gently, I want to go with you, I'm so tired. I just want to follow you now. Zachary remained silent for a moment, then gently released her and comforted, if that's what you want, you can do so anytime. He wiped away her tears and continued, but I wonder if you can fulfill the wish of such a terrible man? Sensing something, Bianca shook her head, refusing what he was about to say. You must live, Bianca. She couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears in front of her husband. Under the enchanting purple tree, Zachary conveyed to her, protect Arn, even if I die, Arn is still our territory. You must safeguard it in my place. He held her hand and placed it on her belly, and our child too, Bianca. Bianca's eyes widened, recalling moments of dizziness and recent headaches. Despite her loss of appetite, she still craved crisp red apples and admired the children's candy store in Arno. Deep within, a serene longing stirred within her. Bianca turned to look at her husband, seeing his profoundly happy expression. "Do you know, Zachary, that Arno has vast plains? So even if I walk for miles, I won't get tired. I learned to ride a horse so fast thanks to this flat land. Yvonne told me that in Arno, wild strawberries grow abundantly in early summer, which I can pick to eat and play in the summer fields of blooming flowers everywhere. If I must protect this beautiful land, which will become our child's homeland, I will do as you wish." Zachary held her close and spoke his final words. "I really want to experience all 4 seasons of Arno with you and our child, Bianca." As their lips met, Zachary transformed into petals of blooming flowers, gently drifting away with the breeze. "Farewell, beloved husband, Zachary. Farewell, my love." The serene dream ended there, and Bianca finally woke up, greeted warmly by Yvonne. It turned out Bianca hadn't fallen from Isabel, as the horse had slowed down upon Gasper's command. Upon returning to the castle, the knight escorted her back to the recovery room. "I trimmed the lady's hair while you was asleep. And just now, the doctor arrived to examine you," Yvonne started to say, but Bianca interrupted, tears streaming down her face as she held her belly. "I know." Yvonne sobbed and clasped her mistress's hand. "Congratulations on being pregnant, madam." There was no time to mourn her husband's death. Now, Bianca and the people of the territory had to contend with a powerful force aiming for Arno. "Do you really want to conquer Arno?" "We have no reason to do that, Prince Jacob," Bianca questioned. Jacob replied sharply, "The Countess of Arno threatened me with a sword, Arno's guards aimed arrows at me. Are those reasons not persuasive enough, Count Oslo? That's a challenge to the authority of the Sefranka royal family and an act of rebellion. Our army has 5,000 men, while Arno has only 500. They won't be able to withstand for long. No matter what, we must conquer them before Zachary realizes everything and returns to his territory." Zachary scanned the battlefield, searching for something. Meanwhile, a young boy was busy clearing corpses, his face strained under the weight of that man's grim task. Seeing such a young child involved in such a gruesome job, Zachary couldn't hide his sorrow. It was also strange to witness how the Aragon forces would attack and then withdraw without even taking the time to collect. The Sefranka army had managed this issue to prevent the spread of disease, though it left the farmers worrying about tax obligations. If they were to perish due to illness, who would be left to pay taxes? Zachary listened quietly, pondering the situation. The boy, noting Zachary's demeanor, assumed he was a hunter and pointed out areas with plentiful deer for hunting. He expressed surprise at Zachary's arrival from the nearby mountain. Curious, the boy asked, "But sir, why would you come down to such a chaotic and dangerous place like this?" Zachary, not accustomed to lying, scratched his head hesitantly and replied, "I've lost something nearby." Both the boy and the nearby man found Zachary's answer peculiar. Continuing his search, Zachary couldn't find his belongings, only those of others who had perished alongside him. Even Lahos doesn't know how the war is unfolding. This remark caught Zachary's attention, prompting him to inquire further. It turned out that the communication station had been overrun, leaving everyone uncertain about the accurate state of the war. With no clear information on who was winning, the nobles were hesitant to send troops without proper guidance. They also wondered why the second prince wasn't on the battlefield himself, leaving the populace to suffer like this. Zachary remained silent, absorbing all that had been said. As night fell, only the cold wind embraced the battlefield. Near the camp of Arno's army, enemy scouts silently observed their movements. Unnoticed, a sword blade pressed against one scout's throat, and someone escorted him silently to meet his fate. Zachary muttered, "Indeed, one can catch a deer like this." He then carried the scout back into the camp. Both Robert and Sover were safe, and they asked, "Have you found what you were looking for, my lord?" Zachary replied, "I couldn't find the helmet, but I found this scout instead." It's strange that only the helmet went missing in all that chaos. Recalling the battle, Zachary remembered a hand grabbing his helmet and pulling it away, despite him severing the arm that did so, yet failing to recover the helmet and injuring his eye in the process. Aragon's actions were also peculiar, attacking and then withdrawing their forces. There was no response from Arno's fortress either. It seemed the information blackout was indeed true, likely orchestrated by the second prince as a ploy. Suddenly, a book was thrust towards them, and another man's voice spoke up, "Seems like the second prince wants to tie down Count Zachary here." Max speculated, "After hearing what you said about the second prince being a spy for Aragon, this move makes sense. Even if Sefranka's army is wiped out, he wouldn't care. And the Count, commanding Sefranka's forces, can't leave this position. If Aragon can get hold of your helmet, Second Prince could use it to fabricate misinformation, like Count has fallen, for example. Mac smirked. Count Zachary of Arno might find himself in trouble. Zachary furrowed his brow, contemplating silently. He touched the ring on his finger and asked Count d'Aveville, if it were you, what would you choose to do? Mac replied immediately, I'd abandon to my beloved wife Catherine. Wouldn't you think the same? The nation's collapse isn't my concern. I only care about the safety of d'Aveville and my Zachary wouldn't act that way, Mac continued. Even if you love your wife like I do, you can't abandon Sevfranca, can you? Zach responding, you think highly of me, Count d'Aveville. He tightened his grip on his hand, his expression grim. To be honest, even if it's just me alone, I want to abandon everything and return to Arno immediately. Zachary had figured everything out but couldn't leave his army to increasingly anxious. Inevitably, the situation escalated. Countess of Arno, Gasper, and the knights. You have been accused of attempting to assassinate the Second Prince. Inside the castle, Bianca was already waiting for that man. You have arrived, Second Prince? The siege of the castle was a defensive battle when the territory was attacked by invaders. Before going to battle, the Count had instructed to bring all the people outside the castle walls into the castle. Here, the northern granary would be open to meet the people's food needs. Although it was winter and the weather was dry, the moats had been filled with water to prepare Arno for the castle attack. In reality, a siege benefits those who can endure. Therefore, the Count had planned for Arno to withstand until he could return. That day, when the townspeople of Arno saw their countess return in a fainting state with her hair in disarray and cut short, they couldn't help but gossip. For a noblewoman, her long hair was as important as her life. So, who on earth had done this to the countess's hair? In the countess's room, a physician had come to examine her and gave Yvonne a few instructions before leaving. As soon as he stepped outside the mansion, a group of people swarmed him with questions. Are you the doctor? Seeing their hostile expressions, he was startled. How is the countess? Has she regained consciousness? Did she fall from her horse? Besides her hair, is she injured anywhere else? The physician was bombarded with questions and almost dropped his glasses. After explaining the situation, the townspeople learned that there were those coming to seize the Arno territory. They also discovered that the Second Prince had harassed the countess, driving her to wield a sword and fight for her life. To escape the prince's clutches, she had to cut off her own hair. Everyone in the territory shared a common feeling of outrage towards the Second Prince. Outside the castle, the royal army was still besieging Arno, demanding that someone be handed over. Seeing that these people were stubbornly digging in, Bianca told the steward, gather all the townspeople in the courtyard immediately. She then made an important announcement. At this moment, everyone will think Arno has rebelled against the Second Prince and become traitors. Even if we endure this battle, Arno's future will be destroyed if the Sevfranca royal family sides with the Second Prince. Therefore, anyone who wants to leave this territory should do so now. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Bianca continued, if you walk for about 10 days along the forest road to the east, you will reach the land of my kin, Blanchenfort. I have ordered the steward to write letters of introduction. If you carry them, you will surely be. A man interrupted loudly, Lady, speak more reasonably. Do you think we will abandon our ancestral land so easily? We will not act like the nobles of the past. Bianca was stunned. It seems the lady doesn't understand us at all. We were born and raised here, have nurtured our children here, and so it goes from generation to generation. If we can protect this land, even if it means becoming traitors, we are willing. Yes. That's right. Arno is our homeland. This pride doesn't belong only to the nobility. We will defend this territory with you, my lady. Bianca bit her lip and cried out, but Arno no longer has a master strong enough to protect everyone. Zachary has. Mentioning the Count, everyone looked at each other, and Bianca shed painful tears. A woman spoke up, my lady, no matter who comes here, there will be no lord as strong and excellent as Count Zachary. But now we have a mistress, who, though she may not have his strength, does not run away and chooses to protect this land. It is you, my lady, and that is something we are proud of. Bianca, hearing the support of the townspeople, was moved to tears. She had not expected such profound affection from them. Everyone gathered around her, comforting and encouraging her to overcome this adversity together. Outside the castle, Viscount Wigu continued to loudly demand the surrender of the people they sought. However, Jacob instructed him to stop and to slowly return and wait. Suddenly, Bianca stepped up and stood proudly on top of the castle wall. Jacob, upon seeing her, called out her name, Bianca. She stood silently, looking down at them. He thought she would kneel and open the gates to surrender, but instead, Bianca raised her middle finger high, insulting them. The second prince's men stared at her in shock and began cursing. Arno will resist your army, just wait and see. Seeing the woman he loved make such a rude gesture at him, Jacob stood there, stunned. The steward and Yvonne were extremely shocked, and Vincent fainted, unable to comprehend how his noble mistress had learned such vulgar behavior. Little did he know she had picked it up during her past life as a street urchin. Viscount Wigu was furious. Did you all see that? That crazy woman dared to insult the second prince like that. But he fell silent when the second prince suddenly laughed loudly and said with great amusement, "Let's go back, Viscount Wigu. The more something slips through my fingers, the more I want to have it. I wonder if she knows that, Bianca." At the Davaville residence in Lahos, a distinguished guest had come to visit. It was none other than Her Highness, Princess Odeli. In the garden, Odeli inquired about the health of her friend. Catherine responded, "I'm all right, Your Highness. When my husband went to war, I stubbornly told him not to leave me alone. And he said, if I have to leave my lovely wife alone in this land, my heart will be very uneasy, so I cannot go to war." Odelle, sitting beside her, couldn't help but praise her friend's husband. He's truly a role model for all men in Sefranca to follow. However, she noticed that Catherine's calm demeanor was unusual for a noblewoman who had no news about her husband's participation in the war. At this point, Catherine finally spoke the truth. The reason she hadn't visited the princess and instead invited her to Lahos was that Marceau had said there were too many eyes and ears in Lahos. Odeli paused for a moment when she saw her friend produce a letter exchanged between her and her husband. "Through the priest?" she asked. Catherine replied, "Yes, that's correct. To be precise, I only receive letters. Sending letters could be dangerous, so this is how Marceau lets me know he's safe. He also mentioned that the Sefranca army is still holding strong. But the letter sent yesterday had an unusual line. He asked if the lace-making was still going well." Odeli murmured, "And then?" Catherine shook her head, not knowing. She only knew that Marceau had discussed lace production with Bianca before he went to war. She frowned and thought, in such a difficult situation, why would he suddenly write about lace production? Odeli seemed to grasp the underlying message. Marceau must mean that something has happened in Arno. The absence of the second prince from Lahos for several weeks, along with the message from Count Davaville, made her even more certain. Suddenly, Odeli turned to ask about the maid's father, Viscount Bolne. An idea sparked in the princess's mind. "Very well, I'll grant you a vacation. How do you feel about visiting your father after a long time?" The maid, with her blonde hair, felt confused, but Odeli only hinted that traveling to Bolne's territory would mean passing through Blanchefort, and thus through Arno as well. On the northern battlefield, Marceau was asking a priest to send a letter home. Seeing Zachary inquire about using priests for sending letters, Marceau didn't hesitate to explain, "The priests in the capital know that sharing poverty and humility is a virtue. They provide shelter for pilgrims, and in return, I donate labor. Instead of receiving labor or shelter, I get information. In the end, neither side loses. I get the information, and they make some money." Zachary praised Marceau's quick thinking, but Marceau regarded the count as even more impressive. As they were deep in conversation, a group of horses galloped toward them. Sauver had successfully captured the supply depot of Aragon in the west. All of Aragon's warhorses and provisions were seized, severely diminishing their morale. Now, Zachary was eager to return to Arno, suspecting that the second prince was there causing trouble, as the prey he most desired was Zachary's wife, Bianca. Thinking about this, Zachary's face contorted with anger. He ordered Sauver to relay his commands to each unit. "Tomorrow morning, we will launch a full-scale attack." A week had passed since the siege on Arno had begun. The Count's fortress remained steadfast in its defense against the relentless assaults from the royal army. Despite hearing rumors of the Count's death, the people inside the fortress continued to valiantly hold their ground. Viscount Wigu couldn't understand how the people of Arno managed to maintain their morale after hearing that their lord had perished. However, Jacob wasn't bothered by this. He had devised a sinister plan to deal with the common folk. In a surreal scene, a deity with angelic wings presented Bianca with a silver sword. The deity was so beautiful that Bianca couldn't help but gaze at them for a long moment before slowly accepting the sharp silver sword. But as everything became clearer, Bianca realized she was sitting in her room, with the usual morning sounds of birds chirping outside. "So it was just a dream," she murmured to herself. As soon as the sun began to rise, the people of Arno were already up and bustling about their daily tasks. Bianca, too, climbed up to the city walls to check on the guards. Everything seemed to be under control, though a few of the enemy had tried to cross the moat. The guards had quickly dealt with those pests. Bianca encouraged everyone to stay healthy and maintain their fighting spirit. Seeing the soldiers bravely fighting the enemy while enduring the cold and hunger of winter made her heart ache. Ivan came to comfort her, saying, "They have chosen you as their protector and successor, my lady. Look at their faces, they are not the faces of those who are suffering. People who have something to protect often have incredible resilience, my lady." Bianca smiled peacefully, but almost immediately, a loud cry rang out, "Fire! Fire! There's a fire in the north warehouse." Some soldiers on the fortress quickly descended to extinguish the flames as ordered. Bianca, alarmed, hurried to the warehouse. The north side? The fire was raging fiercely. People were desperately trying to salvage whatever supplies they could to prevent them from turning to ashes. Gasper was assisting them when he saw Bianca running over. "Is anyone hurt, Gasper?" she asked. "No, my lady, but the goods in the warehouse." Ivan anxiously checked if Gasper was injured, while Bianca stood, staring at the large flames before her. She silently took in the situation, then coldly spoke, "Gasper, there's the smell of burning oil in the air. If this isn't an accidental fire, then someone definitely set it. Find everyone outside the castle. No one should leave once we order a lockdown. We must find the culprit." Eventually, a textile merchant who had arrived in Arno before the gates closed became the main suspect. He persistently pleaded his innocence, begging for mercy, claiming he had entered Arno as he always did. But Vincent was certain it was a face he had never seen before, and even Ivan, who had met all the textile merchants, had never encountered him. Bianca sternly looked at him. "Arno already has many textile workers, so someone like you coming here to do business would be quite unprofitable." Upon being discovered, he immediately started trembling. Bianca glared at him. "Why did you enter my territory?" Immediately, his cart was brought over on Bianca's order. It was filled with barrels of oil and cheap fabric, and even more surprisingly. A man, utterly horrified, stumbled and fell backward. Bianca and Ivan were equally shocked as hundreds of rats in a steel cage scurried around, frantically seeking an escape. "They're so disgusting, squeaking and wriggling all over." Bianca shouted, "Rats? Why would a merchant carry a horde of rats?" The suspect remained silent, trembling with fear. Bianca seemed to have figured it all out. "That man ordered you to burn down my castle and release the rats. That man is Jacob, isn't it? Rats are carriers of infectious diseases that spread easily. Years ago, her nanny Ran had died from a disease carried by rats. That man wanted the warehouse to burn to create chaos inside the castle, and he planned to use the rats to spread disease among the townspeople. If one person gets infected, it will spread to others, from the elderly to children. He intended to massacre all the citizens?" The thought of it made Bianca unable to contain her rage. She ordered Gasper to thoroughly deal with the rats to prevent any outbreak of disease. As for the merchant, she wanted him gone from the castle. Bianca hugged her trembling body and silently vowed, "No matter what despicable schemes he devises, I won't let him succeed." Outside the castle, Jacob saw the plume of smoke rising within the castle grounds. He smiled wickedly and thought to himself, "I plan to use Aragon to seize the throne of Sevfranca. I will obtain it, even if it means slaughtering innocent people." Back at the Arno estate, Bianca watched the steward and Ivan inventorying the remaining goods after the fire. She couldn't help but worry about Arno's fate, especially since she couldn't seek help from the Blanchefort family, who were currently protecting Prince Albert. Archbishop Francis had not responded, and the princess didn't have an army to offer support. Bianca felt utterly helpless. Fiddling with her wedding ring and kissing it, she whispered, "What should I do in times like these, Zachary?" As Bianca sank deeper into despair, she remembered Jacob's words, "Choose me, Bianca." A sudden thought crossed her mind, should I offer myself to him and negotiate? Should I beg him to withdraw his troops to save my people and then safely give birth to this child, joining Zachary in the afterlife? But she quickly dismissed that foolish thought. No. I can't leave my child alone in this world. My child will grow up without a father, so I must raise and cherish them, give them all the love and ensure they lack nothing. I'll sell lace my entire life to earn money and live lavishly so no one can look down on me. As she lamented her fate, there was a knock at the door. Bianca wiped away her tears and called for the person to enter. It was young Nicola, who said, "I came to personally deliver candles for you, my lady." Bianca took the large box from the boy. Nicola, being very sensitive, wanted to help clean the burned warehouse, despite being punished by Bianca earlier. He apologized for disobeying her orders due to his selfish wish. Bianca comforted and forgave him, opening the box. But as soon as she saw its contents, she was shocked. It was a carving of a deity holding a long, sharp sword, identical to the one she had seen in her dream last night. She quickly closed the box with a loud snap, startling Nicola. The boy, seeing her distressed expression, nervously asked, "My lady, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Bianca murmured, "The image of a deity holding a sword, just like the one in my dream. What does this mean?" She swallowed hard and asked Vincent, "How many wax candles do we have left?" Vincent replied, "Besides the ones you use, we still have quite a few, my lady." Bianca continued, "From now on, assign candles for Nicola to carve all around the town." Nicola, looking at the candle you made, a story came to mind. In a monastery in another country, to ward off invaders with the power of faith, they spent much time and money creating a holy Bible. This was during a prolonged war, yet sometimes it provided strength to the people. It might seem useless, but thanks to your candles, we got help from Lahos and had the chance to meet Archbishop Francis. I don't know if he'll send the Holy Knights to Zachary, but now I feel Arno needs your artistic work once again. So, don't stop, keep carving those beautiful candles for me. This is something only you can do. I'm counting on you. Do it for the people of Arno who are weary of war. In the grand shrine of Arno territory, people prayed silently under the candlelight depicting the holy deities. Amazing! Did that boy make this? If I didn't see the flame, I would have mistaken it for a marble sculpture, someone whispered in awe. Suddenly, someone gestured for silence nearby. People are praying. The two murmured apologies and joined the congregation, praying for peace as the candle burned. At the guard post, Nicola's candles were also placed. Bianca sat in her room, staring at a carved candle. If saving Zachary and killing Jacob is not my mission, then it means I still have something to do, right? Why someone as incapable as me? If I hadn't returned to the past, no one in Arno would have to endure this suffering, and Zachary wouldn't have to die twice. You must take responsibility. You saved me, someone without any skills, so I must try. All the innocent people chose me, so you must save me too, no matter what. At the Arno army camp, Zachary stood outside in the falling snow, looking into the distance. Inside, his three close confidants were still worried about the impending full-scale attack against the Aragon forces. Marceau wanted to carefully consider the timing of their attack. Despite having seized their supplies and warhorses, their own soldiers were still vastly outnumbered. Robert had a different view, but if we delay, they might call for reinforcements. Our troops are exhausted from the prolonged fighting. If we aren't lucky, we could be defeated. Sowing agreed with his master. Besides, I want to return quickly to rescue Lady Bianca. He bit his lip anxiously. It's exhausting seeing the Count so angry every day. I never know when he'll explode, and it's incredibly unsettling. And he must be furious to the point of unbuttoning his collar in this freezing weather. Hearing this, Robert could only hold his head and shake it. I wish an army would fall from the sky. Unbeknownst to them, that seemingly idle wish was about to come true. Zachary heard a strange noise from afar. This is the Sevfranca military camp. Who are you to enter so freely? The figure continued to approach. You must be Count Zachary Arno. Despite the late hour, I had to come and greet you in person. A woman's voice rang out clearly. I am Andrew, captain of the Holy Knights. Robert and the others peered out curiously. Responding to the call for aid from Saint Bianca, the Holy Knights are here to follow the commands of Zachary Arno, the supreme commander of the Sevfranca army. Sowing's mouth dropped open. What? Saint Bianca? 3,000 soldiers from the Holy Knights are here, all under your command, Andrew said, kneeling respectfully. Please give us your orders, Count Zachary Arno. At the Aragon army camp. Meanwhile, two soldiers on night watch noticed the unusual wind and noise outside. There's a lot of snow, but the wind isn't usually this strong. What could that noise be? A blizzard? From a distance, they heard a rumbling that felt like an earthquake. Suddenly, a horse galloped up to them. Enemy forces. Sevfranca has broken through. The sudden attack from the Sevfranca army threw the Aragon soldiers into chaos. Sevfranca's army? But they're wearing armor with wings? How many of them are there? Just the sound of their hooves must be over 10,000. Where on earth did they find such a massive force? At the same time, the Arno forces charged in. The Arno army joined the fray with a thunderous roar. The Holy Knights, distinguished by their massive wings, created a sound akin to 10,000 soldiers charging across the ground when galloping on horseback. This overwhelming force instilled a fear that spread faster than any disease, rapidly diminishing the enemy's morale. From a high vantage point, Zachary and Andrew watched the battlefield. Andrew recounted, after Saint Bianca requested the Holy Knights to be sent to the battlefield, I was ready to lead the army immediately. However, there was significant opposition to the Holy See's intervention in the conflict between nations. Archbishop Francis had to convince them that the failure and death of Count Arno were the worst possible future Saint Bianca foresaw. Do people not understand what that means? God's will is for Sevfranca's victory. Andrew beamed, adding, since then, the Holy See had no reason to refuse. Both Robert and Sover were stunned to learn that their Lady Bianca was a saint, a figure appearing only once in several centuries. Seeing their expressions, Andrew chuckled, you had a saint right in front of you and didn't realize? Robert turned to the Count, did you know about this? Zachary simply smiled, confirming the revelation. Screech! It's the Black Wolf banner. It's Count Zachary. After the full-scale attack on the enemy base, everything was swept clean by morning. If not for Bianca, these corpses would have been our Arno soldiers, Zachary said, looking towards the sun with a grateful heart. Thank you, Bianca. Today's victory is all thanks to you. Meanwhile, back in Arno, Bianca felt as though she could hear Zachary calling her. Yvonne approached, draping a cloak over her mistress and urging, you must take care of your health. You only ate half an apple this morning because of morning sickness. Please, go and rest. Bianca replied, but sour foods are so tempting. Yvonne exclaimed, they say if a pregnant woman eats a lot of sour foods, the child will be very lively. In the midst of their conversation, a whistling sound filled the air. The two women turned pale as a large boulder hurtled towards them. With a tremendous crash, a section of the city wall collapsed. Bianca managed to shield her maid. When Yvonne opened her eyes and called out, my lady, she saw a stream of red blood dripping onto her hand. Bianca's face was streaked with blood. Yvonne's eyes widened in shock as she realized that the one who bore the brunt of the stone shower was her fiancé, Gaspa. Amidst the villagers' screams below, the large stones continued to fall. The second prince's army was using catapults to attack the sturdy wall. The wall had now become a chaotic mess. Yvonne, seeing the blood on Gaspa's head, panicked and cried out, Sir Gaspa, blood. Before she could finish her sentence, Gaspa wrapped his arms around the two women and shouted, stay alert and run. Another barrage of stones followed. Using his large body, Gaspa shielded both Bianca and Yvonne. Yvonne's eyes grew wild as she watched the man she loved risk his life to protect them. Gaspa, breathing heavily, assessed the situation, they're reloading the stones. You both need to escape now. Bianca nodded in agreement. She grabbed Yvonne, who was reluctant to leave her fiancé. As the two women moved away, another round of stones rained down. They were horrified to see a body crushed by the stones right behind them. Everyone, get inside. Hurry, hurry. The entire fortress struggled to withstand the enemy's relentless attacks. The two girls, trembling, found refuge in a place that could be called safe. Bianca could only suppress the boiling anger within her. After a while, the Arno fortress grew quiet. It seemed the enemy had withdrawn from their assault. Seeing Gaspa safe and sound, Yvonne rushed to him with tears streaming down her face. They embraced tightly, their hearts relieved of the tearing anxiety. Witnessing the aftermath of the stone barrage, and the lifeless bodies scattered around, Bianca felt immense sorrow. My lady, the steward's voice rang out. He was panting and trembling as he asked, are you all right, my lady? Bianca kindly inquired, are you okay, steward? Vincent replied, I was at the scene of the fire the whole time. No stones flew there, so no one was hurt. Hearing this, Bianca sighed with relief. My lady, your face looks so pale. Bianca retorted, your face looks as white as a sheet of paper. The old steward exclaimed, you should go inside the manor to rest. Soon after, a cup of hot milk was brought to her. Because Bianca was suffering from morning sickness and couldn't eat much, this seemed good for her. She sniffed it for a while, and realizing she could drink it, she took it and thanked Vincent. The steward couldn't help but worry because, after the fire, there wasn't much food left in the territory. As Bianca took a sip of milk, she teased, Vincy, I used to tease you and call you that, didn't I? Vincent smiled warmly and then suddenly asked, have you heard about the Count leaving Viscount Wigu's house? Seeing Bianca shake her head, Vincent slowly recounted. About 14 to 15 years ago, when he was bedridden and near death, the previous lord asked me to take good care of his two sons. He was worried about their future. He said, even though people say Roland lacks virtue, if he inherits the title, naturally, there will be people who side with him. The one I am most concerned about is Zachary. If anything happens, you must step forward and stand by Zachary. I rely on you for this. Vincent looked at the belongings of the young master that had been thrown out, his heart heavy. He quietly gathered them up. Right after the Viscount's death, he left that place with the Count, carrying the hope and responsibility entrusted to him by the former lord. Vincent reminisced, for many years, we lived off what he hunted. But since it wasn't enough, he had to find work. One day, he returned with a strange man. It turned out he had taken a job as a bodyguard. Later, there were people who needed someone to deal with bandits, so he became a mercenary. "I'm off, steward," he said to me. That's how he ended up joining the army of Crown Prince Gautier, and his name became known to everyone. Steward Vincent couldn't help but be surprised to see the young man had grown so much, and Zachary always kept his promise to him that he would return alive, for Vincent was the only family he had left. After some time, Zachary found good friends on the battlefield. He was granted a title and given a territory. Then, he received offers that were hard to refuse. A bride with such a large dowry? Vincent was astonished. How can we meet all her demands? We must strive harder with 400 calves, 900 pigs, 100 silver bowls, 300 bolts of silk, 2 treasure chests, and an estate. It was equivalent to the revenue of one of the 2 years at that time, and it was a marriage that brought benefits that were hard to turn down. One day in the hall of Arno Manor, there was a sound of a door opening somewhere. Young Bianca looked around, searching for her nanny, so she ran around the mansion to find her. Suddenly, she hesitated and widened her eyes as she faced a dark corridor ahead, which looked very frightening. Despite her fear, Bianca swallowed hard and carefully clung to the railing to descend. As she moved through the hall, Vincent heard a commotion of servants. He stood there looking very puzzled. What is everyone gathering here for? Oh, Mr. Steward, he suddenly startled, seeing the scene before his eyes. Madam? He exclaimed in horror as he saw Lady Bianca collapse onto the floor. While everyone whispered to themselves, should they lift the lady up or not, young Bianca only blushed. Then suddenly she got up, making everyone startled. They hesitated to watch her shadow leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to help her up, but the embarrassment of their young lady made them hesitate. And for her, the change in the environment was also not easy. Since then, the lady didn't want to leave her room anymore. I can't believe it, I heard the lady fell down, but no one helped her up, they just watched. I want you to replace all the servants here, get some intelligent people who can properly serve the lady. Bianca's nanny seized this opportunity to both shame the lowliness of a nobleman and demand more luxuries for Bianca. Vincent, despite feeling extremely disgusted, reluctantly endured. When the nanny left, he hinted at using Bianca's dowry to meet her demands. However, the Grand Prince disagreed, saying, "We can't send Bianca home empty-handed." Vincent broke out in a cold sweat, asking, "What do you mean, my lord?" Zachary replied indifferently, "Isn't Arno able to sustain itself without relying on the dowry? My concern is, what if I die on the battlefield?" Vincent listened, his expression darkening and his eyes widening. Why couldn't he have fought more fiercely for young Master Roland before leaving the Wigu household, and why was he unable to stay away from the battlefield? Since being expelled from the house, and especially with the complications surrounding the marriage to a child, there was no heir. Even drafting a will and arranging everything for the lady were things he failed to protect from the start. Mrs. Jan, Bianca's nanny, had persistently resisted the Grand Prince Blanchefort when he decided on a marriage partner for Bianca. Even on the wedding day, she appeared difficult and proud on the surface, but inside, she knew how to voice her opinions to protect the lady. At that time, I was old enough to consider Jan's determination. I always felt despair watching others accomplish things I couldn't. Vincent sighed deeply, reflecting on his inability to protect his young master. Bianca teased him, "So, do you want to apologize to that young master now?" Vincent sighed again. Suddenly one day, I feel very sorry when the young lady teases this old man so cheerfully. The young lady was very childish, even teasing me with that name. Bianca realized only now that the elderly steward was aware of her teasing. Looking sincerely at Vincent, Bianca said, "You should let go of those burdens, because you've always accommodated my requests." Vincent, still hesitant, Bianca continued, "I have no reason not to forgive you either. You are a loyal steward of the Blanchefort family and a father figure who protected Zachary." Hearing these words, Vincent felt immensely happy. The image of the Grand Count suddenly appeared in Vincent's mind. "Steward, Bianca relies heavily on you," he said. Vincent suddenly knelt down, looking up at his young mistress and earnestly advised, "Mistress, you should leave Arno and run away." Bianca's expression changed abruptly, but she still couldn't abandon Arno after witnessing all the suffering the people here had endured. Vincent tried to persuade her once more, "Mistress, please reconsider. Have you thought about surrendering to the second prince to save the people?" Bianca suddenly jolted, turning away to avoid answering, but her series of expressions were transparent to the old steward. She blushed and exclaimed, but I've decided not to surrender. I will stand by the people until the end." Vincent pressed on, "How long will defending the city last? Until everyone starves, or until you seek out the second prince yourself, or the day the people hand you over to him?" The start of this battle was initiated by the second prince, but the determination to resist this attack belonged to the will of the people. Replacing this evil heart with a great spirit was not a difficult task. He took her hand, and with dignity said, "Madam, please, if the Blanchefort forces cannot reach here, then run there, and ask the successor to plan for the future." Bianca's tears fell. "Really? How can you advise me to escape so shamefully like that?" Looking at the trembling lady, he continued, "Why should the will to live again become something shameful, and why must you prepare for death to become noble? Madam, why don't you think that Arno can only live if you live? Please, run away from this castle. Remember Arno's final courage and pass it on to future generations." On that day, Bianca had a premonition that she was having a long dream because she was in this castle. This reminded her of being cast out of her home and unable to reunite with him in her past life, a situation that seemed to persist now. Bianca reached out to catch the falling snowflakes. "Even if I were to live again and try to make up for my mistakes, in the end, nothing could prevent what happened." After the royal army's catapult attack, all the injured were treated at the chapel. Gaspar, having sustained a head injury, was bandaged by Yvonne. Sir Gaspar, the steward, called him with a mournful expression. They exchanged a brief conversation. Shortly after, Vincent burst into tears. "I knew before leaving, the Count entrusted Arno to you and asked you to protect the castle. But the only one who can safely escort the lady and Yvonne out of here is you. Please, take them away from Arno." Gaspar turned back to look at Yvonne and replied, "Vincent, could you give me a moment?" Yvonne moved closer and leaned into his chest, showing her reluctance to leave. Gaspar understood everything. Yvonne remained silent, but tears streamed down her cheeks. Gaspar tenderly kissed her forehead, saying, "I should have proposed to you sooner." Suddenly, there was commotion from behind, and everyone turned towards the window. "What's happening?" a soldier called out. "Sir Gaspar, it's the flag signaling a new army approaching Sevfranca." Gaspar gazed in that direction, his eyes widening. "That's the national flag." "The national flag? Has the king himself arrived here?" Yvonne wondered aloud, "Who has come to aid us?" In the room, Bianca also saw the flag. Several days earlier, when the royal army appeared, the dark-skinned girl with jet-black hair was Princess Navarre, the betrothed of Prince Albert, Princess Navarre. As she looked at the man calling her, none other than the Knight Butterfly Knight of Castile, he presented her with a handmade toy horse. Clip-clop, and the girl showed great excitement for the gift. At that moment, Odeli walked into the garden and spotted the two of them here. But her gaze had noticed the gentle and affectionate smile of the knight. In her heart, she suddenly felt warmly. "Sorry for being late, Navarre," the lively girl exclaimed, "Princess Odeli." Odeli happily said, "Now you can call me Aunt." Suddenly, she noticed something on the table. "Is this it? The task I asked you to do? Although it's a bit rushed, you're quite nimble." Navarre blushed and covered her face in embarrassment. "I tend to be hasty, so I usually prepare everything as soon as I'm asked. My mother always reminds me to fix that trait." Odeli was surprised. She lowered herself and comforted the girl. "Even for royalty, a little laziness is fine. That's why Odeli, who has been lazy all her life, likes people who are quick and diligent like you." Hearing this, Navarre admired Odeli even more, the betrothed of her future husband. Odel continued, "Can you help me with one more task? This is something we need to do quickly." As she said that, she turned and looked at the knight. Navarre's letter was swiftly delivered to Prince Albert, passing through the hands of the servants, who all thought it was a pity that the prince and the princess had to be separated so soon after their engagement. Upon hearing the news, the letter was sent to Blanchefort, where someone had secretly opened it. But immediately, they froze in shock at what they found inside, a peculiar object. Before they could react, a sharp blade was pressed against their neck, and the knight growled, "How dare you break the seal of Castile? Who tasked you with this?" Odeli stepped forward to add, "You must be Prince Jacob, correct? I've always been curious, what does the thief who stole the letter from the palace look like? So it's you, responsible for the whereabouts of His Majesty." The reason Odeli could go this far was thanks to a letter from Bianca. She saw an opportunity to overthrow the influence of Prince Jacob. From the emperor's servants to the Grand Prince's gardeners and even those who served wine to the Grand Prince, all were his agents. Thus, both Gautier's death and Aragon's invasion were orchestrated by Prince Jacob. The emperor, lost in his thoughts, murmured, "Jacob, that rascal," then turned to ask, "Is Count Zachary de Arno still alive?" Odeli replied, "Yes, your majesty. He will return after the battle concludes, supported by Count d'Aveville's army and the Knights Templar." "In that case, send military aid to Arno in your name," the emperor commanded, waving for his attendants. Odeli didn't immediately grasp her father's intention, but quickly realized he had given her the flag of Sevfranca. This revelation left her visibly surprised. The king solemnly declared, Odeli, I appoint you as my successor. You shall be the new monarch of Sevfranca. The flag of Sevfranca fluttered in the wind as the royal army marched towards the territory of Arno. Everyone on the city walls anxiously watched the movements of the new troops. Bianca ran to Gaspa to inquire about the situation. It turned out that although they were both royal armies, the spears of the emperor's forces were aimed towards the camp of Prince Jacob. Roland, sensing the urgency, quickly informed Jacob, Your Highness, you must flee. They are here to rescue Arno. Jacob smirked disdainfully, Have I been betrayed again? By my own father. He stormed out of his tent and gazed towards the walls of Arno. While his soldiers fiercely fought against the emperor's army, he muttered to himself like a madman, I told you, Bianca, the most fragile thing facing collapse is family. In less than half a day, the emperor's forces drove Prince Jacob's army out of Arno's territory. A knight stepped forward and asked, Where is the countess? No one dared to speak until Bianca was astonished to see that the knight was Joa, her own brother. Upon seeing his sister, Joa's face softened with relief, and he embraced her, trembling, Oh Bianca, I'm so glad you're safe and sound. If the princess hadn't sent a maid to inform me of Arno's invasion, I might have left without you, he continued. Bianca exclaimed, But Blanchefort is protecting Prince Anbert. I told you not to get involved in the war. Joa replied, The situation is different now. For 10 years, neither father nor I have done anything for you. Do you know how much I feared losing you? Touched by his words, Bianca welled up with tears. She hugged her brother tightly, apologizing and thanking him for coming. Suddenly, a group of strangers approached, clad in special armored suits with giant wings, their splendor leaving Bianca astonished. They walked up to her with faces full of admiration and reverence, saying, We are the Knights Templar sent by the Holy See. It is a great honor for us, as Templar Knights, to meet and assist a saint such as yourself. Joa and Gasper exchanged wide-eyed glances. A saint? Gasper muttered. The knights referring to Bianca as a saint undoubtedly sparked surprise and curiosity among the people of Arno. They buzzed with discussion, wondering why the knights addressed her in such a manner. The villagers assumed the knights had come to offer aid or support, unaware that their lady was being regarded as a saint, a title not bestowed in centuries. In that moment, Bianca realized that the battle to defend this land and its rightful owner was truly a holy war. She bit her lip and continued, Thank you all for coming, but I haven't achieved something important. She gripped her hands tightly and went on, The reason I requested Archbishop Francis to send you all here was for the survival of my husband, not myself. Zachary. Both Templar knights looked at each other, and one of them said, If you receive this, you'll understand immediately. Without delay, what caught Bianca's eye was her husband's lace handkerchief. Bianca's eyes widened as she recognized the item, trembling as she realized it was the promise she gave him that he would always return to her. Zachary, my husband is alive, she exclaimed in indescribable joy. The elderly steward, Vincent, hurried over upon seeing his lady collapse, holding her husband's handkerchief. He too shed tears as he wept alongside her. All present felt a weight lifted upon learning their lord had not left them. When clearing the battlefield after the battle in Arno's territory, the body of Viscount Wigu was nowhere to be found. Soon, the nation would learn that Prince Jacob had colluded with the Aragonese invaders, causing this turmoil. Princess Odeli was poised to ascend the throne of Sevfranca. Gasper told his master, If we raise the national flag, Prince Jacob's army won't attack them anymore. However, Bianca still felt uneasy. Without finding his body, it indicated he might still be alive, lurking around. We couldn't know what schemes he might still be plotting. Whether alive or dead, we must find out the identity of this second prince. Meanwhile, the army of Arno, alongside Count Zachary, hurriedly returned to their territory when suddenly Zachary startled as a figure blocked their path ahead. He immediately signaled the troops to halt. Robert shouted loudly, Who are you? Get out of the way quickly. The figure slowly turned around, Zachary. His voice, a call Zachary could never forget, even in death, his own brother. Looking at Viscount Wigu's face, Zachary coldly commanded him, Step aside. I know you colluded with Prince Jacob and trespassed into my territory. Regardless of our differences, I won't harm an unarmed man. Roland, undaunted, stepped closer to Zachary. He knelt down and pleaded humbly, Zachary, I beg you. Prince Jacob is severely wounded in retreat. It may not concern your battlefield rules, but isn't he still the Emperor's remaining son? Please, Zachary, save Prince Jacob. Zachary hesitated for a moment, then dismounted and mockingly remarked, You are truly loyal. Roland gripped his brother's shoulders firmly and continued coldly, If you were truly loyal, you should have persuaded Prince Jacob to command the battle against Aragon, rather than leading a depleted defensive force to invade your younger brother's territory. With that, Zachary instructed Roland to lead the way to where Jacob was. Roland glared angrily at his disdainful younger brother and pointed in the direction, saying, "This way." At Arno Castle, a soldier suddenly caught sight of Bianca's figure and instinctively exclaimed, "Saint." However, he quickly corrected himself solemnly, "Ah, no, my lady, good morning." Passing by, another soldier stumbled similarly, "Saint." "Oh, no. My lady, I hope you had a peaceful night." Being repeatedly called a saint became increasingly bothersome for Bianca. Yvonne, however, empathized with them, saying, if a saint they've only heard of since childhood suddenly appears before them, everyone would naturally be surprised, "My lady. Don't worry too much, they'll get used to it." Bianca replied anxiously, "I hope so, isn't it every time they look at me like that?" Suddenly, loud noises echoed from somewhere. "Ahead is the Black Wolf banner, it's our army. Arno's troops have returned." The cavalry advanced into the fortress. Bianca couldn't help but fret, "Zachary, where is Zachary?" From this side, Sover recognized her, "My lady." Bianca approached, "Lord Sover, you've returned safely." Sover grimaced, "Ah, my lady. Your hair? Oh, never mind that for now. I heard you're called a saint, is that true?" The young man suddenly became embarrassed. "Even though I'm not religious, how is it that the person I serve is called a saint?" Bianca tried to interrupt the eccentric man, but Sover continued, "This is truly a pride of my lineage." Blushing, Bianca exclaimed loudly, "Sir Sover, where is the Count?" Only now did Sover look around bewilderedly. "Wait, the Count hasn't returned? We returned with the prisoners fleeing from the second prince. The Count and Robert left for Arno earlier, so they should have arrived first, shouldn't they?" Bianca's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this. She trembled and asked again, "They left earlier? But why haven't they returned yet?" Sover furrowed his brow and glanced back. "Does that mean the current situation is not normal?" In the dungeon of Arno Castle, a man had freed himself from his bindings and escaped captivity. Quickly, he approached a grate and removed the bars. Inside, another person was cloaked from head to toe. This person glanced upward, where a girl stood on the balcony. It was none other than Bianca. "If you come out like this, you will catch a cold, Bianca." His voice was sorrowful. Bianca immediately recognized the voice. It was none other than the second prince, Jacob. She stepped back a bit, feeling uneasy. "On your way here, did you harm anyone?" Bianca questioned, her tone tense. Jacob chuckled, his eyes cold. "I'm not that reckless. I avoided the guards to get here." Bianca frowned, feeling displeased. "Then how do you explain the prank on Zachary on your way back here?" Jacob responded, his tone icy. "That was due to Viscount Wigu's scheming. I turned Roland's inferiority and jealousy towards his younger brother into loyalty to me. Viscount Wigu exploited those emotions to achieve his own goals. Count Arno became his target, and I directed him to carry it out. By now, Count Arno must truly be dead." Bianca sneered, disdain evident in her voice. "So you came to get me because you can't let me go?" Jacob's eyes grew numb. "My family has abandoned me. No one can help me, Bianca." Then he felt a surge of anxiety and anger. "I'll have to be alone. If I can't even have my prize, how miserable will my death be?" Bianca, furious, retorted, "You don't care about my wishes or my life, you just want to have your way, don't you? How selfish." Jacob smiled again. "That's right," but then his expression turned terrifying. "Nothing can replace you, nothing can quench this hellish thirst except having you." Bianca was horrified by his desperation. "I was willing to sympathize with you, but now I can't understand you at all." She looked at the lost soul before her and sighed, "Because of this, we can never be together." Suddenly, an arrow struck Jacob's shoulder. He was shocked and cried out, "An arrow?" Both Bianca and the second prince widened their eyes in surprise. "I promised you, didn't I? That if I met the second prince on the battlefield, no matter what, I would kill him." Bianca exclaimed, "Zachary." Jacob saw that Zachary was still alive and sneered, "Count Arno, you're still alive." Earlier, when Zachary's group was surrounded by the second prince's forces, Roland had taunted, "I never thought a national hero could be so easily deceived." But what he didn't know was that Zachary had anticipated the situation. A sharp blade was pressed against Roland's neck. It was Sover, who had ambushed his group from behind. Sover struck Roland's knees, forcing him to kneel, and Roland's face turned pale. Zachary's voice was steady, "My army is not so foolish as to overlook the shallowness of someone unfamiliar with war." When Sover returned to Arno, he had timed it perfectly to ambush the second prince's forces and spread false information. Jacob hadn't expected that knight to be so cunning. Zachary suggested, "Step back, Your Highness. I won't miss my mark a second time." Jacob smirked and grabbed Bianca, using her as a shield. Zachary shouted in alarm, Bianca. The crazed prince cunningly spoke, don't misunderstand, Count Arno. I truly don't want Bianca to get hurt. You share the same sentiment, don't you? Zachary, his face veins bulging with anger, ultimately couldn't risk making any rash moves. Stay put until Bianca and I leave this castle. If you try to catch me and she gets hurt, it will be very awkward, won't it? Zachary gritted his teeth, helplessly watching them retreat. Ha, you're joking with me. Bianca's voice made Jacob halt. Do you think Zachary shares your thoughts? Are you trying to make me laugh? She grabbed Jacob's collar and yelled, how can a despicable coward like you, who uses women as shields, compare to my husband? With that, she swiftly plunged a small dagger into the second prince's side. Pain surged through him, and blood spurted from his mouth. Jacob staggered, questioning, why, Bianca? Why do something so dangerous? He clung to her until both of them fell backward, free-falling from the balcony. Zachary cried out in horror, Bianca. The fur cloak fluttered in the air, but its owner managed to cling to a balcony pillar, with Jacob still clutching her frail body below. Seeing the fur cloak lying disheveled on the ground, Jacob, exhausted and enduring the pain, asked, Bianca, can you die here with me? Bianca, struggling to hold onto the pillar, shouted, no way. If I wanted to die, I would have followed Zachary when I heard he was killed in battle. Jacob, panting heavily, managed to smile as he recalled a not-so-pleasant memory. Dear Jacob, his mother said, handing him a cup of tea and smiling, her demeanor filling him with fear. A woman was beaming brightly, but tears were streaming down her cheeks. Can you die with me? Jacob had immediately left his mother and that gloomy room. So that's how it is? Even if you heard that the count had fallen in battle, you wouldn't die. For the first time in many years, he revealed his true self, a lonely and tormented soul. I thought, if two people truly loved each other, they could die together. But because of the count, you didn't die, so you have no reason to die with me, do you? Jacob let go of her. He smiled through his tears and bid farewell to the woman he loved, goodbye, Bianca. The second prince lay beside the white fox fur that Bianca cherished. Seeing this scene, she closed her eyes tightly, feeling as if something was tearing at her insides, aching for him. I have to climb up, Bianca thought, but with her frail body, it was difficult for her to lift herself. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and she felt as if she was being swept away by it. Struggling, she was fortunate that Zachary managed to pull her up just in time, breathing heavily at the thought of almost losing his wife. Bianca's eyes filled with tears as the two embraced after so many days apart. After that night, Bianca lay resting in her room, exhausted, while Zachary remained worried about her health. When Bianca opened her eyes, her husband was right in front of her. She immediately became somber, touching the scar on his left eye. Who dared to leave this scar on my handsome husband's face? She continued to pinch his cheek, questioning, is it really true that Zachary is still alive? He took her hand and kissed it. For the first time, I realized I am such a coward. I was afraid I wouldn't be forgiven by you, so I didn't die. Since we parted, it feels like there have been too many seasons that we couldn't be together in Arno. Bianca tightly held her husband's hand and revealed something. Now, there are 3 of us. The 3 of us will go through the seasons together in Arno. Zachary couldn't hide his happiness upon hearing this. He buried his head in her chest and held her tightly. The war had taken away family, villages, time, and many other things. But the people of Arno couldn't stop. As one season passed, another would come. They had to continue living on behalf of their deceased loved ones and neighbors. At the Blanchefort estate, while Joa was welcoming his sister, someone came running, Bianca. It was Catherine, who was extremely worried about her friend. Her husband, Count de Vovey, had been injured while aiding Arno's forces, so he had to recuperate at Blanchefort, and her brother Joa had taken his place on the battlefield. Catherine noticed her friend's hair had been cut short. Although she didn't know what had happened, she smiled and comforted her. Now we look alike. Bianca was very happy to have a friend who understood her so well. On the way into the Blanchefort mansion, Bianca thanked Catherine for convincing Count d'Aveville to send troops to support her husband. We are friends, Bianca. I thought if it were the other way around, you would do the same. Seeing their wives so close, d'Aveville smiled at Zachary and said, Look, Count. His wife's devotion made him feel a twinge of jealousy. How adorable they are. Seeing the wives' happy smiles means they're recovering, right? Suddenly, Zachary spoke. Thank you, because of the d'Aveville family's assistance, Arno was saved. Marceau wasn't too concerned since the war was nearing its end. He had fallen off his horse and injured his leg, but this allowed him to leave the army to Joa and be lovingly cared for by his wife. Marceau glanced downward and said, Indeed, I'm not suited for the battlefield. From now on, I won't participate in any more wars. I'll stick close to my lovely wife and live a long life." Zachary remained silent for a moment after hearing this. No one was truly suited for the battlefield. Count Blanchefort then spoke up. "Is it true that Count Arno plans to go to lahas alone, without taking Prince Albert with him?" Zachary replied, "The battle at Arno Castle resulted in the death of a prince from an empire. Even if Princess O'Delly ascends the throne, she cannot disregard the royal bloodline. If I were to take Prince Albert with me, it would be akin to asking her to accept the death of the second prince and show leniency towards Prince Albert. I don't want to give that impression, and I accept the anger of the parents who have lost their child. As for Bianca, I hope you can find a way to dissuade her from returning to Arno. Can I rely on you for this?" Gustavo recalled selling his daughter for a high price in a marriage of convenience. When he realized that he had committed an unforgivable act against Bianca, he found himself utterly repulsive. The father warmly agreed, "I promise you, I will not hurt my daughter anymore." Zachary teased, "If we could go back to the first time we met, you probably wouldn't have married Bianca to me, would you?" Gustavo laughed heartily, "Maybe not." Zachary continued, "I'm sorry, but if we could go back to the past and Bianca still resented you, you would still have to give her to me. Because I can't imagine her not being my wife." That night, Zachary secretly left for lahas without telling his wife. Robert, worried, asked, "Are you really not going to see the lady?" Zachary replied, "I'll go back and explain to her later," and then urged Sover to spur the horse forward. As Zachary casually entered the carriage, he was startled to find his wife sitting there all along. Zachary shouted, "Sover, stop the carriage." The knight didn't listen and instead urged the driver to go faster. Robert, standing nearby, could only wave goodbye. Unable to avoid it, Bianca noticed and began questioning. Inside the carriage, Zachary was wide-eyed as his wife gave him a sidelong glance and demanded he be her pillow for sleeping. "Bianca, the royal physician said it. You're pregnant, so traveling long distances by carriage is very dangerous." Bianca nonchalantly responded, "I made it to Blanchefort, so why can't I go to lahas?" She furrowed her brow resolutely. "Don't use the baby as an excuse. If it's about the death of the second prince, I bear more responsibility than you." Zachary could only grit his teeth as he couldn't persuade her. Bianca took his hand and reassured him, "Don't worry, this is the baby who has been with me until the war ended. Our child is very strong. So, I will go with you." The Earl of Arno and his wife's carriage continued straight toward the capital, lahas. Zachary gently stroked his wife's hair while she slept. Bianca, like a small, obedient cat, lay quietly beside him. However, what awaited them was more troublesome than anything before. Sevfranca had lost 2 princes in succession, along with the ongoing war with Aragon, but the nobility of Sevfranca had no time to be bewildered by this string of sorrowful events. Princess O'Delly's ability to govern the country had yet to be confirmed. Additionally, many criticized the second prince's act of espionage for the enemy nation Aragon, but he was skilled in diplomacy. Compared to other matters, diplomatic skills were essential, and people were not yet confident in Princess O'Delly, who had always lived in the lahas palace and had little interaction with foreign countries. In a time when political marriages were a crucial force in the political arena, Princess O'Delly's unmarried status left the nobility uneasy. They believed that since Prince Albert had married a princess from the allied nation of Castile, he had a higher chance of becoming the heir to the throne. Clink, a glass was set down hard on the table. Zachary spoke bluntly, "The choice of who will inherit the throne is the prerogative of His Majesty the Emperor. If he were to hear these crude opinions of yours, he would consider it treason." The nobles cried out in fear, "Count Arno, what treason? You're being unreasonable, we were just..." Zachary shot them a deadly glare and snarled, "Just what? While our empire is still in turmoil after enduring an invasion by the enemy Aragon, you sit here drinking wine and defending a traitor." The nobles could not argue and were left speechless. Zachary continued, "In the areas ravaged by war with Aragon, the people have to abandon their livelihoods to clean up the aftermath. If the country falls into crisis, it is the nobles' responsibility to ensure the people's survival. I think you should feel ashamed for being so indifferent." The nobles retorted loudly, "You, merely a man from a viscount family, you dare speak so boldly. We are the ancient nobility of Sevfranca. Even if you are a war hero, you should not speak so arrogantly." Zachary clenched his fists, trying to contain the anger welling up inside him, but a gentle hand grasped his tightly. "Don't forget, I'm always by your side." Bianca stood up to defend her husband. Her presence, a saint descended after hundreds of years, silenced the other nobles. They knew that opposing the Countess was tantamount to opposing the Holy See itself. She had the power to mobilize the entire Holy See to protect her husband, let alone a group of nobles who only knew how to talk. A while later, His Majesty the Emperor arrived. Bianca's heart ached at the sight of him. The once strong man now looked more frail and haggard than the last time she had seen him. When the Emperor settled into his seat, he immediately addressed the arrival of the Arno couple, coldly asking, "Are you two ready to pay for Jacob's death?" Zachary respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the second prince should have been captured and brought to justice. The responsibility for his death lies with me, Zachary de Arno." Before he could finish, Bianca interrupted, "Your Majesty, the second prince died because of me." Zachary tried to stop her, but Bianca was determined to take all the responsibility. She trembled as she begged the Emperor to punish her and forgive her husband. "Bianca, look up," the Emperor commanded. Bianca lifted her gaze to meet his. The Emperor smiled warmly and responded, "How could I punish the benefactor of this nation?" The Emperor continued to address the nobles. "The heir to the throne, Odeli Sevfranca, will never marry. The princess has decided. Instead of marrying and having children, the princess will abdicate in favor of Prince Albert. She is currently on her way to Castile as the guardian of Prince Albert and his wife. She will also be the successor to the throne of Sevfranca and will discuss this matter with the Emperor of Castile." Odeli, aboard a ship with the Castilian knight known as the Night Butterfly, was approached by him. "Is this your first time at sea, Your Highness? How do you find it?" Odeli replied, "It's quite different from playing in a small boat on the river." She turned and gazed out at the horizon. "It's very frightening but also very beautiful. I used to think I wasn't an ambitious person. But when my brother Gautier died, and I received the letter revealing the second prince as a traitor, I felt a strange stirring within me. I realized I lacked information, connections, leadership skills, eloquence, and intelligence, everything. So, I decided to start with what I can do." Odeli turned to the knight and said, "I want someone who can risk everything for me, for Odeli." The knight blushed at her words. Odeli continued, "I want a bond stronger than that of lovers or spouses. I want someone who can give me more than just adoration and love." The two remained silent for a long time, then the knight finally spoke, "For the princess, anyone would risk their life." Odeli moved closer to him and whispered in his ear, "I want to give the person closest to me a chance," and then she started to walk away, adding, "You can take your time deciding, it's still a long way to Castile, and I might change my mind by then." The knight clenched his hand tightly after hearing those words. Suddenly, Odeli stopped in her tracks, as a strong hand prevented her from leaving. The knight gently held her hand. Odeli was taken aback when he placed a tender kiss on her hand. A strange but joyful feeling welled up inside her. They stood there, gazing at each other for a long time, aboard the ship heading towards Castile on the other side of the ocean. Previously, in the private chambers of the Emperor, Odeli expressed her desire to travel alone to Castile for discussions on the inheritance of the throne and the marriage between Prince Anbert and Princess Navarre, a political maneuver for Castile. However, Princess Odeli asserted her claim to the throne, which contradicted Castile's stance. To appease the Emperor of Castile, Odeli wished to meet them directly, believing it would be more effective than sending someone else. The Emperor relayed this to Zachary, surprised at his daughter's adeptness in politics. Had he known sooner, he could have supported the princess earlier and surrounded her with influential figures. "By the way, I want to ask Duke Arno, though it's a bit late, to establish a solid foundation for Odeli," the Emperor firmly instructed. On their way back to their domain, Bianca exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty has elevated you to a duke? You're not of royal blood or a close relative of the Emperor. And now you're no longer Duke Arno." Pointing to her husband, she nervously continued, "You're now Duke Arno?" Zachary tenderly replied, "Exactly as Lady Jan, your foster mother, wished, Duke and Lady of the house." The Emperor believes that as a close relative of the next king, the position of a duke is still insufficient. He said, "I am still young and not ambitious for power, and—" Suddenly, Zachary hesitated, his uncertain expression leaving Bianca puzzled, until she seemed to figure it out, "Because you don't see Princess Odeli as a woman, right?" The two looked at each other wide-eyed. Zachary teased, "Because she didn't react, I won't talk about that anymore. Seeing her not jealous makes me a little sad." After saying this, he chuckled mischievously, earning himself a few playful hits from Bianca. "Really? Why do you have to act like a child?" she scolded. Suddenly, Bianca paused, thinking that perhaps her purpose in this life was to witness the downfall of Arno and continue that legacy. However, Zachary comforted her, "The fall of Arno is real. The Duke of Arno has disappeared and in his place is the Duke of Arno. It's not the prophecy our saint saw, but what she didn't see." Bianca felt a bit of sweetness in her husband's encouragement. She lifted his chin and corrected him gently, "Not your saint, call me your Duchess." Zachary smiled happily, "As you command, my Duchess." At the Arno estate, a young man hurriedly ran with something in his hands. The butler, Vincent, cheerfully greeted him. "Ah, Nicholas, come in. Did you bring it?" Nicholas, panting heavily, apologized for his delay. The butler did not blame him, knowing that Nicholas had been busy making a cradle for the soon-to-be-born lady. Inside the red box were 2 special candles, symbolizing the 2 main characters for the ceremony. Today, Vincent sighed in relief. "Well, the candles and flowers are ready, now we just wait for the main characters to finish up." Nearby, the heavy footsteps of a soldier echoed. Gasper stomped his feet and looked very tense. Robert felt sympathy for his friend. "This is the first time I've seen Gasper like this." Sowing also expressed his concern. "I've heard of grooms fainting from nerves upon seeing their brides. Do you think he might faint? He looks like he's about to." Suddenly, a voice called out to the 2 men, "Robert, Sowing." Zachary waved them over. "Come see me for a moment." In a secluded corner, Zachary began, "You are all loyal to me, so I hope you won't feel upset or inconvenienced by this." The 2 men looked at each other, puzzled. After a brief conversation, they both waved it off, assuring Zachary they didn't mind. Gasper risked his life to protect Arno, the Duchess, and the heir. "If I were you, I'd give him those gifts too. Besides, he's the first among us to get married." Zachary felt gratified to have such understanding confidants. In the bride's room, Yvonne was surprised to see the lace veil before her. Bianca, holding her pregnant belly, said, "I worked hard to make this in secret before bed. Since you wouldn't leave my side, and every bride needs a veil, I made it for you." Yvonne trembled as she took the gift, feeling very happy to receive so many presents from her mistress on her wedding day. Bianca reached out for her maid's hand. "Yvonne, haven't I told you? You are the most valuable and precious gem I have in this world. I want you to enjoy a perfect marriage." Yvonne, with tears in her eyes, replied, "My lady, this veil will be an heirloom passed down through generations, along with the sable coat. I will definitely have a daughter." Bianca could only sigh in admiration. After giving her maid the gift, Bianca left, promising to see Yvonne at the ceremony. Outside the room, Zachary was waiting to welcome her. Suddenly, he felt a pang of jealousy. "Yvonne is the most valuable and precious gem in the world? Sometimes, I feel like you love Yvonne more than me." Bianca couldn't help but smile at her jealous husband. She gently patted him and teased, "You jealous thing, I've told you before that you can't put a price on my love." Zachary blushed and frowned. "So you mean I shouldn't get jealous anymore, right?" Bianca waved him closer and whispered, "Actually, I find it adorable when you get jealous, so I've been enjoying it a bit lately." The couple giggled together, radiating happiness. "Please, be jealous like this from time to time," she said playfully. In the banquet hall, everyone was eagerly waiting for the bride, Yvonne, but no one was more nervous and tense than Gasper. Suddenly, a little girl spotted someone. "Ah, the bride is here." Gasper's cheeks turned red as he turned around, and Yvonne slowly approached him, looking as nervous as her groom. Gasper held his breath as she stood before him. His hands trembled as he lifted her veil, revealing Yvonne in all her radiant beauty. Sowing, standing nearby, was ready. "Gasper, if you faint, I'm here. Just lean back, and I'll catch you." But that wasn't necessary. Gasper was overwhelmed with happiness, and to his surprise, tears began to fall. Yvonne, also tearing up, wiped away his tears and smiled reassuringly. Following the priest's guidance, they exchanged wedding rings in front of everyone. Finally, they shared a vow-bound kiss, promising, "This love will endure forever, through sorrow, illness, and old age." Sowing could hardly contain himself at the sight of such a beautiful moment. Bianca, too, was overjoyed for the couple. The celebration continued with music and dancing. While the bride and groom greeted guests, Zachary stood up to make an important announcement. "Last winter, Arno endured a colder season than any before, but thanks to everyone here and our departed family members who always protected Arno, we can now celebrate the beginning of a new couple's life together." He continued, "Having overcome those hard times, the Count's territory is now the Duke's territory. We've developed this place, thanks to the Archbishop's recommendation. Today, on this joyous occasion, I want to give Gasper and Yvonne a wedding gift." Both the bride and groom were taken aback but stepped forward to receive this honor. "I bestow upon you the title of Baron and a territory." Gasper looked at his wife in astonishment. Yvonne had always felt insecure about her lowly status. He could have chosen a noblewoman of higher rank, but Gasper didn't care. He believed, if I were of higher status, I'd never have met the Count to serve him. Gasper turned and continued, "Of course, I wouldn't have met you either." He gazed at Yvonne lovingly. "You are the one I worry about, even if you had to marry a man with no inheritance like me." You could marry someone with a better background than me, and your life would be a bit better. In that case, you could provide a good environment and honor for our children, Gasper said. Ivan reached out, gripping his hand and said, just passing down honor and living beside my lady and the Lord is enough for me. Gasper smiled gently, kissed her forehead, and hugged her tightly. In the present, the two looked at each other with surprise and joy. Sowing and Robert happily embraced the groom, congratulating the new baron. Congratulations, Gasper, your late father would be so proud. Bianca and Zachary were also very pleased to see the couple so happy. Gasper said, thank you, Duke, for granting me this honor. Suddenly, Ivan placed a hand on his shoulder as if signaling something. He nodded in agreement. Duke, could you postpone granting us the title? I still have much to learn about governing a territory, and my wife and I still have duties to fulfill in Arno. Everyone around was surprised, including Zachary. Ivan added, yes, Duke, I still want to serve the lady and the young mistress after she gives birth. We hope to both serve you and the lady while learning the responsibilities of governing a territory. Zachary and Bianca exchanged surprised looks as Ivan spoke calmly. Zachary said, if it's about learning to govern a territory, you'll learn faster from the steward. Isn't he the one who practically rules Arno? Vincent, embarrassed by the praise, nodded. Bianca approached Ivan, taking her hand, and said, I felt so lonely since my nursemaid passed away. So, as my child's nursemaid, you must stay healthy and happy. Ivan, unable to hide her joy, reassured her, my lady, don't worry, my specialty is staying strong. In the pouring rain, someone hurriedly ran inside the holy cathedral. A priest respectfully invited the person inside, saying, it's Archbishop Francis. He entered a room, looking very worried. The person waiting for him was the Pope of the Francis Cathedral. The Pope seemed afraid of this man. The man spoke first, since you've become a cardinal, you've been taught more sacredly, right? Indeed, with just one look, you can recognize a saint. Francis, sweating profusely, showed humility. You also heard, the Pope has appointed Thomas as the Archbishop of the Arno territory. The man did not hesitate to praise the talents of this Thomas. However, Arno is not an ordinary place, it is the residence of a saint. Currently, Francis, the man cast a cold glance at him. According to Archbishop Thomas, that person has not awakened yet. Miracles are the proof of a saint. Francis turned pale and scared. About that? He hurriedly tried to cover up. Saint Bianca was supposed to die according to the prophecy of the future, but her husband, the Count of Arno, no, the Duke of Arno, hasn't died yet. Isn't that a miracle? The man sighed, well, things don't happen that way. Francis could only lower his head and smile nervously. The man explained, apart from the stigmata appearing during prayer, it must be a miracle that everyone can recognize as performed by a saint, and it must come true. But so far, no miracle from Saint Bianca has occurred. Moreover, it's problematic that a saint is involved in the war between two nations, and the Holy Knights must intervene and side with Sowing. Consequently, we've given the loyal followers of Aragon a reason to turn their backs on their faith. Francis felt as though he had done something wrong after hearing this. The man continued, if Saint Bianca's miracle doesn't happen soon, people will think the method of performing miracles is flawed. The war between the two nations should have ended once, but no one can be sure it won't happen again. The saint's husband is the leader of the Sowing army. Think about it, if the war continues, will the cathedral send the Holy Knights to side with Sowing again? From Aragon's perspective, isn't that enough reason for them to oppose the cathedral? Francis couldn't voice any objections, as he was also worried about the issue. Although he had acknowledged Bianca as a saint, without the occurrence of her miracle, he began to doubt his own judgment. His mind was filled with the fear that one day, the cardinal's seat would vanish. The man placed a hand on Francis's shoulder and spoke gently, although I am from Aragon, in faith, there is no distinction between nations. I am committed to following the laws of the Church and sacrificing for my beliefs. I also understand that the emergence of a saint is the best way to avoid sacrificing many lives on this continent. But, he gripped Francis's shoulder tightly and spoke with anguish, every time I think about our country, I doubt the very God deep within my heart. Francis, though empathetic, was at a loss for words. The man continued, pray for me, for I am leaving, my brother. To prove that Sowing's victory is what everyone desires, and hopefully, we will soon witness the miracle of Saint Bianca. That night, in the Arno estate, Bianca was engrossed in admiring the rare black pearls, marveling at them with joy. These were a gift from Catherine. Alongside the black pearls, her friend had also sent a wool coat, but Bianca was only interested in the pearls. Madam, shall I dry your hair for you? Asked Ivan. No need, Bianca replied. Tonight is your wedding night. If I keep you up late, Gasper will blame me, and besides, it's summer, so the nights are short. Yvonne blushed as her lady gently shooed her away. Good night, madam, she said, leaving reluctantly. As she stepped out, her cheeks turned red again at the sight of Gasper waiting to escort her home. He seemed eager for what the night would bring, and Yvonne glanced at him shyly before they walked away hand in hand. Meanwhile, Bianca was reading Catherine's letter and learned that her friend was pregnant. Catherine's husband, Count d'Avaville, had insisted she stay home and not travel to Arno, as he couldn't bear the thought of her risking herself and had been losing weight over it. Consequently, Catherine couldn't visit Bianca and had sent the gifts instead. As Bianca read this, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Someone gently stepped forward and began to dry her damp hair. Only her husband, Zachary, would be so tender. He picked up the letter and continued reading where Bianca had left off. It has always been that young wives often die during childbirth, the letter said. The mother of Lord Arno and your own mother were the same. After giving birth, they turned away from the world with their newborns in their arms. Zachary's face tightened as he read on. Because of this, Lord Arno has always been troubled, growing more anxious and guilty as the birth approached. One afternoon, a child was born in the Arno castle, but the mother was not as fortunate. Yvonne covered her mouth, weeping, and Zachary was devastated as he watched his wife stop breathing on the sickbed. In that moment, his world collapsed. Under the night sky, a star fell to the continent, landing in a snowy field. Bianca lay there motionless, her eyes opening to an unfamiliar sight. She instinctively touched her unusually flat belly and, in a panic, searched for her baby, unaware of someone approaching from behind. Don't worry, my child, your baby was born safely, said a man with a familiar face. Bianca widened her eyes and murmured, but you died before my eyes. Who are you really? The man, resembling Jacob, smiled warmly. You can't remember, but we have met before. When you wake up from that dream, the man before you will not be me but Zachary d'Arno. I mean the dream where you vomited blood and died. Bianca found herself in another realm, transforming into a beggar amidst a landscape of embers and black smoke. The man spoke again, when we guide the departed to the next dream, we appear as their deepest guilt. Tears streamed down Bianca's face as she whispered, the departed? The man revealed, you had a difficult birth and lost a lot of blood. Bianca wept and frowned in frustration. Why did I have to die, feeling guilty for him? If it were Zachary and the baby, I would understand, but why him? The man answered, if he hadn't met you, he might not have died. Don't you feel pity that he passed away without experiencing true love? Bianca couldn't argue, but she recognized the man only as a guide, appearing as someone she felt guilty toward. You have fulfilled your role remarkably, he said. Because of this, the world is now set on the right path. Bianca asked, do you mean my saving Zachary? Indeed, the man replied. This could only happen while your husband was alive. It is the child of you too. The fact that the child was born into this world is the most ideal future we envisioned. That child will grow to become the greatest person on the continent. Bianca was extremely surprised. Our child will be the greatest person on the continent? The man stood up and extended his hand invitingly. Now let's go. You have created the flow we desired, so you have the right to dream the dream you want to go to. Like the dream where your mother is. Bianca's eyes widened as she saw two women in the heavens, one was her nursemaid Jan, and beside her was a blonde woman. Bianca recognized that woman from when she was a little girl. She and her brother Joa had gazed at the portrait of that woman hanging on the wall. Yes, the woman with the blonde hair and blue eyes, she was the gentlest person Bianca had ever known, her beloved mother. But Bianca stopped herself and touched her flat belly. Remembering the desperate time, when she was enduring the assaults of the second prince's army, she had complained, determined to raise her child alone and accept not having her husband by her side. But if her child was left without a mother, Bianca felt heartbroken for that child. Would my child want to meet me, even though I've come here? Though I lived till now, I never left any portrait, because that person took the only one I had. She teared up, my child, they won't recognize me. Bianca jumped up and shouted, I want to go back, take me to where Zachary and my baby are. The man frowned slightly, this is a bit difficult, my dear. Your heart has stopped beating. If you want me to bring you back to that dream, you have to create a miracle that wasn't planned. Bianca wasn't willing to accept it. Not long ago, I had to come back to life to give birth, and now it's impossible for me to come back to life to continue living? Killing a 19-year-old girl, then reviving her, and then killing her again, why do you keep doing things your way? My husband had to use contraception because having a baby when I was too young would endanger my life. You didn't even care about that. The man still tried to respond, but your child was born for the good of this world. Bianca angrily retorted, so what? I'm dead, and you think I would be grateful because my child will be exceptional in the future? You pretend to respect me and feel uneasy about my wish to return to my husband and child. Don't you find that hypocritical? I never wanted to go back to the past. I was so scared and in pain when I failed at 18. You don't care about that, do you? Even if I'm honored as a saint, you didn't give me any power. It's not anything special. You just need to bring this Bianca back home. The man was startled and then smiled gently. You misunderstood. We do not force and entrust this to someone without will, Bianca. We have always thought it was fortunate that it was you. In the space filled with burning flames and thick black smoke, Bianca trembled and pointed straight at the man, declaring, I will try, I will definitely save that man. Because you did not hesitate to choose despite your fear. You will forget our meeting again, but can you remember this, Bianca? Even knowing your own shortcomings, you are still full of courage and always move forward. That is your greatest innate ability. A loud sound tore through the mystical space. In the real world, Yvonne was very surprised when she stepped out of the window and marveled at the wondrous sight before her, stars shooting up from the ground and flying into the sky. All the people of Arno were astonished by this majestic event. Its sound as clear as the clinking of countless glass jars. The melody created stars that seemed like a blessing to everyone witnessing the scene. Finally, the miracle has happened, Your Holiness. Caressing his wife's face, her breath had ceased, but he still held her tightly, praying that the miracle would bring his wife back to him. Despite all the ups and downs, Arno Castle remained a peaceful haven for its people. In a corner of the garden, a small hand stained with the crimson juice of wild strawberries gripped the plump, sweet berries. As the child happily indulged in them, a sudden realization dawned upon her. The little girl, with mischievous blue eyes, looked up at the sky in astonishment. Oh no! Gaston, wake up! The sun is already high, we need to go back. Still bewildered, the boy was pulled along by his friend. Wait up, Alex, let's go together. The two children hurriedly ran into the fortress and accidentally bumped into the steward. If you keep running around like this, one day you'll get hurt, admonished the steward. The kids shouted a quick sorry, sir, before darting away. Alex, Gaston, they heard a call and cheered, Mother. Mom. Yvonne was surprised to see them so carefree. She quickly gathered the children while catching her breath. If you keep running like this, you'll get scolded even more. Oh, but we're already late, Alex protested. The little girl just squinted her eyes as Yvonne wiped away the red stains around her mouth. Oh heavens, I told you that if you eat wild strawberries until you're full, you'll fall asleep, Yvonne grumbled. Alex pouted, but, Mother. We eat them every day. How can you expect us to resist? Right, Gaston? The boy nodded quietly as his mother gently wiped his mouth, he being the quieter one of the two. Yvonne smiled gently as she cared for the two children. Upstairs, Gaspa watched them with a peaceful expression. Yvonne hugged the two little ones affectionately. All done, you two. Hurry along now. Gaston chased after Alex, waving goodbye to his mother. A moment later, Robert looked at the two children sternly, arms crossed. You two are late. The kids could only show apologetic faces and apologize to their teacher. But Robert still punished them by making them run laps around the training yard. Those who can't keep small promises, how can they become knights? Robert remarked firmly. Seeing Robert being strict with the children, Sover called out, Be gentle with them, there's still your horseback riding class. Robert blushed slightly in response. Today, I just asked them to run. They've been playing by the stream since early morning, so they must be tired. That evening, as Yvonne tucked Alex into bed, the little girl begged her foster mother to continue the story. Yvonne happily resumed telling the tale, recounting the day Alex was born and the rumors of a miracle that spread throughout the lands of Sevfranca and Aragon, reaching across continents. Not long after, Princess Odeli returned to her homeland and ascended to the throne. After years of conflict along the Sevfranca border, Aragon officially surrendered. While picking roses in the garden, Odeli decided that the responsibility for war reparations should fall on Duke Arno. Despite knowing he couldn't leave Alex alone at home, she hoped he would accept this. Zachary bowed respectfully. As you command. Following that day, the Duke stayed by the Queen's side to oversee the conclusion of the conflict with Aragon. However, this matter proved more complex than he anticipated. Seeing the Duke troubled, Marceau reminded him of a secret weapon at his disposal, though it didn't sit comfortably with his conscience. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to use that weapon? Zachary understood the Count's meaning but furrowed his brow in deep thought. Ultimately, he had to deploy that secret weapon, acting as an envoy to Aragon. I apologize for requiring you to leave our child behind and undertake this journey to Aragon. Bianca gently stepped down from her horse, still radiantly beautiful and elegant as ever. As he escorted her, she gently chided her husband for needing to do this after so many years. During negotiations, Zachary exerted significant pressure on Aragon regarding the war reparations. When Bianca, revered as a saintly figure, appeared at the meeting to demand accountability from Aragon, they knew they couldn't delay any longer. The treaty between the two nations was then promptly signed. "Thank you, Bianca. It is thanks to you that we were able to swiftly conclude the matter of war reparations," he said. Bianca replied, "Thank you would suffice, but I do want a gift from my husband." Zachary blushed slightly, knowing exactly what she had in mind. He chuckled softly and reached out to embrace his wife tenderly. At this point, we should probably draw the curtain. After their intimate moment, Bianca noticed her husband seemed thoughtful. Zachary gazed lovingly at her face and said, "I'm remembering the day I lost you. Everyone was amazed and prayed for the success of that miracle. The greatest surprise in my life has always been you." Bianca smiled gently, and the two held each other close as they rode back to their homeland of Sevfranca. If marriage were a business transaction, then their marriage for mutual benefit would have completely failed, because in this business, love has no form and it's merely an emotion that can't be measured in terms of gains and losses. However, their marital life includes both love and happiness. This makes their story much more beautiful than many other couples. Many tales about the child of the Grand Duke of Arno and the first Empress of Sevfranca, who unified the continent, have become songs of Alexandra's nanny's tales. Arno territory later became a major industrial hub for lace-making, bringing considerable wealth to the region. The development of the lace industry elevated the reputation of the boy Nicholas, known as a master sculptor. This can be considered one of the greatest achievements of Duchess Bianca of Arno City. Among Nicholas's sculptures, many depict Bianca's accomplishments, reflecting his special affection for Saint Bianca. Does this story with such a gentle ending satisfy you? I still have many questions about it. However, we can discuss them in future conversations or videos. Thank you and see you again.